This meeting of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee. Today the committee will continue its examination of the budget estimates for 2022-2023 for the parliamentary departments, the Prime Minister and Cabinet portfolio, the Finance portfolio and cross-portfolio Indigenous matters. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the budget estimates 2022-2023 hearings are conducted in a COVID-safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. I'm sure we appreciate their concern as well. The committee has before it a program listing agencies and outcomes relating to matters for which senators have given notice. The committee's proceedings today will examine the Department of Finance and its agencies as listed on today's program. The committee will examine the National Indigenous Australians Agency, other Indigenous agencies and the Department of Health on Friday the 8th of April at the hearing on cross-portfolio Indigenous matters. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. The committee would appreciate it if senators could please provide any written questions on notice to the Secretariat by Friday the 22nd of April 2022. However, reminds all senators as well as departments and agencies that written questions on notice can be provided at any time until the tabling of the estimates report. The committee has fixed Friday the 20th of May 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. The Senate has also resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. I remind everyone in the hearing room to switch off your mobile phone and other devices or turn them to silent. I also remind any witnesses appearing via video conference who are not speaking to mute their microphones. Officers are requested to keep opening statements brief or seek to incorporate longer statements into the Hansard. Finally, the committee has agreed to allow media into the hearing room. In doing so, the committee reminds the media that they must follow the directions of the committee and the Secretariat and remain within those areas clearly marked for the media. In addition, recording must not occur from behind the committee or between the committee and the witnesses, and computer screens and documents belonging to senators must not be filmed, photographed or recorded. Witnesses are reminded that they can object to being recorded at any time, and the committee thanks the media in advance for maintaining a COVID-safe approach while in the hearing room. I welcome the Minister for Finance, Senator the Honourable Simon Birmingham, and via video conference Mr Stuart Wylie, Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of ASC Proprietary Limited, and other officers of ASC. Mr Wylie, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr Wylie. Senator Wong, you have the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. Morning, Mr Wylie. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
So I wanted to start with the Sovereign Shipbuilding Talent Pool. You might recall on the last occasion I and also Senator Muriel Smith asked some questions about that program. Can you tell me how many people have applied for the SSTP? So this is, we'll do this in sequence. So how many have applied, then how many have been successful and how many have commenced? So can we do them in that order?
Yeah, so there was 296 offers that went out to affected workers on the SSTP. 233 were accepted by those affected workers, and to date we've had 155 commence.
Was the process that people simply be offered, or can they also apply? You said
They
296 offers. I'm asking, was there a preceding step where people applied for that?
If you remember, there was a portal that was set up in.
Sorry, I'm
ASC
having we're having trouble hearing you. Is that, thanks. No, can't do anything. Mr. Wiley, could you speak loudly and slowly, please, which I know the slow thing will be difficult.
Okay. The process was that ASC set up a portal to look at affected workers, to allow affected workers to apply to join the SSTP, and that was eligible to. The portal didn't restrict people applying. What the number I quoted was actually those people were determined as affected workers, i.e. they were non-executive employees of LMA or NGA.
Okay, how many applied through the portal? So you gave me 296 offers. In order to have an offer, presumably somebody has indicated an interest through the portal. So I need the proceeding.
So we had a total of 577 people apply to the portal.
577 apply through the portal, but only 296 offers. So why were a couple of hundred people excluded? Well, just 290 people excluded.
The portal was used by a wide-ranging group of people to apply for jobs into ASC that weren't deemed affected workers. So the 296 were deemed affected workers under the definition.
Okay, I understand that. So I'm asking the cohort, so what is that? Just under 300, 280, something like that?
Yeah.
Paid
Yeah.
workers who were, so nearly half who were refused access to the talent pool, who were deemed not affected. I'd like you to explain to me why. Like, where were they employed? How was it deemed that they weren't affected?
Look, I will have to take that question on notice because it was the group of people was coming from a wide range of backgrounds. Some from overseas. It was the affected workers was a filter effectively on that number. So if you let me take that question on notice, I'll give you a breakdown.
Well, I mean, is it possible just to get some indication? I mean, are there people working in Australia for contractors, but they were regarded not as being affected by the decision, or are they people offshore?
No, there were no people who were triggered the definition.
I understand. That's, with respect, Mr. Wiley, that's a bureaucratic answer because I don't know what your definition is, and we can come to that. But I'm asking a different question. Were they people? Were they Australians?
People who had no defence experience. People who had applications from people from Bunnings and KFC and various other broad-ranging applications of people who wanted to join or saw this an opportunity for other ones.
What's the affected worker definition that you used?
Okay.
Can you read it to me?
Yeah, I'm going to bear with me and see if I can find it. So all shipbuilding workers deemed as affected by government will be offered a...
Sorry, can you slow down? All, just, if we could do it slowly, thank you. All...
I actually don't have the definition in front of me. Can I ask somebody to get me the definition and I'll come to you?
Yeah, well, I think Senator Patrick's going to turn up shortly, so I'm sure he's got some questions, so you'll have a bit of time. But I would like to know what the definition is,
Yeah.
if that's okay. Thank you.
I do have some information if it would help Senator Wong.
Okay.
For Naval Group Australia, all Australian citizen employees are eligible to apply for the talent pool by default, except executive level employees. For Lockheed Martin Australia, all Australian citizen employees are eligible by default, except the following: employees of Lockheed Martin Australia not directly or wholly engaged on the attack class program, or executive level employees. Non-citizens not eligible by default, but ASC may, in consultation with Defence, accept these employees into the talent pool on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, where did you provision this out of? Funding for this program?
Funding for the sovereign shipbuilding talent pool was provisioned from within the C1000 program.
Right, so within the 5.5 over the forwards,
So I'm not sure about that
Okay.
figure, because that figure, Senator Wong, I think you're using includes expended funds as well.
Yep.
But it was provisioned from within
Okay, so the money we were gonna
previously existing budget for C1000.
basically you're funding this redeployment service, redeployment mechanism out of the money that was supposed to be spent on the submarines.
Yes, as
Okay.
workforce retention strategy
Sure,
for
how
submarines
much-
and other shipbuilding
How
programs.
much, what's the provision for the program over the forwards? For this component?
I don't know whether Mr Wiley can help. We can see
Mr Wiley, what's the
what
provision
we
for the
can do there, but
SSTP over the forward estimates, please? Sorry, did you need me to repeat that, Mr Wiley?
Oh, sorry, you're asking me?
Yes, I was asking
sorry.
you a question.
Sorry,
What-
sorry.
What is the
The,
provision, what is the budget provision for the SSTP over the current financial year and forward estimates year by year, please?
So I haven't got it by financial year. I have it over a 3-year period. It's 200. Can you not hear me?
Sorry?
Yes, we can hear
Could you
you.
not hear me?
Yes. 290
Okay,
million.
it's 290 million over a 3-year period.
So that's a cumulative cost.
That's the cumulative cost,
Can
yes.
someone please give me the annual allocation? Secretary?
No, we don't have that detail.
Well, come on, this is ridiculous. It's a program. Can someone just find out and come back?
We can see what we can find out, Senator, but
Well, how hard is it to work out? You put
It's-
all of this into, the finance would be across all of this, ASC should be across all of this. We don't, you budget in financial years. What is the allocation? How is the allocation 290 broken up?
This is
Well,
funding from Defence
we'll
to
ask
ASC. So if Mr Wiley is able to provide that at his end, then that's fine. Otherwise, we'll have to seek it from Defence.
Mr Wiley, can you please just find, somebody in your organisation will know how much they're allowed to spend each year on this?
Yeah, we're acting that.
Thank you. Okay. All right, let's just go. So there were 5 work streams with the SSTP, Mr Wiley, that you and I, or you and Senator Smith as well, discussed. They were, if I can just go through them and just make sure we've got them right. 1, the core Collins sustainment work, including the LOTE. Secondly, number 2, seconding persons into other shipbuilding programs. 3rd, placing displaced people into overseas secondments with their nuclear industries and universities overseas. 4, establishing a future-focused learning and development program. And 5, providing people into the nuclear-powered task force. So they're the 5 streams.
That is correct.
Right. Where have you allocated any of the 155 people who have commenced to any of those streams?
The majority are now working inside the Collins stream.
Okay.
We have approximately 25 in the learning development stream and 3 in the nuclear task force advisory stream.
Okay. So, and how many in the first? Be-
It's approximately 129.
128, if it's 155 commenced. Anyway, doesn't matter. Over 120 plus. Any in number 2, seconding persons into other shipbuilding programs?
Not at this stage, no.
Any into overseas secondments?
No, not at this stage.
Future focused learning development is 25 and nuclear powered task force is 3.
That's correct.
All right, so that's the 155, although that doesn't quite add up, but anyway, we've got
The-
one.
Those streams are available to all of ASC personnel. So the learning development stream and nuclear task
Okay.
stream could be with ASC original personnel.
Okay, can you tell me, of the 155 who have commenced through the SSTP, how many of those have been allocated to the streams? So I don't want the streams with existing ASC personnel and others mixed up. I'd actually like to know, of the 155, how many have been allocated to each stream?
So it's 129 is definitely in Collins.
You had me 128 before, but that's all right, yep.
25, I believe, is 21.
Stream 4,
Yeah, it's 25 is the number I have here, so that's 154. So it's one in the nuclear task force advisory.
right, and the other 2 are existing ASC employees?
Yeah, that's correct.
Right,
yes.
okay, thank you. And what happened to the other, so was it 233, so what's that? 78? 80?
They still work for NGA, and they will transition as the program closes.
NGA, Naval Group
Group.
Australia.
Naval Group Australia, yeah.
So they'll go from there to these streams when what?
Over the next 6 to 9 months, they will transition across.
Okay. Mr. Wiley, the advertiser, using a question on notice I'd asked in estimates, wrote an article about basically that defence forward planning on submarines showed about 1,080 fewer jobs in South Australia as at 2030, compared under the government's new program compared with the French submarines. Do you have any knowledge of those figures, Mr. Wiley?
No, I don't.
Have you, the question on notice defence provided, which I cannot read because it's in very small font, I can barely read, essentially looked at where the submarine program would be in South Australia as at 2030 under one policy and under the other. So we've got two snapshots of workforce projections for submarines, one pre the ditching of the attack class subs, one post. And the difference as at 2030 in South Australia is 1,080. So 1,500 people are expected to work on the nuclear powered subs in 2030 compared with the anticipated 2,580 on the attack class boats.
Is there a question there?
I'm asking you whether those figures reflect your understanding of workforce requirements for ASC going forward.
So ASC had no engagement with the attack numbers, so I would have no basis of understanding of those numbers. And I assume the numbers are forecast based on the nuclear program. That was a come from the task force. Again, we've not provided those, had any input into those numbers. So we've not seen those numbers or had any engagement in providing data to those numbers.
Right, so there's not been any discussion with you about how many people we need to keep engaged, including through the SSTP or other programs, to ensure that we have workforce, even at the lower level, at 2030. That hasn't been discussed with you?
Not in that sense, no.
What has been discussed with you about workforce retention? Have any numbers been discussed with you?
Not specifically in workforce retention. Obviously, the retention piece has been primarily focused around SSTP, but we have provided data to the task force on potential scenarios of nuclear build. But
So you've been asked to do that by whom?
under a tasking inside the task force, we've provided data to the task force on potential build scenarios.
Potential build scenarios. How many scenarios were you asked to provide information on?
We provided one scenario.
And does that scenario involve a proportion of the build in South Australia at ASC?
The analysis we did assumed, so it was trying to think, it wasn't specifically South Australia, but we provided some analysis about what a build workforce could look like.
Assuming what proportion of build?
Full build.
Full build. And when was that provided?
I think about 3 or 4 weeks ago.
And does that, that was at the request of the task force?
That's correct.
And did it go to workforce numbers?
Total numbers, yes.
Total numbers. Did it go to expertise?
No.
Right, so the issue of that currently we don't have a workforce that's trained to construct, was that, what were their plans to, as to how you would ensure you develop those workforce skills to enable the construction of a nuclear submarine, part of that analysis?
Not in that part of the analysis. I mean, that is part of the remit that we have to do as part under the SSTP, look at those skills and training programs, and that is work we're currently ongoing as part of the SSTP, but it wasn't part of that analysis.
Right. How long does it take from a construction point of view, so leaving aside the operation, what are you working to if the government's policy of building in South Australia is to come to fruition? What is your assessment or your analysis of the sort of training that would be required of the workforce? Numbers, for how long, to what level?
We haven't done that detailed analysis across the board for an entire workforce. Again, we're at the early days of SSTP. That is part of some of the work we need to consider. And obviously the range of training per skill set will vary greatly depending on skills and skill type. So it's quite a complex question you ask, and we certainly haven't done that analysis today to be able to fully answer it.
Has anyone asked you to?
It is part of the work we're doing under SSTP to consider skill sets and
No, but it's
skill
but that's a different point, isn't it? That's a different point. I understand redeployment and skill sets as a component on how you support people and develop people through a redeployment process. I'm actually asking a different question. Constructing a nuclear submarine is a massive, complex undertaking. A more complex engineering and technological task than we've undertaken. And I'm assuming that if we're going to build it here, construct it here, that there would be required, we would require quite a lot of training, skills development, for our workforce. Of course, you're right, that would be you'd have some at some level and some at another level, etc. But given the lead time on that, I'd like to know what work is being undertaken to invest in those skills, that is, the skills that would be required to deliver what the government's promising.
As I indicated, I believe those skills that analysis is part of our remit under SSTP, to consider the educational and training developments required for this endeavour. And we're currently going through a market scan of educational providers and industry agencies to look at what are the lead times, how that training could be provided, and we have a number of deliverables that we have to deliver to the task force that inform some of those questions.
What can you tell me about those?
At this stage, it's really, I said, we're at the infancy of doing this work. I mean, we're only sort of 2 to 3 months into this. We are engaging with the universities and overseas providers of these services. We are currently planning an overseas trip to go and talk to them, and we're actually very much in the early stage. So the data available is very minimal at this point.
Okay, so we're still in the preliminary stage. Would it be a fair assessment, or would it be a fair summary to say, as yet, we don't have a clear plan as to how many people trained in which areas and the lead times associated with them, but that work is starting?
That work has definitely started, and it's going to take some time to actually put together and provide that detail.
Right. So back to the 128.25 and the 1. So this is the SST people who have been accepted and have commenced. Are the 128 who are allocated to Collins Sustainment actually doing work on the Collins?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. And the 25 who are in the Future Focused Learning and Development Program, what are they doing?
They're working on a range of studies. They could be working CPN certification, postgraduate certification in marine engineering, associate degrees in engineering, graduate certs in business, Bachelor of Engineering, and also we have 12 personnel who are doing Cert 3 in fabrication who are linked to their apprentices. So.
Okay. And then we've got one in the Nuclear Power Task Force, which is what
That's
we've
correct,
been
yeah.
discussing. Okay.
Yeah.
I think Senator Patrick was keen for the call, so...
That's one clarifying question.
Yes, Senator Patterson.
Mr. Wiley, I'm not sure if you can say, what are the total workforce numbers you're expecting under the scenario you presented to Task Force?
Sorry, was that
Sorry,
Sorry,
Mr. Wiley, I'll
was that-
repeat that. Senator Patterson here just asking a clarifying question following Senator Wong. What are the total workforce numbers you are advising you're likely to need to Task Force under this scenario?
So under the SSTP, we believe that we're going to have 233 personnel come across. In terms of what are the total numbers of workforce that we're going to train about, I think that's going to be varied in terms of the positions that become available and the placements. As I said, as I previously said, these opportunities are not just available to the affected workers; they're available to the whole of the ASC workforce. So we actually haven't been given a target number. It's for our.
Do you have an estimate? Do you have an
So we
estimate?
haven't given. So as a minimum, I mean, we definitely want to keep as many of the affected workers as we can, but we want to look at trying to maximise the opportunity inside the workforce as we can to actually start these training development activities up.
Okay.
So I haven't got a target number or an estimate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Senator Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to the study that was commissioned by the the Nuclear Submarine Task Force, how was that work commissioned? Was it by way of a purchase order, or is it somehow funded through Collins Sustainment?
So are you referring to the analysis that we provided on? It was a request that came through. So under the SSTP, we have a stream of work called Nuclear Task Force Advisory, which is a stream 5, and we got a request to provide some advice on that, and it would be funded for that stream 5 of that work of the SSTP.
So within that body of work, that you get a tasking instruction, and you've got some agreed rates or something, have you? Is that how that works?
Yeah, effectively, yes.
Okay, what was the time frame over which that analysis was conducted? Has it concluded?
So it was the analysis was done very quickly. It was probably done over a period of a week. It was a question. It wasn't a formal tasking per se. It was a sort of a question that came through from the task force to provide some advice, and we turned it around in effectively a week.
Okay, and the nature of that advice was the impact of a build, 100% build here in Australia. Is that how I understand it?
We were asked to provide sort of an indicative estimate of a likely build workforce for a nuclear platform, generic platform, basically.
Okay, and what was the number that was provided to the task force?
Look, the number is obviously, it depends on where you take the read. Look, at abundance of caution, I mean, this work we do is classified, so I will take that question on notice whether I can.
I don't think workforce numbers are classified. We talk about them all the time in this in these proceedings. So you're suggesting you need to take that on notice to refer that to a minister. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, no, I need to just make sure I'm not breaching any confidentiality agreements that we've committed to on this.
I'm afraid confidentiality agreements, particularly between a government entity and a government business enterprise, don't apply in respect of the Senate. So you'll have to do better than that, Mr. Wiley.
He's taken it on notice, Senator Patrick.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll take it on notice.
Okay. Can you please table the advice that was provided to the task force? And again, happy for you to take that on notice.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll take it on notice.
Thank you very much. Just in relation to that tasking, I recall during the attack class program, ASC provided a significant amount of advice and interaction with Naval Group. That's correct, isn't it? That's your previous evidence?
Yeah, that's correct.
Were you ever paid for that activity, or was that just a business development activity?
It was a mixture of both.
Okay, thank you. In the assumptions used in the study, was it to be ASC as the builder of the nuclear submarines, or was it to be a US or UK company? I'm not asking which one, but
that wasn't part of the question. It was looking at generically what is the size and the shape of the resource profile that would be generated from a nuclear build. It wasn't questioned whether it was an Australian or US or UK. It was just looking at the resource profile.
Yeah, so you'd have worked off the fact that, or your own understanding of how your shipyard works to be able to give a reasonable, well-informed advice back to the task group.
Yeah, we certainly use our experiences from Collins to shape some of the numbers, yes.
Okay, thank you. In relation to the task group, you said in an answer last time that you only had one member embedded in the nuclear task force. Is that still the case? So we currently got 3 members supporting the task force. We're actually looking to provide other services for a number of other tasks as well, so that number is increasing. Yeah, just the one surprised me, noting that you are in fact the one body here in Australia that has the greatest expertise in submarine building. Do you expect that number to go up significantly?
Yeah, I will expect that number. I mean, I'm aware of taskings that are coming through, which we're responding to now, that would put us into between 10 and 15 people potentially in the task force. And I would anticipate that may increase further as well.
How many other taskings have you received in relation to the future submarine?
So we've got 2 more that have come through in the last week.
And what are those taskings?
They're to provide a range of services and relating to support to the task force.
That's a very yes, Minister answer. Can you give me some detail as to what the tasking is?
Program and build support, program and build knowledge in support of the task force. I'm not sure what the task force is going to do with that knowledge, but it's the expertise in program and build, effectively, in terms of submarine skills.
So you clearly have that expertise.
what's the question that has been asked by the task group?
I mean, these people are going to work above the line effectively, so I don't know what is the question they're asking. What I've been asked to is provide expertise into the task force
Sorry.
for them to work.
I may have confused you. You've indicated there are 3 people working inside the task group, and clearly they're working, as you say, above the line, and you might not have knowledge as to what it is they're doing. I'm talking about tasks that have been requested of ASC, similar to the one that you talked about to Senator Wong.
So we have no more tasking effectively requested of us.
So that's the only task you have received in relation to the future submarine?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I asked last time around how many General Dynamic electric boat personnel were at ASC, and I didn't get an answer to that. You took it on notice. Maybe it hasn't made it through the system. I'm hoping you could help me out.
So we actually we don't have anyone currently on site. We have re-engaged with Electric Boat in terms of their support. So those conversations are currently ongoing about re-engaging with them and getting support to Collins.
When did that presence at ASC conclude?
It was late. I'm not sure the specific date. I'll take it on notice, but generic. I think it was it was late last year, but I don't know the exact date. I'll take it on notice by that date.
Have you looked at any upgrades to ASC in respect of a future submarine build at all?
In terms of, has ASC considered facilities? Is that the question?
Yeah, just in relation to the future submarine. I'll come back to the Collins shortly.
No, ASC has not done any work in that space.
Okay. You had talked about upgrades to ASC North just as a matter of course to address, ageing technologies and your requirements in relation to LOTE. Any further details on what upgrades might be happening at ASC?
I've previously talked about the digital upgrade that's going on. We're currently considering the opportunity to move some personnel into the CSPIS facility that was part of the ATTACK program to allow for maybe the LOTE team to work as an integrated project team inside that building and relieve some of our pressures from a workforce perspective.
Okay. It was reported last year that the Minister for Defence had discussions with his counterpart in Sweden, Minister Peter Hultqvist, that I presume you are doing work with the Swedes on a Collins Batch 2 or looking at things like obsolescence, addressing obsolescence?
We're not looking at working with Swedes on a Collins Batch 2, but we are working we're looking to engage Saab Kockums as part of the LOTE program, and we have engaged them with some consultancy services to date where they have provided support into the LOTE program.
Okay, and so what sort of tasking is it possible that the Swedes may get out of the LOTE program? Has that been looked at?
So, as a previous report, we're in sort of negotiations at the moment that they haven't come to conclusion, but I'm very confident that this month they will do. Where they are going to provide a role of a capability partner into the LOTE program, where they will provide specialist skills on particular equipments and installations. They have a range of integration skills that ASC doesn't have, because obviously their currency as a builder is newer than ours, and I think leveraging off those integration capabilities will be definitely beneficial to LOTE. So we're in the process of trying to draw them into the LOTE program for those types of capabilities.
Okay, and how will that look in terms of sort of numbers of people? And I understand it's not finalised, but are we talking tens of Swedes, hundreds of Swedes? Are we talking people that are located on site in Osborne, or are they going to be at Malmo or somewhere else?
I think it's all of those scenarios you covered. We're certainly looking to have probably up to 8 or 9 Swedish engineers in Adelaide, and the ability to reach back and and deliver package of work to be done through Malmo as well. So it's a broad ranging solution.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Just finally, on the topic of COVID, how many ARC workers have been affected by COVID, either infected or have had to take leave for isolation purposes?
Look, I haven't got those numbers to hand. We've had significant impact from the workforce on shift associated with isolations on COVID, but I don't have the specific numbers. But
So did you say significant or insignificant?
yeah, we've lost thousands of shifts associated with COVID disruption.
Okay, and how has that affected the schedule for the current boat that you're working on?
There obviously has been some disruptions inside that program, but we're looking at how we can mitigate that, we continue to manage COVID as best we can.
So what boat do you have doing a full cycle docking right now?
Deshano is currently doing the full cycle docking.
Okay, and what is the schedule impact of COVID on that full cycle docking?
So the schedule, the loss of the volume hours hasn't actually driven the duration of the activity. So we've lost skills at a volume rate. What it means is we're doing more work in phases when we wouldn't be doing it. So we're having to sort of level load our resources differently. So the schedule per se is not expecting extended due to COVID.
As a former project manager, I don't quite understand how you might do that with a workforce that is capped and would normally be attuned to doing a full cycle docking. If you've lost a significant amount of time early on in the piece, unless you expand your workforce, i.e. increase the resources, it's not normally possible to maintain schedule.
So the profile of a full cycle docking is not level. It's got a series of peaks, and the back end of the activity is in the in-water phase, and where the volume of labour is probably half of what it would be inside the hall. We're having to shoehorn a lot more work into that activity. So from a schedule perspective, it's not driving the activity, but from a cost perspective, it will obviously increase because it's been done probably in a more inefficient manner because we're having to do work we normally do in the outfitting hall while we're doing it in water. And also, replanning and redistributing work is disruptive and less efficient, as you'd appreciate.
Sure. Can you just on notice provide those details of interruptions, i.e. the number of hours, just so that we can reconcile that when Deshano comes out?
No problems.
Okay, and just finally, how has COVID affected the work at Henderson, both directly and also in relation to things like border closures and people in Adelaide who might have been required to provide expertise to the Western Australian shipyard?
It's a similar story. That this COVID has been disrupted. We've had we did lose currently an activity in the West. We did lose a week on the critical path because of COVID, where we lost a whole team of people. That meant we couldn't do work. So there was an activity that was extended by a week over there, specifically directly linked to COVID. It's been very difficult to manage resources in Western Australia with the way the restrictions on being able to travel, and we've had to become really self-reliant in WA as much as we can. Technology has helped us quite a bit in terms of being able to have teams and work remotely. The technology and the way that is now allowing us to work has significantly been accelerated, I think, by COVID. So I feel like there's a positive that's come out of the COVID environment. The ability to support remotely has been significantly improved, but it's been COVID's been a very difficult period for the business, but however we have continued to manage and find actions to mitigate those difficulties, and we remain primarily on track to meet all our objectives.
All right, so when you provide those answers on notice, could you please differentiate between Western Australia and South Australia when you provide those numbers? Thank you. Thank you, Judy.
Thank you very much, Senator Patrick. And before I hand over to Senator Wong, there was a little bit of weird feedback just in those. No. I don't think it was you, Senator Wong, at all. I think it was something with the video connection. So if that continues, we'll address that. But as long as everyone can hear everything fine, we'll move on. Oh,
Oh, I misled you, Chair, sorry.
I think I've got A and I.
oh. No further
Hang
questions.
on, just hang on a sec.
Okay.
Sorry, no, apologise. You thought that was lucky, wasn't it? My
You let
apologies.
that one slip away, Chair.
Yeah, bad luck. Okay.
You do have some
I
questions, Senator
do,
Wong?
I apologise.
Okay.
I
Okay.
thought we were moving to A and I, but,
I can if you want to.
no.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wiley, I wanted to ask you some questions about the possible expansion of the Osborne shipyard and the earmarking or ostensible earmarking of land, I think to the north of the existing shipyard, for a possible expanded shipyard to house proposed nuclear submarines. So first I want to ask you, what involvement have you had, or has ASC had in this?
So I personally involved in supporting the infrastructure as a member of the Infrastructure Expert Advisory Forum, where I provide advice into that forum, sort of directly into the task force. But generally, ASC has no involvement other than that advice that I provide.
Did you ever provide advice to that forum about the need to earmark land north of the current shipyard to expand the shipyard?
The advice, again, so I'm not sure what I can say here in this space. Again, I've had to sign confidentiality agreements on the work and the advice I provide. I've not shared that advice with anybody. So abundance of caution.
Who'd you sign confidentiality agreements with?
So as a member of the IEF, I was asked, I'm signing agreements not to share the information that I'm privy to as part of that group. So
Who asked you?
it's part of the being part of the task force.
But yes, but whose decision is that? Is that government decision?
I assume that's. I'm not sure whose decision that was, but that's part of the agreement for providing advice to the task force.
And who runs the task force? Is that run out of Defence?
The task force is led by Vice Admiral Mead and Sean from Defence, yes.
All right, so presumably Defence has asked you to sign this non-disclosure or confidentiality.
That's correct, yeah.
And Senator Patrick can jump in and explain to you that we don't accept that here in the Senate, but just for the purposes of moving on for the moment.
Can I ask one question, maybe?
Always.
Thank you. Mr. Wiley, it is in fact, it's standard procedure in any confidentiality contract signed by the Commonwealth to include a carve-out for the disclosure of information in circumstances where it's required by, for example, a court or in response to a question from a House of Parliament. Can you tell me whether or not that requirement is in that particular agreement that you've signed?
I would have to, I'd have to take that question on notice. I don't remember, to be honest.
How about we do it this way? I just want to know whether or not, as part of the discussions in that forum, the issue of land acquisition by lease or purchase has been considered.
Not with me, no.
Right. So when there's an article in the Advertiser which splashes with massive new shipyard, additional leased land, etc., did you have any knowledge about that proposal before it appeared in the Advertiser?
I had knowledge of the considerations of the task force. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure I'm really answering your question. So it's a difficult. I'm trying to think how I answer this. Obviously, as part of the task force, we're asked to consider a range of scenarios, and some scenarios such as increasing site capacity. I've probably been talking too much at this point in time. Were considered, but again, regarding those.
Okay, this is I don't understand this answer. Sorry. I don't understand the answer. Advertiser Sash's front page with lots of
About the
comments from
advertiser.
Senator Birmingham about the proposal to lease land north of the shipyard. I'm asking whether prior to that going public, you had any knowledge of that proposition.
I had no knowledge of the commercial arrangements of leasing of land, no.
And were you involved in providing advice as to the area of land that might be required?
I think I'm straying into areas that I'm not sure I can provide advice on. And again, look, at abundance of caution, I would like to take the question on notice. I've provided advice on considerations by the task force, and that obviously is in relation to potential shipyard scenarios in terms of space.
Okay. Just point out that your shareholder minister is here, and so in terms of advancing a public interest community, the minister can do that right now.
And Senator Patrick, I think Mr Wiley, in terms of at least wishing to check some of these matters as part of the arrangements he's entered into with Defence under the task force is being prudent. I would note that the work the task force is doing is not work exclusively with the Australian government. The task force is working closely with the governments of the United States and the United Kingdom as part of the nuclear-powered submarine procurement arrangements, and so the confidentiality arrangements and security arrangements the task force is undertaking are matters which Vice Admiral Mead and Defence are better placed to respond to, but which do have some of those sensitivities of engagement with foreign governments attached to them.
Concerned about the site at Osborne.
No, and I'm sure with ANI we will get into the detail of some elements of that insofar as Mr Seaton can speak to. I think what we've heard from Mr Wiley is that as part of the task force and the workings of its different groups, there have been, I think as he's put it, discussions about the potential requirements in terms of land or infrastructure, but obviously the actual responsibilities for land or infrastructure are not ASC's responsibilities, they're ANI's responsibilities.
May I continue, Chair? Thank you. All right, I want to ask about your understanding. I'm only asking about your understanding, Mr Wiley, as to the status of the expansion. Do you have any knowledge as to the status of the expansion? Do you have?
No, I don't.
Sorry?
No.
I hadn't actually asked a question, but
Okay.
what are you answering no to, Mr Wiley?
I have no knowledge of the status of expansion.
Right, so you don't know how much, you've not been advised or you haven't got any information as to how much it's proposed to cost?
No.
Or where budgeting for that is provisioned from?
No.
Or any time frame for completion?
No.
Do you have any knowledge of any other areas around Osborne that could be considered?
No.
Has there been any discussion that, about the possibility of an option other than Osborne?
I have no knowledge of any other options, no.
You can't tell me when this so-called triple-sized Osborne shipyard facility is targeted to be operational?
No, I can't.
Now, the task force that you've described, I think, has got an 18-month review period which ends in about March of next year, correct?
I believe that to be correct, yes.
Yes. Do you have any knowledge as to why a lease was required now for what is already South Australian government-owned land?
No, I have no knowledge, no.
Did anyone explain to you why, under Stephen Marshall's government, we had to start talking about a lease in order to obtain land that was already owned by the South Australian government?
No, the only information I've heard about the lease has been in the press.
Right. I mean, because the implication seems to be that a South Australian government would sell the land, might sell the land, and we were hedging against that risk. Is that really a possibility?
No, these are not questions for me. These are questions for the task force.
Okay.
So I've not been I've not been involved in these types of conversations.
Okay, can I ask about the quantity of land? If I don't accept your sort of non-answering, but if we just choose to leave that to one side for one point, have you actually worked out how much land you might need?
That's part of the deliberation of the task force. I don't believe they've landed on what actually they need. I mean, that's part of the scope of work that's currently being undertaken.
Right. So how did the government know how much land to lease if we haven't landed on how big this is?
Those are questions for government, not for me. I don't know how they came up with that
I
analysis.
suspect it was to make sure there was an announcement before an election.
Questions for A&I.
Yeah, it's
Well,
questions
they'll
for
be
you. I
here
think
in
it's
a few,
pretty clear
in a
what
few
you...
minutes.
Anyway.
A&I can tell you who advised who on that.
Okay. Can I go to workforce again? Question on notice 4 from the last supplementary estimates, supplementary estimates, which I haven't got here. I don't seem to have that actually. Do you have a question on notice 4? Okay, perhaps someone in my office could email me question on notice number 4, or maybe the secretary can give it to me. I've got a reference to a question in here in my pack, but I haven't got the attachment, I don't think.
Is that the one on?
This is the one that looks at the OPVs and the loss of industry jobs in the OPVs as a consequence.
No, number 4 is about General Dynamics.
Do you have some questions? I'll try and ascertain what's happening. Rex?
Yeah, okay.
why
I
don't
might
you
just
do it?
ask a couple of supplementaries in relation to what had been put. Mr. Wiley, you might recall during the discussions about whether full cycle dockings were to be conducted in Perth or in Adelaide, the government made a claim that there was not enough room to simultaneously carry out future frigate work, future submarine work, and Collins full cycle docking work at the same time. I actually rubbished that in the media, but were you aware of that claim, that there was a problem in relation to the size of the facility at Osborne?
No.
Just Mr. Wiley, I mean, Senator Patrick, I think I certainly know in relation to my language at the time, I made clear that those factors were all factors of assessment in terms of the decision. It wasn't a claim that there was not enough room. It was a matter of what was being assessed as part of the consideration there. I'll let Mr. Wiley.
I can tell you, I went for a drive past there. I assessed it immediately. I don't think there was any significant difficulties, and particularly in circumstances where it's South Australian owned land. I find that a little bit disingenuous, that response, Minister.
And Senator Patrick, the decision, and it wasn't just about land, the decision obviously was to maintain full cycle docking and undertake life of type extension at Osborne.
Yeah, but there was a concern that there was not enough room to be able to do that. And it seems to me that was pretty much a furphy. We've now gone to a point where we're acquiring land for a future submarine that requires even more room than the attack class did, whilst still doing Collins-like work, Collins full cycle docking work and future frigate work. I'm just trying to get to an understanding of
and
what
Senator
happened.
Patrick, those issues indeed were all satisfactorily addressed to provide for all of those work streams to be undertaken at Osborne, as well as the considerations around workforce availability and other factors in terms of cost and effectiveness
So-
determined in favour of keeping the work at Osborne.
So when you made those assessments, Minister, about, or you raised the point about there needed to be an assessment, who advised you on that?
Oh, Senator Patrick, I mean, they were the matters that were being looked at to inform the decision. All of those matters in terms of the effectiveness of the continuous shipbuild program, the operation and availability of Collins class, and those workforce land costs and other factors.
Yeah, but someone would have given you some advice that needed to be assessed, and I'd like to be able to ask whomever gave you that advice the basis of their concern and how they, why they provided that advice to you. So, hence the reason I'm wondering who actually provided you with the information that raised that concern.
The
in your
analysis
mind.
and the factors that were being analysed were undertaken by Defence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Patrick. Looking at Labor Senator. Yep, Senator Wong.
I don't seem to have a reply, but I'll just wing it. So I think the question on notice was from Defence and projected as between 22 and 23 the number of industry jobs as a consequence of the OPV program in South Australia finishing. And it said that 300 industry workers employed, this is a Quan from October 2021, 300 industry workers employed in the OPV program in 2022 then becomes zero in 2023. I'm trying to understand if those figures are still correct. That is, are we anticipating the OPVs ending next year?
Is that a question for me?
Yes,
Senator?
it is. It's a question. For you.
So really, that should question be directed to Defence. ASC isn't privy to that information.
Well, what information do you have about workforce on OPVs?
Well, we provide certain skills into the program, but not the whole range of skills. So that the complete picture would have to come from Defence.
I understand that. What can you tell me about the OPV workforce?
I can't tell you anything about its program and its runoff and its resource demand.
Sorry.
I can't tell you what that demand looks like. It's forward forecast. That's the question for Defence and LISN.
But you have no knowledge of what's happening with the OPV workforce?
No, other than the future, we have a rolling wave on certain skill sets based on their program, but it's not a complete picture of the program. It only relates to basically the whole fabrication and some sector work activities. The electrical skills and other outfitting skills are provided by other providers. We only provide some part of that workforce.
Which part do you provide again?
Primarily the whole fabrication skills.
Okay, so how many have you got employed on that?
So currently through ASC, we have, there's 19 ASC employees, 173 BAE employees and 44 from other suppliers.
Okay. Right, so in terms of the reduction in BAE employees, you're saying you have no knowledge of that?
We would have some projection. I don't have it in front of me, but certainly I could take that question on notice. What our forward projection of our work scope is relating to the program. I can take that question on, but it's not related to the total workforce and it's not related to the program.
Okay. So Defence.
Defence.
Okay. Thanks, Mr Wiley.
Thank you very much, Senator Wong. All good from you, Senator Patrick? Very good. Thank you very much to ASC for coming along today. Thank you. And we will dismiss you now and bring on ANI. I welcome Mr Andrew Seaton, Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of Australian Naval Infrastructure, and other officers of ANI. Mr Seaton, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, I won't.
Very good. Senator... Senator Wong?
The Prime Minister in his Lowy speech of the 7th of March 2022 announced the shortlisting of 3 potential locations for a supposed new East Coast submarine base. I want to know what ANI involvement there was, if any, in relation to what we know was a down selection of 19 locations to the 3 locations.
ANI was not involved
At
in
all?
that decision at all. You need to understand ANI was formed to own, develop, operate shipbuilding infrastructure, not naval bases.
Yes, I understand that. I just wonder if you had any involvement.
The answer's no.
And the discussion that we've had, which you probably heard in relation to with Mr Wiley, were you involved in, was ANI involved at all in the decision to engage in lease negotiations with the South Australian Government?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so tell me about that. When did that start?
So ANI started its involvement with the Nuclear Submarine Task Force shortly after the AUKUS announcement. There was an infrastructure working group formed as part of that NPS task force, and ANI has a role in that infrastructure working group.
Who else is on the working group?
So defence personnel from the NPS task force. I heard Mr Wiley talk about his role as a independent expert advisory panel that provides input into that working group.
Well, you give me 3 entities, so Defence, ANI and ASC. Any other entities?
Finance are involved. That's best of my knowledge.
Okay. How often does it meet? The infrastructure working group?
It's met regularly. I'd say, I'd estimate monthly.
Okay. And are
since
there
the
any
AUKUS
representatives from any minister's office on either the working group or the task force?
I'm not sure the differentiation between the minister's office and the bureaucracy, Senator.
That's probably something you should learn.
But there's people from Department of Finance and people from Department of Defence, but not specifically directly from the minister's office.
Okay.
To be clear, there, Senator Wong is not.
No.
But it's
Well, Department of Finance and Department of Defence are represented.
Okay. When was there a decision of this working group or to advise the government to commence lease negotiations with Renewal SA?
Yes, there was options worked up for
By whom?
facilities, or through the working group with input from ANI.
Right. Options worked up at a request of whom?
As part of the NPS task force deliberations.
NPS, nuclear
Powered submarines.
submarines.
Yeah.
So did the task force ask the working group to work up options? What's your evidence on that? Things don't just appear out of air,
Senator,
right? Somebody has tasked you to do this. So
Yes.
how did that happen?
Senator, the working group is part of the task force.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay, and so the working group worked up options for the facilities at Osborne. It became evident quite early in that process that we needed more land, and so ANI was tasked, initially informally, some months ago,
By whom?
through the working group.
Sure, okay. So
yeah,
the working group says to you, go away and look at options for more land.
That's right.
Okay. And you came back to the working group?
Yes.
When did you do that?
Through late 2021 and early 2022, we came back to the working group with a number of options.
A number of options.
I think I said in the February estimates that we were looking at the art of the possible at Osborne as to what facilities.
So a number
could
of
be built.
options, some of which involved Osborne, some of which involved other locations.
We were focused on Osborne.
That wasn't my question. Did you provide any options which looked at other locations?
No, we didn't.
So you came to a number of options with Osborne,
Yes.
all of which involve land acquisition of some form.
No.
So there was options which didn't involve an expansion of the facility, like the actual footprint.
There were options that didn't involve an expansion of the footprint.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay, so the options, who made the decision to go with the option that did involve, let's rewind. So there's options which involve no extension of footprint, there's options which involve extension of footprint, and I would infer options as to how you would extend, correct? So there's a number of
Yes.
decisions to be made.
Yes.
Who made the decision to go with the leasing option?
Senator, the options are still live,
Right.
but the clear direction is that more land is required.
The options are still live. What does that mean?
Senator, the design of the infrastructure will be dependent on the submarine, the build strategy for the submarine, the length, the diameter, the displacement of the submarine.
What does build strategy mean?
Build strategy means how the submarine is fabricated. So the size of the sections of the submarine that you fabricate individually and then put together, whether you're outfitting the submarine vertically or horizontally. There's a lot of nuance in how you build a submarine, Senator.
Can I just ask about the build strategy? So you've looked at a range of options on that because that then has consequences for infrastructure, correct?
At a very high level, Senator, that's
Right.
correct.
But it might be one of the options you've considered is essentially assembly as opposed to build from scratch.
No,
So
Senator. No, that's
big-
not correct.
Well, you just talked about things coming together. So I'm just trying to understand, does that mean we get it in different component parts offshore, comes to Adelaide or wherever, and then is assembled?
No, Senator, the work that we're doing is looking at a fully integrated submarine yard at Osborne. I think
What did you mean by build strategy then?
Well, the build strategy, Naval Group, for example, had a different build strategy than Electric Boat or BAE would
Okay.
use.
All right.
It's just the processes, technology and methodology that they use to build
Right.
the submarine.
Was the when did you come back to the working group with your options about land expansion? When did you first come back?
Senator, this has been an iterative process. I don't know that there was a specific date,
Okay.
but it was through late 2021.
Okay. And does one of them involve, well, one of the options that you put forward, the one which was announced, which is the leasing of land? Was that something that you,
Yes.
but it's not the only one?
There were other options to use the existing footprint, but they're not as attractive
Okay.
as
So who
the
made the
expanded
decision to
footprint.
go with the leasing option? Is that a decision of government?
No, Senator, it's been an iterative
Right, so there isn't a
process
decision
with the working group.
as yet.
There is a clear direction that the additional land is required. So
Right.
we have been tasked with ensuring that we have access to that land in future.
Okay.
And the way we're doing that is through leasing the land initially,
Okay,
but with a view towards ultimately purchasing that land.
okay. So was there any government decision associated with this?
There was a government direction to...
No, but have you actually commenced negotiations for lease?
Yes, we have.
Right, when did you commence those?
Early this year. I'd say January this year.
Okay, with Renewal SA.
That's correct.
But in order to do that, I'm asking if there was any decision by government?
There was a
commence it-
direction given to
I
ANI.
don't understand what a direction means. Was there a...
So we brief our shareholder departments.
Thank you. And you indicated this is what was going to happen on the basis that you had authority to negotiate?
That's right.
And who negotiates?
My staff.
Right, not you. Can I ask one thing? Why, so Renewal SA, the South Australian government already owned the land.
Yes.
Was there any suggestion they would have not been cooperative?
No.
Then why do we have to lease it?
We didn't want to leave anything to chance, Senator.
How much is the lease going to cost?
It will be a commercial lease rate.
It just seems bizarre. I mean, I can't imagine the Marshall government, I can't imagine any South Australian government actually saying to the Commonwealth, we're not going to give you the land for nuclear submarine builds. I mean, it's a ridiculous proposition.
Senator, I can't imagine it either, but
So what do
I think it's a prudent step for us
To give them
lease
money?
it.
What's the sort of cost?
In the scheme of things, this is going to be a very small cost. For
Yeah, well,
the-
when you're
the
spending
NPS.
$5.5 billion on non-existent submarines, that's probably true. But I'm like, how much will it
ANI's
cost?
not doing that, Senator, but in the scheme
I'm
of
sorry,
things...
you're not doing that. No,
No.
just the rest of them.
No, but in the scheme of things, this is a very prudent step.
How
and
much?
we haven't yet agreed the lease cost, but it will be a commercial arm's length rate.
Okay, let's go back. In the course of, so we're moving onto shipbuilding and sustainment rather than subs, but are you involved, is ANI involved in looking at the infrastructure to maintain ADF vessels more broadly? Is that part of your remit, or you only submarine construction?
Our remit is the Osborne facilities,
Yeah.
and it was recently announced by the Prime Minister that we will become involved in Henderson
Okay. And
large vessel dry bulk.
and when did you become aware? Oh, I should ask you actually on the lease. When were you aware that that would be in the media? Were you aware ahead of the article appearing?
Yes.
Who told you?
I was told by my office, who had been advised by the Minister's office.
Minister's office, that they dropped it to the papers.
Senator, I was advised
Right.
prior to the announcement.
So Henderson, were you as part of the discussion about Henderson, has there been consideration of the Captain Cook graving dock and its operations?
Yes, there has.
Okay, tell me about that. I
Senator-
need to inform myself on this, Mr. Seed.
Okay, so I'm not the authority at the moment on
No,
Henderson.
I'm asking your knowledge.
I intend to become
I'm sure.
better advised on Henderson. But so Captain Cook Graving Dock was built in the Second World War timeframe. It's a very well utilised facility. It requires some upgrades later this decade, and it's the decision to build a large vessel dry berth in Western Australia is something that's been studied over a period of time.
Well, can he just finish, please?
Well, the Captain Cook graving dock is in Sydney.
That's right. It's in
He's
Sydney.
Talking about Henderson, sorry.
Okay, Senator Patrick, thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry,
Senator
where
Wong
were
has
you?
the call. Oh, and I'll just flag, Senator Wong, we are due to break for morning tea in a minute.
Yeah, I was hoping to finish
Sorry,
this, but I won't.
yeah,
Yeah.
Senator Wong,
Okay.
you,
So let's just break and come back.
Yep, okay.
you were asking about the Sydney facility.
Yeah, I'm asking. Okay, let's start again. I'm asking in the context of the decision to invest in Henderson. I first want to understand what the assessment was or considerations were about the garden, as Senator Patrick says, it is a Garden Island facility, the Captain Cook graving dock, its refurbishment and limitations. So I'm trying to understand the Henderson decision. So do you want to go back to where you were?
So my understanding is the business case for Henderson is to supplement the Captain Cook graving dock in
Right,
Sydney.
and what needs to be supplemented? In other words, what do you understand can't be done at Captain Cook?
There is to be a capability for building the fabrication of large vessels
Okay.
at Henderson.
And I think you referenced, and certainly the public reporting reference has referenced that the Captain Cook dock requires some significant refurbishment. As you said, it's a 1945 facility, correct?
That's right.
So as part of the discussion about Henderson, has there been consideration of how, when you close Captain Cook in order to do that refurbishment and how that relates to the development of Henderson?
Yes, my understanding is there is an integrated plan.
Right, and when is what closed?
I think that's a question for Defence,
Right,
Senator.
so they've got an integrated plan on this.
I
What do
believe so.
you understand?
So my understanding is that the new facilities at Henderson will be required later this decade to enable that work to be undertaken at Garden Island.
Right, so the idea is that Henderson is up and running
That's
before
right.
Garden Island closes?
That's my understanding, Senator.
And what are the dates you understand to be the case
Later this decade.
for both?
But subject to ongoing work in relation to the actual design of the facilities at Henderson and the functional requirements of those facilities.
I understand the intention is for initial operations at Henderson to be possible by 2028, Senator.
Is that what you're working to?
Yes, it is, Senator.
And full operational capacity not till 2030 or beyond?
I'm not sure on that second point, Senator. Certainly 2028 is the need date.
Does Senator Patrick have A&I questions?
We're due for a break, but he does, yeah. He
Okay,
has
so we
about
should have
20
a break.
minutes, so I think we'll go to our morning tea break now and reconvene at 11:45. And continue with our inquiries to A&I, and I will give the call back to Senator Wong.
All right, we were talking about Henderson and Captain Cook graving dock. I just want to finish this series of questions, and I think Senator Patrick has some questions. So the previous responses to this committee, and I'm not sure if it's from you or from Defence, were that the Captain Cook dock modernisation would be programmed over 5 years to minimise impacts to dock operations, but it is possible the dock could be unavailable for an extended period, potentially longer than a year. Okay? Are you aware of that sort of time frame and non-operational risk?
Senator, that would have been from Defence. It certainly
I
wasn't
know, I'm just asking what
from me.
you were aware of.
I've seen various reports in the Henderson context that are consistent with those comments. That I think, as the minister said, The intention is to have the Henderson large vessel dry berth operational by 2028 to enable that extended maintenance at Garden Island in Sydney.
So how were you advised about the maintenance of Captain Cook graving dock?
Senator, we were briefed on Henderson in late 2021. And as part of that briefing, we were given various documents which went to the capabilities required at Henderson
Yeah.
and the logic and the business case for Henderson. So I became aware of those requirements as part of that briefing.
Okay. As a consequence of that briefing and elsewhere, is it your understanding that at all times either Captain Cook or Henderson will be operational?
Yes.
Right. So because I'm just trying to understand the maths here. If Captain Cook is programmed over a 5-year period and it's possible that it could be unavailable for an extended period, potentially longer than a year, and Henderson isn't fully operational to 2030, so this is an 8-year period, that means there's a year or more where we don't have a dock available. Do you see my logic?
I think I'll defer to Defence on this line of questioning.
Right.
ANI's involvement is in its early stages,
Okay.
and that is to work with the government to define the requirements at Henderson, and then to ultimately
you've said
undertake the works.
said to me 2023. Well, the announcement is 2023 start date. Operations commence in 2028. Now everything else in the defence portfolio has slipped. But let's just take, for the purposes of this discussion, this will be uniquely the unicorn and it will not slip. Even on that, at some point in that 5-year period, if Captain Cook commences at the same time, there's up to a year or more where we don't have this docking facility available because Henderson is not operational and Captain Cook is out of operation.
So
is that not something you've been engaged on?
You're getting out of my
Okay.
level of knowledge.
Okay, I will ask someone else. Is the cost of 4.3 billion something that you've been part of costing?
No.
So you don't know how that cost was arrived at?
I've seen some supporting material. The Commonwealth has engaged engineers and has been actively working in a task force
Sure,
with the
but
Western
you're
Australian
supposed
government.
to, it says, you will, government-owned ANI, that's you, will oversee the design and build of this nation-building infrastructure, work to start in 2023, initial operations to commence in 2028, but you're telling me you don't know where the $4.3 billion cost comes from.
I didn't say that,
Oh, well,
Senator.
tell me where does it come from then?
I said that the Commonwealth has been working with a task force. They've appointed engineers and expert advisors.
I'm sorry, I thought you said you weren't involved in the 4.3 billion.
I wasn't involved. That's correct, Senator. I
Well,
wasn't involved in the 4.3
how can the
billion.
entity that's building, owning and operating supposedly not know the cost?
Senator, we were briefed in on Henderson in late 2021. At that time, the Commonwealth was still deciding whether ANI would be involved or whether there would be other delivery methods for the Henderson infrastructure. ANI has now been down selected and we've been formally advised that we will be involved in the design and ultimately the build of that infrastructure. So our involvement...
When were you... Sorry, you finished.
Our involvement is growing now.
When were you advised it would be you? When were you advised you were down selected?
I was advised on the 11th of March.
The 11th of March.
That's right.
By whom?
By Tony Dalton from Defence.
And you were advised that you had been down selected to build, own and operate?
Certainly build and own. The operations is still for discussion.
So it's just 3 days before announcement.
Senator, I'd been briefed in December and
But
we'd
the
worked
selection
with,
of you was not done until the 11th of March.
the selection of ANI was before the 11th of March, but I was formally advised on the 11th of
Yeah.
March.
3 or 4 days before the announcement.
That's the date, Senator.
Yeah. Were you aware the Prime Minister was going to announce it?
No, I wasn't.
And the 4.3 billion, when did you become aware of that figure?
When it was announced.
You weren't even aware of it before that?
I wasn't aware of that figure, no.
So obviously, my next question, were you consulted on cost, location or operation, but you obviously weren't consulted on cost?
As I said, there was a task force and there were options for delivery, and it was only shortly before the announcement that ANI was down selected to deliver the facilities.
Senator Wong, there were two decision points, if you like, in terms of the work that the Defence led there. One was the nature of what was required for the facilities at Henderson, and the work that was done around that, and the cost estimates and timelines required for those facilities. The other was the delivery partner for the facilities, of which consideration was given to models other than a government-led partner. But ultimately the decision was for a government-led partner and for ANI to be that government-led partner.
Okay. Now, I think you've answered this. My question was going to be, will you operate it or will it be a private operator? And I think you said in answer to an earlier question that that's still for decision. Is that right?
That's right.
So the 4.3 billion is for what?
Is for the large vessel dry berth
Design and build only.
design and build.
And has there been a decision of location at Henderson?
There's been various options presented, and ANI's role now is to mature those options in conjunction with the working group.
Right. So mature those options means you haven't yet decided precisely where it will go.
ANI's only just become involved, Senator, since December. There's been a lot of work done on this.
But you're not aware of an actual location being determined as yet?
That there is a location that's identified and that has been studied extensively over a very extended period. This has been on the drawing board for quite some time.
There's a lot of words. What does mature the decision, mature the location then mean?
Senator, in it's a project life cycle. You go from a concept
Has a location been determined?
Senator, there is a location which
Has government chosen a location? Why is this so hard to answer? Is there a decision about a specific location?
There is a location at Henderson that's been identified, and the work over coming months is to firm up the design for that location.
What does that mean? Has government determined a location or not? We've had 3 or 4 different answers. It's a very simple question. Has government made a decision about the precise location?
There is a preferred location, Senator.
Wow.
Is that a yes? I guess it is.
They have or they haven't?
There
Because
is
you said maturing before, so I'm a bit confused.
Well, there is a preferred location, Senator, that's been extensively
Minister,
studied.
would it be correct to say at this stage you still haven't made a final decision on location, but there is a preferred location and other options?
Senator Wong, I think there is very clearly a preferred location. ANI now having been awarded the decision to develop it will move through their work with the West Australian Government and other potential users on that site in terms of the planning and other functions to finalise arrangements in relation to that location. I think it would require something unexpected for that not to be the location.
I'm just trying to work out the status of decision.
It is
The
purely
status
a
of it,
case-
because this is, it's not a, like,
I think Mr Seaton is in the business of delivering infrastructure. He's at the point
Yeah, I'm
where...
just asking
where
about point of
if he
time
finds
decisions.
something, if his team finds
Sure.
something unforeseen over the next few
the
months...
government actually
then the
has to make a
preference-
decision, Senator Birmingham,
Yes, and the
and
government...
they haven't yet.
No,
Is that
the-
correct?
No, Senator Wong, the government has made the decisions. Mr Seaton now moves through a process of actually
All right,
the
well, let's
delivery
be
of the
clear. Has
infrastructure.
the government, as government, determined the precise location at Henderson or not?
Yeah. Senator Wong, my understanding is that there is a preferred location, and that is the work Mr Seaton is going to undertake now in terms of the next stages of design and planning around that. If, of course, they find something unforeseen in that process, well then you would have to look at other
Okay,
contingencies.
so can we
But
say there's no final decision
That's-
as yet? Would that be accurate?
I don't think that would be accurate, Senator Wong, no.
Wow. You see, I understand you've got to go through all this work, but when you say preferred, what that says to me, and I think most people, is that you've still got to do the work, it's preferred, but as yet there's not the final decision that it will be here.
Senator, a lot of work has been done on the Henderson location. There is a preferred location, and a final investment decision
Thank you.
will be taken once ANI has done some more analysis of
Okay,
that site.
Let's let that final investment decision has not yet been taken. Is that the better nomenclature? Is that easier terminology?
And that will be
That's-
taken at the point where the government can determine, as we did, for
Sure.
example, with Osborne South, the mix of equity injections that is provided to
Sure.
ANI and those
So
sorts of parameters.
When are you anticipating the final investment decision?
In late 2022.
Late this year.
That's right.
Okay. What were the other locations at Henderson?
It's a question of the orientation of
Yeah.
the berth. It's broadly in an identified location, which is part of the AMC at the moment.
Okay, thanks, Senator Patrick.
Thank you very much, Senator Wong. Senator Patrick.
A question, and it follows from Senator
The polls.
Wong's
Polish.
questions about bases in the east. I understood ANI was responsible for naval shipbuilding infrastructure, but in some sense it also extends to sustainment infrastructure. Can you just describe where the boundaries are?
When ANI was formed in 2017, we were provided with a statement of expectations from the Commonwealth. At that time, the expectation was that ANI would own, develop and manage Osborne. It also had a paragraph that said there may be a future role for ANI at Henderson,
Okay.
and that was the extent of it.
Okay. So at Henderson, so at Osborne you own all of the sites, ASC North, ASC South,
Yes,
the new shipyard
Yes.
and the future submarine yard, so
Correct.
it's all owned by you?
correct.
Okay. And in Henderson, what do you currently own?
Nothing.
Even though ASC have a site there?
ASC's site is owned by a commercial entity, by an investment bank, on land owned by the Western Australian Government.
Okay, and okay, so from a policy perspective, maybe this comes back to the department. Well, actually, sorry, I'll just go back to, is it only construction that you own?
In terms of shipbuilding construction versus
Yes.
sustainment,
Yes.
well, no, because the Osborne side obviously includes the sustainment activities of ASC.
Okay, so there's no line between them, because I just wonder, when we get to a new submarine yard in New South Wales, one would expect that there would be sustainment work that's carried out on the East Coast for the East Coast bases, just as there is for the Western Australian submarine force now.
That's true, Senator Patrick, that wherever there's a permanent base, there's at least some need for sustainment activities now of varying degrees depending on the nature of that basing and the way in which sustainment is undertaken. The basing decisions there are first and foremost about defence base and the land and development, I would expect, would first and foremost be a defence base and defence responsibility. Whether in relation to then particular industrial precinct that might be necessary to support sustainment alongside such a defence base, those policy decisions would be taken at a later stage, but I can see where you're going as to whether once ANI expands out of its Osborne footprint to also have the Henderson footprint of responsibilities. That's a partnership with the West Australian Government at this stage in terms of how that develops. Then could there be other sites that ANI becomes responsible for that also are a defence industry precinct providing sustainment services? Theoretically, yes, but no decision has been taken in that regard.
So I just heard Mr Seaton mention the words integrated plan, and that's what sort of sparked me to ask that question. There are various different facilities around Australia. NQEA in Cairns. I presume, from memory, that the Garden Island dockyard precinct in Sydney is actually owned by the Commonwealth and leased to Thales. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's probably a question for Defence. I'm just not sure of the arrangements that underpin that.
Okay, but you see where I'm going is that I'm not objecting to your policy, I'm just saying where it ends up taking you.
I see where it's going, Senator Patrick. I would just draw the initial distinction in that under the continuous shipbuilding strategy, the government has for some period of time identified Osborne and Henderson as the two precincts that are central to that strategy, and that whilst, yes, there's not a distinction in the sense that ANI does not have land on which sustainment activities occur, because transparently they do with ASC's operations at Osborne. You could draw the distinction between Osborne and Henderson as elements of shipbuilding construction work and the greater needs that entails, versus then more discrete and specific sustainment activities elsewhere around the country.
Because in essence, and I don't object to this policy at all, what you're saying, what you've done with these facilities is cemented the idea that this is critical infrastructure owned by the Commonwealth through ANI. It just seems to me that you might extend that to other new facilities. Hence the question about the integrated plan. Is the integrated plan only deal with Henderson and Osborne, Mr Seaton?
Trying to think of the context of integrated
the
plan.
integrated
Senator.
plan. Sorry, Senator. I'm not sure what you're referring to there.
Okay, so you were talking about the Garden Island dockyard, the Captain Cook graving dock in Sydney. Right. You were talking about a dock in Western Australia. You were talking about Osborne, and you mentioned this was an integrated plan, and that's
I think the context of that statement, Senator, was around the business case for the large vessel dry berth at Henderson to integrate that planning with the work required at Captain Cook Graving Dock in Sydney.
Okay.
But Senator Patrick, the principle you outline, I understand the government, yes, did take a conscious decision in the end to give preference to a government-owned and government-led vehicle for the delivery of the additional facilities at Henderson. I know you appreciate, but it's worth stressing in these hearings so it's on the record, Henderson is a different precinct from Osborne. Osborne is a defence-only precinct. Henderson has commercial shipbuilding activities as part of that precinct as well, and so there are different factors in working with the West Australian government and industry that ANI will have to work through as part of the Henderson precinct compared with historically what they've done in the defence-only context of Osborne.
Sure.
Last point I'd make in terms of your question about submarines is there is, of course, the crucial element around nuclear stewardship and safety and protection arrangements that may, in terms of any type of sustainment activities, necessitate a greater role for government holdings or sites in the future than perhaps would have been necessary under a conventionally powered option.
Thank you. So what is the stated purpose of the new intended dockyard in Henderson?
For the construction and sustainment of large vessels.
Okay, so that's inconsistent with the Naval Shipbuilding Plan. So just go to para 1.18 of the Naval Shipbuilding Plan that was released in December in 2017. It says, in April 2016, the government announced that Osborne Naval Shipyard in South Australia would host the major surface combatant and submarine continuous build program, and that Henderson Maritime Precinct in West Australia would host the minor naval vessel continuous build program. So it goes on to say Osborne South site would host the major surface combatant continuous build program. So it made a distinction, and I've also talked to the Chief of Navy about this in defence estimates, between large vessel construction, or major vessel construction, which takes place in Adelaide, and minor construction that takes place in Henderson. And indeed, I had a conversation with the Chief of Navy, and I'll just read from the Hansard back on the 20th of February 2019, just asking about the split there. He said, I think I'd probably characterise it roughly, but not exclusively, as anything up to, say, 2,000 tonnes would be a minor vessel, and anything over that would be a major vessel. So is the government departing from this principle that major combatants are built in South Australia and minor combatants built in Western Australia?
No, Senator. No.
So why are you talking about construction?
I think it's the word combatants, Senator.
Sorry?
I think it's the word combatants. So I think the facility at Henderson is large vessels, but they are support type vessels, that they're not warships as such, combatants as such.
So are you referring to perhaps to put some context around this? One of the first things I did when I came into the Parliament was introduce a private members bill about building all Royal Australian Navy vessels in Australia unless there was an emergency reason not to. One of the restricting factors in relation to that was the size of things like our supply ships. Indeed, we ended up seeing an icebreaker, which is from the Antarctic Division, being built in Romania. Is this part of the intent here, is to be able to build those larger ships here? And maybe that's a policy question, but you may have been involved in discussions in relation to the use of that facility.
Senator, I think it is a question better directed to defence.
But I think in terms of your distinction there, Senator Patrick, the Prime Minister at the announcement highlighted vessels such as the survey vessels, the ice-rated replacement for the Navy's Ocean Protector, new large salvage and repair vessel. So yes, the distinction that Mr Seaton has drawn there in terms of not only the size distinction that you cited, but also the combatant versus non-combatant, or the nature.
It's the complexity.
That complex
aspect.
warships are built, large complex warships and submarines are built at Osborne. Other vessels that are either smaller in nature or less complex in nature being built at Henderson. That's consistent with that decision, and of course the work around the facilities required at Henderson has been undertaken over a period of time with the West Australian government. It's not new in terms of the identification of the need for these sorts of facilities to deliver on those commitments made around the continuous shipbuilding strategy for both sites.
Senator Patrick, do you have too much longer on this line of questions? Because Senator O'Sullivan does have a couple for A&I, and then we are running a little over time, so I'd like to move them on.
Sure. I do have some more questions. I'm happy to cede the call to give, if you want to give someone a chance, but I'm not going to stop my questions because this committee finished early yesterday and the Senate has allowed until 11 o'clock tonight for questions to be asked.
Yes, that is the case, Senator Patrick, but at the same time we have an agreed program and
Sure.
we are running over time to get
Sure.
the Department of Finance proper in. How about you finish, we go for another 5 minutes on your questions and then I'll go to Senator O'Sullivan.
Okay, thank you. So, does the new docket, planned docket Henderson have the capacity to build supply ships such as the two new supply vessels that we're receiving, or an LHD, for example?
That is the intention, Senator.
Well,
Yes.
it has the capacity. What's the tonnage capacity likely to be for that particular dock?
Preliminary design of the order of 40,000 tonnes.
Okay, thank you. I might now move to just some other questions. In relation to the Osborne North Shipyard, how many of Lang O'Rourke's contractors have had their contracts terminated?
We haven't terminated any of Lang O'Rourke's subcontractors. We've de-scoped work, but the contracts actually remain on foot.
And for work that hasn't, for the de-scoped work, is there any compensation involved in that for subcontractors?
We've worked with each of the subcontractors together with Lang O'Rourke to ensure a fair and equitable parting of ways,
Sure.
Senator. So
But does that involve compensation? So yesterday...
not compensation as such, no, but we have treated them fairly and with respect and reflected on the work that they were undertaking at the time, the workforce that they had engaged at the time, and their ability to redeploy that workforce to other projects in the construction sector.
Because I note that Naval Group, for example, a very large French company, has been, the prospect of compensation was raised last week in estimates. So, I'm just trying to see, are we treating Australian companies in the same manner in which we're treating French companies?
Senator, we have worked closely with our contractors and subcontractors to ensure that they have been treated fairly and equitably and in accordance with our underlying contracts.
Has any decision been made regarding what to do with the equipment that was furnished by Naval Group?
That's a question for Defence. We didn't procure that equipment. That was directly into Defence.
Thank you. In relation to the announcement, and this just touches on a couple of questions that Senator Wong had asked about the new area. The owner of that land is the South Australian Government, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay.
Through Renewal SA, Senator.
And have we signed a lease agreement, or is that still under negotiation?
It's still under negotiation, Senator.
Okay. So we don't know what the cost of that is yet?
No, I don't have a cost to hand.
How many square metres are we seeking to lease?
It is roughly 45 hectares.
And what's the area of the Osborne Naval Shipyard for the attack class? Just to give a feel for how much area that covered.
So the current Osborne North site.
Yes.
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
A rough order of magnitude?
Yeah, I think it's of the order of 25 hectares.
Okay, so this is quite a significant expansion.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and again, how was it decided the 45 hectares? Is it just the land that they had, or is it a portion of the land that they have?
So we started working with the task force through the fourth quarter of 2021, and it became evident very early on that the footprint of the attack class yard was not suitable for nuclear-powered submarines. Firstly, because of just the size of the yard, but also the location of the yard and the proximity to the Port River. Nuclear-powered submarines need to be consolidated a lot closer to the water so that they come almost straight out of the consolidation shed into the water. Whereas with the attack class, we were going to bring the submarines out to the west of ASC and then on SPMTs onto the existing ship lift. So it became evident quite early on a number of things, that the existing ship lift wouldn't be suitable for nuclear-powered submarines because it hasn't been designed to nuclear safety and security requirements, and that transit distance going past other buildings and other capabilities was not acceptable from a nuclear safety perspective. So that then led to needing a site fronting the Port River. So we looked at several options, both with the existing footprint and with new footprint. And to say we're very fortunate that this additional land is available.
And the access to the water that's to do with nuclear cooling or nuclear safety?
It's nuclear safety, Senator, that you want to be able to put the nuclear submarine in the water before you activate the nuclear reactor, and then keep it near the water once the nuclear reactor is activated.
Good to keep them cool, yeah, I understand that.
That's right.
This is about your 5-minute mark, Senator Patrick.
Sure.
Very quickly, please.
Yeah, I've got maybe 2 short blocks, but I'm happy to cede if that suits you.
We are quite over time now. I'm going to give the call to Senator O'Sullivan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just I'm conscious of time, so I'll keep
Thank
my
you.
questions brief. Just following on from this discussion we're having about the Henderson project. Minister, this is a significant decision to invest up to $4.3 billion into building a new facility in Western Australia, the first large vessel dry berth in WA and only the second in Australia. Can you please tell us, I invite you to firstly to just describe the project a little, and then 2 questions. When is the project expected to start, and how many jobs will it create?
Thanks, Senator. So it is a significant project. It's a recognition of the next stages in the government's continuous naval shipbuilding program, which has been to establish streams of work in both South Australia and Western Australia to consolidate the activities of naval shipbuilding in Australia around 2 centres that can provide for ongoing security of workforce, ongoing opportunities for industry development, and in relation to Henderson, build upon the commercial shipbuilding activities and success that has been demonstrated there with the types of vessels that we were just exploring with Senator Patrick, that in Henderson the opportunities for both smaller naval vessels or naval vessels of larger scale but outside of the warship type categories is significant and important part of keeping both the Navy with the capability they need and also developing further the sovereign industrial capability in Australia of the different arms of shipbuilding activities. The the work in relation to coming to this decision has involved engagement with the West Australian Government and an extensive assessment of different options in terms of delivery, but ultimately the government has determined that a government-owned, government-led agency through Australian Naval Infrastructure is the optimal way to provide for the secure, sensitive delivery of critical naval infrastructure for the future. The large vessel dry berth is estimated to support around 500 direct construction jobs at the peak of construction over that period from work scheduled to commence in 2023 flowing through to that initial operating capacity of 2028 and to help support at least 2,000 direct shipbuilding jobs in WA once operational. Those jobs sitting alongside thousands of shipbuilding jobs in SA and the two together providing an enhanced industrial capability in Australia that helps to ensure our naval shipbuilding industries and supply chains are as strong as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Patrick, how much longer do you require?
Not very long.
How long's not very long?
5 minutes, hopefully.
Okay, 5 minutes it is.
Thank
but
you.
we are running quite far over time.
Yeah. Sad that wasn't happening yesterday. Okay, so I arrived in Canberra and all of the committees were shut down yesterday.
Senator Patrick, the other committees weren't shut down. They ran through their program in your absence. So I don't think that's a fair characterisation.
At least you're here to hold them up now.
Please start asking your questions.
Can we just keep moving, please?
Thank you. At the last estimates, you advised that 467 personnel, that was 292 office staff and 275 site staff, base staff were on your books. How many do you have now? Has it gone up or down?
Senator, at the last estimates I advised that ANI had a staff of 45 people.
Okay.
I advised that
contractors, yeah.
at the peak of the Osborne North Development Project there were 550 to 600 involved.
Mm-hmm.
The numbers, the relative numbers now, ANI now has 41 employees,
Mm-hmm.
and the Osborne North Development Project, the numbers on site on a daily basis are between 0 and 10.
Okay, thank you. I presume, based on your previous evidence, that not much of that ASC North site will be reusable, just on the previous evidence you've given.
Senator, the ASC North site will be used for column sustainment and load. The attack class site...
Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant.
Okay, the attack class site, no. The combat systems facility is completed.
Sure.
Mr Wiley earlier said that he's looking at leasing that from us, and my expectation is that that would be used for nuclear powered submarines in the fullness of time. The other facilities on the site, site-wide utilities and things will be useful, will be reused, and we're looking at ways of reusing some of the other foundations and piling and things that we've put in. So.
Sure, but the land-based test site for the propulsion won't likely be suitable. Based around a diameter.
Still looking at that as to whether it's suitable for other programs or not.
What's the financial impact of the shutdown of the ATAC class program on ANI?
ANI had approved equity funding of $554 million. At the last estimates, I advised our expectation that we would spend up to $490 million. I can now update that number is closer to $470 million that we will have expended to date on the program. So that $470 million has funded facilities, some of which will be reused and some of which will not be reused. We will salvage some of the equipment that we've already purchased, or we'll reuse some of that equipment on other programs.
On notice, can you provide perhaps a more detailed summary of what the estimate is of what will be reused?
Yes.
And both in terms of the sort of the physical description and the financial component of that, of the 470 million. And finally, Chair, ASC would ask questions about upgrade work in the last Senate estimates, and mostly your answer came back talking about sort of roofs and admin building upgrades, but nothing really substantive around submarine sort of construction. That surprises me, noting the age of the shipyard. Why is it? I don't understand why there's not a requirement for greater investment for the shipyard, noting things like Collins Load and just the age of the site.
Senator, it's probably a better question for Mr Wiley. He is the user of the facilities. We're responsive to his needs in terms of upgrading those facilities or refurbishing the facilities as required.
And there's no chance you can take some of the money, that remaining money that was set aside for the future, sort of the attack class, and redeploy some of that into the current Collins shipyard?
Yes, there is opportunity there, Senator, and that's something that we're discussing with our shareholder departments at the moment. Not just into the Collins shipyard, but also into the Hunter shipyard, with some upgrade works that are required there as well.
All right, thank you, and that's all I have, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Patrick. That was 5 minutes right on the mark. I appreciate it. Thank you very much to ANI for coming in today. And we'll now bring on the rest of the Department of Finance to do outcomes 1 and 2. I reckon I've had maybe 1,000. Not that many. And a different email. I welcome Ms Rosemary Huxtable, PSM, Secretary of the Department of Finance, and other officers of the department for the committee to start our examination of outcomes 1 and outcomes 2. Before I ask for opening statements from the Minister and the Secretary, I do want to recognise, in my capacity as Chair of this committee, that Ms Huxtable, it's expected this will be the last time you appear before an estimates committee. You've been Secretary of the Department of Finance for 5 years in acting and official capacities, and 25 years in the Commonwealth Public Service, which is a very impressive record. And I note that you first joined the Department of Finance in mid-2013 as a Deputy Secretary, so that would mean you've had almost a decade at appearing at this committee, being questioned by senators. And of course, we thank you very much for the service that you provided to the Commonwealth, but also to this committee, in always responding to our questions in such a professional manner. Minister, I wasn't sure if you wanted to make a couple of remarks at this point as well.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for those kind words. And can I also add my thanks and the government thanks to Rosemary Huxtable for your very long service of the people of Australia in the public service of Australia. Obviously, you started at a very, very young age in your public service career, to have stretched it out beyond 25 years, to have contributed in a range of different roles, including time working up in, well, not quite in, yes, in this building or the other building?
Both.
Both. There we go. In working in roles during the Hawke government for ministers and attaining that experience, as many departmental staff do, while still going on to serve in the appropriate apolitical way that they do across the public sector. Extensive experience, particularly in the health space, having served as a Deputy Secretary there, reforms in relation to the medical benefits schedule, the pharmaceutical benefits schedule, work on hospital funding, and a Public Service Medal awarded in 2005 for your work in support of Medicare. Service in the Finance Department, as you've said, Chair, since June of 2013, and serving as Secretary since December of 2016. And in that time showing incredible commitment to policy principle, as a good Finance Department head should always have. Like your ministers, not always being able to win every argument, but always bringing the right approach and commitment to the nation to the discussions and debates that you have been a party to. I have been very grateful, as I know Matthias was, Rosemary, for the support that you have provided to each of us, as I know you have in your previous roles to ministers right across the political spectrum. I think in particular during this time of COVID-19, your health experience that you can bring to the finance role has been an especially useful skill and an attribute. Can I just also acknowledge the role that you play in terms of mentoring and leadership of your team and across the public sector? It is obvious to me that you care for your team and you seek to provide the support to advance them and of course set a very positive example to young people across the public sector, but especially young women across the public sector in your capacity. And so we thank you for your service. I thank you in particular for being here, because you were due to finish a few months ago, and the government did ask you to extend your term to provide your services through this budget and beyond the election, so that the proper processes around your appointment or replacement can occur later this year. We wish you well for future contributions I'm sure you will make in other ways to the nation, but we also thank Ian for sharing you with the country and giving you that time, and know that you look forward to more time hiking with him and more time with your three sons, who I know you are very proud of as well. So thank you, Rosemary.
Thank you. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to, on behalf of the Labor Party, associate ourselves with the remarks that have already been made by the Chair and the Minister. Congratulations on a wonderful public sector career. I'm sure there's more to come once you've unwound a little, perhaps. I'm sure you'll be convinced that there's other exciting opportunities, but a very distinguished career. I've certainly, in my interactions with you, felt that your professionalism and your support for your team and your breadth of knowledge is, you bring to the table is extraordinary. Thank you very much. I think often we forget the sacrifice and the effort that's made to be a senior leader in the APS. But we recognise that today and wish you all the best. Can't wait to see what you do next. Maybe people will be able to strong arm you into something exciting, but all the best, and hope that you are able to have that time with your family that you've missed out on, particularly in the last couple of years, which have thrown such big challenges to the public service, and you're in a key role that's had to respond. So hopefully you do get some time, but thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. Thank you, Senators. It's a bit unexpected. To be honest, I think you're going to go easy on your estimates. Yeah, is that right? But look, I would just want to say briefly that it has been a privilege to lead finance in particular. As the second woman to lead a central agency, I think that's been very important for young women throughout the public service to also see female leaders in these positions. You're right, I've had direct involvement in 9 budgets, many more than I thought when I came to finance I would endure, and upward of around, I think, 20 economic updates, including PFOs, another of those yet to come. Look, I'm very proud of finance as an organisation. We bring contestability to the heart of decision making, and that makes for better decisions and basically a better functioning democracy. And we have really focused not just on what we do, but how we do it, and working strongly with other agencies, you know, who also bring their own objectives and very legitimate objectives to the table. I would say I feel very privileged to work with many fantastic ministers in my time. In the finance portfolio, I've worked with 3 ministers, Senator Wong, Mr Cormann and Minister Birmingham. And before that, of course, in the health portfolio, also very closely with a number of ministers, and had the privilege of working directly with ministers on staff. Senator Susan Ryan was a minister who I worked for. I would just want to call out really the strong partnership that we have with ministers, but in particular with their officers, who are sometimes the unsung heroes, I think, in budget processes. You know, they're very intense processes, and I would acknowledge Minister, you and your staff, who really make our job so much easier, and for the support that we've been provided. So fair to say I'm looking forward to viewing estimates rather than attending estimates, that said, in the years to come. But I do very much appreciate the comments from committee. Thank you.
Please tell me you're not tuning in.
Viewing on an as-required basis.
Either of us will be deeply concerned if we receive a message from you in the next estimate.
Minister, did you wish to make any further opening statement at this time?
No, thank you, Chair.
Ms Huxtable, any further?
I just have one additional matter. I just wanted to advise the committee that I do have a number of senior staff who are on the witness list who unfortunately are absent today. I think the AFL would say for health and safety protocols reasons. Deputy Secretary Nathan Williamson, First Assistant Secretary Anna Harmer and Shannon Fraser, and Assistant Secretary Sally Harris will seek to answer the committee's questions with the staff who we have available. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Huxtable. I'm sure senators will be suitably flexible given those absences. Senator,
can I just indicate before Senator Gallagher starts, Ms Huxtable, that it's our intention to navigate our way through to outcome 3, sort of circa 3:30, a little bit earlier in any case. And that does have some implications for the rest of the schedule. But just so that whoever's got the heavy job of providing the staffing tables could have that in mind, and the earlier we get them, the sharper the discussion in outcome 3 will be. And that also has implications for the rest of the schedule.
yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I think it's fair to assume we'll be getting to outcome 3 around 3:30. Wonderful. Senator Gallagher, you have the call.
Thank you. Okay, where should we start? Minister, are there any savings in this budget?
Senator, there are some measures that have a positive impact in the budget. In particular, I think of the measures in relation to the operation around ACCUs, carbon credit units, as one. It's not a saving per se, but it's for example, one that has a positive impact. There are other smaller ones, but the main savings are probably, Senator, the decisions not taken that can always add further to a budget bottom line.
Sorry, that's Ms. Can't see her name. Kate.
Ms. Patterson.
Yes, sorry, your surname is just obscured, and I was trying to think. I was trying to recall from last estimate. Okay, so so the decisions taken. That's a new way of reporting that. So my understanding is the decisions taken, not announced, but then reversed. Or then changed to cost less if they're not reversed. It's hard to know if they've been reversed entirely or reversed for the amount that they've been reduced.
So I think as we touched on, and indeed Ms Patterson or Ms Huxtable can add to, but as we touched on previously, Senator, yes, there's probably two pathways around some of those decisions taken, and once they are published, how they are published, depending on the way in which government has finalised those decisions. One is simply that you don't see in budget paper number 2 an actual financial impact because the decision has been provisioned previously as a decision taken but not yet announced in the CR, and it essentially gets shifted from the CR to a budget line for that particular program, and because it was already reflected in the budget, doesn't show as additional spending. Or there is the option that's being pursued in some areas where a conscious decision to reverse the money out of the CR and allocate it to a particular program has been applied, and so that's where you will see, for example, the negatives in the CR that show at that point, because that's one decision, and then the positive in the allocation to women's safety is, with Kansas for as one of those examples, as another decision. So it's
Okay, and am I right in that this is a new way?
No.
So this has always been the way that you would have accounted for that in the... I understand about the contingency reserve, but what about in the decisions taken not yet announced
Yes, so
line?
there's no change. There's no change to how this has always been dealt with, and in fact, if you look back at previous PFOs, so the pre-election fiscal outlook, there is a specific line that references the reversal of some debiture items from previous rounds, and that was the case both in the 2019 PFO but also in the 2013 PFO. So that debiture line, I think the difference predominantly is that we have made very explicit that it also includes the not-for-publication funds. So I think previously the debiture sort of heading in the line just said for decisions taken but not yet announced. The budget papers for transparency and clarity have added that it also includes the not-for-publication monies, but in every other respect, the way in which debitures are dealt with and the way in which that line is shown is exactly the way it has always been shown in my time in finance, so for the last 9 years.
Okay. So in terms of what you'd previously provisioned in that part of the budget, you are now advising that you are spending $3 billion less.
So I think if you look at that line as a whole, it's actually 550 million over the reported period because there is additional spending in the first couple of years.
No, I understand that.
So you know the totals is 550.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is a reflection of it reports the decisions taken but not yet announced financials and not for publication financials in this budget compared to the decisions taken but not yet announced financial aggregates at MyEFO. So it is a sort of a move. It shows the movements in that line, and I think, as the Minister said, there are two things that happen to a decision taken but not yet announced. One is that it is announced, and basically at that point the money moves from the contingency reserve to the entity. That doesn't have an impact on the bottom line because it's basically already provisioned. Or the decision is reversed, so there's a decision either not to proceed with something that had previously been provisioned, or it is varied or addressed through some other means, so it appears elsewhere in the budget papers with its own financials. So I think the example the Minister has given is the women's safety package. which has, if you look at women's safety in the budget papers, in the measures, it has the financials in there allocated to the entity, so it is reversed out of the where there was previously provision, and it shows against the entity. So that's where you get that the negative,
but
because
there's
it's
been
reducing the CR.
I understand that, but there's been some change to the. So if we use women, the women's safety package, so that was in there. It's now come out. It's shown how that flows and where it flows.
Yep.
But it might be less than was originally decided or was originally provisioned for. Is that correct? Or we just don't know? I mean,
That's correct.
Sorry, did you say that's correct? Or?
I said that's correct, that you just don't know.
Yes. Oh,
That's correct.
I thought you meant you were correct to the first bit. Okay. And so we just don't know, and we're not going to know, right? Because you're not going to tell me what constitutes those final years where there is a negative impact because it's in that decisions taken but not announced, and therefore you don't tell me anything until they're announced.
That's right. And it's in the contingency reserve, which is not something that is kind of cracked open, except to the degree that we've said quite a lot actually in the budget papers this time around, because we'll be going into a PFO, and so good practice is to sort of spell out in a bit more detail some provisions in the contingency reserve.
But Senator, I'm happy at the broad level, just in terms of at least the example there, that pre-MyEFO, the government had discussions about women's safety, the work that Minister Ruston was doing, in particular with other relevant ministers, and the needs that were likely to need to be addressed in this budget. And so provisioning was made in the MyEFO context around that. And that provisioning was informed by policy proposals, but those policy proposals were further developed and refined into the final decisions taken and reflected in this budget. And so in that case, the government had taken a decision to invest in a women's safety package, had a fair idea as to what the composition of that package would be, but in terms of the finalisation of it, it was then a whole series, as you can see through the budget papers, of different measures that actually apply across different agencies, some in health, some in Attorney Generals, some in social services, and so on, that meant it was a more appropriate final call to say, well, this is the series of decisions we've now taken. We reverse out the provision and reflect the specific measures that we've committed to.
So I think in a media article I read there was 3 examples given: the National Skills Reform Agreement, the Women's Safety Package, and the infrastructure investments, or National Skills Agreement, as being the components that would have changed the provision or lessened the provision that had been made. Is that, I presume that's come from the government in terms of advice to journalists who were asking about it. So we fair to say that the combination of those 3 are what has lessened the provision that needed to be made in that line?
So look, I think they are. It's fair to say, Senator, that whilst we won't be going through and breaking down the CR and the Divisional line, that yes, those sorts of factors which you can see in decisions in the budget, particularly you can see the decisions in women's safety and in infrastructure explicit as different measures across the budget. You can see in relation to the National Skills Agreement also the measure there, albeit the funding remains in the contingency reserve as part of the negotiations continue around that.
Okay. So that's probably as much as you're going to give me on that, isn't it? You're not going to get
specifically on those aspects.
Okay.
Yes, Senator. I mean, last
Yeah.
estimates we went through some of the debiture items that had been publicly announced in that period between MyEFO being published and us gathering together just in February.
Yeah.
And obviously there's others that were subsequently announced following that that reconcile back against the MyEFO
Yeah.
line.
Okay, so maybe some questions around that. So where it says there's, I think, 19 mentions of in budget measures where it says funding for this measure has already been provided for by the government. So when you say that, that is decisions taken but not yet announced being announced. Is that for certain?
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah. So that's the the koalas, planting trees for Queen's Jubilee, those, a whole range. There's 19 of them. They add up to about $3 billion. So
And Antarctic, Great Barrier Reef.
yeah, okay. Because there's different categories. So there's, when you go, funding for this measure has already been provided by the government. So that's where I think the whole allocation in the budget measure is out of that line or coming out of that line. Then there's there's a whole range of partial funding for this measure has been provided by the government, or similar words to that. There's about 37 different mentions of that. So in that category, partial funding, does that mean some of it's come out of decisions taken and then you've also had to supplement perhaps with additional resourcing?
Yep.
Okay.
So sometimes that's an additional, Kath Patterson, Deputy Secretary, Budget and Financial Reporting. Yes, so Senator, sometimes that is because there's either been additional funding provided for that particular previous debiture, so it comes out and there's supplementary, and then sometimes it's because of the way the measures are constructed where there are some components in that measure which were decisions taken but not announced and some which are new decisions. And so at the end of that measure, we will use that language so that it's clear that some of those things have come out of the debiture line, but some of them is a new decision and new funding.
Okay, so partial funding includes how do you say it? Debiture? Debiture. I keep wanting to put a Y in the end, which is not there, a Y that's not there. So some of them are funding that comes out of that allocation, and then some new funding as well.
Yep. So
Okay.
it could be new funding for the
or new decisions.
Or a new decision, but yeah, because sometimes a measure will include more than one component. One component may have been a previous decision taken but not announced, but another component of that measure may be a new decision of government.
Okay.
Yeah.
But a new decision on its own wouldn't be in that, so you couldn't have a new decision from the decisions taken, could you? If you see what I mean. If a decision was taken in the MyEFO, you couldn't then allocate a new decision, but you could if the new decision was linked to a decision that had already been taken. Do you see what I mean?
Yes. I think so.
I think
Yes,
so.
sorry.
All right.
No, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
No, that's right.
It makes sense to me.
Yep.
And then when we say partially met from within the existing resources, that could mean that you're using some funding from within, say, the agency or department and some supplementation.
Yes. There we
Right.
are.
Okay. And it's almost impossible to reconcile how much that would all be, isn't it? Because you don't know, when we say partially, it's not clear how much of that. I'm just trying to, because I've tried to go through and work out and I can't seem to work it out, because you'd have to have whatever the department was bringing to the table and then the I mean, you can do it from what's the new bit, can't you?
Yep.
You can do it with the numbers. So if you look at page 57,
On which file are we on?
BP2,
Two.
so partial funding, so supporting the management of Commonwealth National Parks.
Yep.
So you can see there it says the government will provide an additional 26.8 million. But if you look at the table above, it's 16.2 million is being provided in this update.
Yeah, right.
So the delta would be coming from the previous round Bittner line. If that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, so in that instance, you could say, so that actually isn't a 1-year funding program.
Yeah, so what
Is
you can
it?
assume from that is that the
it?
16.2 million in 22-23 in the measure description
Yeah.
is new because it's in there, and the 10.6 over 5 years was provisioned previously.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
And similarly on the previous page, Senator, on page 56 with the barrier reef, you can see there that, because that was one of the ones that was announced post-MyEFO, that the only funding shown there is 12.4.
Because that's the new bit.
Which is just the new
Yeah,
bit, which is
yeah.
just for the Great Barrier Marine Park Authority to extend their fee relief. So that's then shown there, but it's dashes for the remainder.
Because the 579 and the 252 has all been shown, has been provided for, provisions been made for.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's a general kind of rule of thumb that you can use in interpreting the budget papers, but there is a lot of complexity that sits under that.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of complexity in the, you know, the CR provisions and the decisions taken but not yet announced. But I think that's a good kind of framing principle, I guess.
And then, of course, in terms of the actual budgeted expenditure, if you stick with that Great Barrier Reef measure, then if you move across to Environment's portfolio budget statement, you'll find
And you
the
can
actual
line-
projections there as to what they will receive to invest under that measure, or under those different programs that measure would fund.
Okay, and then within the ones where, I'm just trying to find now one to ask you about. Where, we say on agriculture, water and the environment on page 50, because this one's where it says will be partially met from within the existing resources of the Department of Water and Agriculture, Water and Environment. So are we in the same category that you can work out how much is coming from the existing resources by adding up the total cost and subtracting the new supplementation? Or is it harder when it is coming from existing resources? So it says we'll provide a further 135.
Yeah,
And then they break it down and then they say the cost of this measure will be partially met.
Yeah.
So that's the difference between the 135 and whatever the total cost is.
And that means that there's some repurposing within the department in respect of these priorities. You just have to be a little bit careful, I think, because, I mean, it might work in this case, but there'll be some instances where it's over a longer period, so we are only reporting in the budget papers what's in the forward estimates, but something might be in over 6 years or over 9 years,
Yeah,
or,
sure.
you know, so
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
it's not entirely
Yeah.
straightforward. Ms Lee is the absolute expert on this, though. She has taught me everything about decisions taken but not announced.
Like what's in them? That's what we really want to know.
I'm Amanda Lee, Budget and Financial Reporting Group. The other thing that's really important to look at when we look at those tables is that sometimes the money may be coming from agriculture, but it might be going to another agency for delivery. So what you do need to have a look at there is whether or not the funding is moving between agencies as well. So
Okay.
how Ms Huxtable has described it is right, but it's just we just do also need to be careful there in looking at those numbers.
Okay.
But I think your premise of your initial question there, that of 135.6 over 5, if we add up the total payments across that measure, which add up to a bit over 110, I think, then the delta, to use one of Ms Huxtable's favourite words, is what is being met from within reprioritisation by the agency.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And then where it says, so would it normally, they usually do refer where, so it's gone to Treasury, Skills and Agriculture. That's the point you're making, yeah. So
And that's showing the way that the money flows through the entities, and then in the yellow books for those entities, you'll see the other end of that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I think I've got all that. And so then, Minister, to go back to where we started, so I think you said there's some measures that have a positive impact, so the carbon credit units and some things that are less than what you would expected them to cost. But outside of that, like, are there any savings? Can you point me to any expenditure savings in the budget that might be tucked away and hidden that I can't find?
No, there isn't anything hidden in that regard, Senator. If there are any particular items that officials have that leaped their minds, then they're welcome to highlight them to you. But
you would know.
I mean, you receive.
You'd know, yeah.
Yes, but the types of things that you were just asking about, such as reprioritisation of existing resources within an agency to partly fund a measure, that obviously entails an agency finding some area of savings and being able to put them towards a higher priority purpose, and you can find that scattered throughout the budget as you've just scrutinised.
Okay, so when I think there's about $39 billion in new expenditure in the budget, and I think when you add up the announcements you've made since December, are about $70 billion. Admittedly, there's some big ones in that, like the defence component of that is a huge part of it over 10 years. But you're not offsetting that expenditure anywhere in this budget. That is additional expenditure that's going to flow out, over the next 4 years and indeed over the next 10 years that you've made decisions on in this budget.
So you've got a few competing factors there, Senator. Yes, there are additional payment decisions that have been made, which are shown in the budget. The totality of payments across or by government is expected to continue to fall from this financial year into next, and indeed across the forward estimates, total payments are expected to fall as a share of GDP from 27.2% of GDP to 26.3% of GDP. There are policy decisions that total around $25 billion over the 4 years, but the reduction as a share of GDP is obviously a function of the faster growth of the economy in that space. The bulk of the improvements to the budget bottom line since MyEFO have been banked to an improved deficit position compared with previous forecasts, so $103.6 billion of the improved budget position from improved revenue outlooks has gone against reducing the underlying cash balance, which now trends down from 3.5% of GDP in the current financial year to 1.6% of GDP by 25-26.
Yeah. But I understand all that. I'm asking, though, whether any of that spending has been offset from within the budget, because I can't see anywhere that it has been. It's additional expenditure against an improving revenue coming into the budget. I accept that. You've definitely got that over $100 billion of improvements, I think. But the spending side.
Yeah, so there's a reduction in both the nominal and real level of payments from last financial year into this financial year. That reduction has totalled around 6% in real terms, and from this financial year into next, it totals around 5% in real terms. There's yes, then new policy decisions taken, which are net in those figures I gave before. So that reduction still occurs, notwithstanding those new policy decisions. Within those, some of them, as with some other policy decisions that we just discussed, entail reprioritisation within agencies, but others entail additional commitment by government where we believe that that's been necessary. Some of it's still in areas of COVID support or flood and emergency support. Others for particularly those areas of infrastructure investment or women's safety that we've been discussing before.
Yeah. But do you not want to, I mean, the point I'm making is whether that spending has been offset. And I can see you don't want to answer that question.
No, Senator. No, some of these are additional policy decisions taken by government. Some of them, as I said, entail elements of the reprioritisation that is offset within agencies from one function or activity to another, but others are additional commitments by government that are not.
Yeah, I'm not criticising the spending. I'm just trying to make the point that it doesn't seem that any of that is spending that's been offset, which is something that is often asked of people in your position and mine about, you know, where the spending is coming from.
Yeah, and the point I make is that some of it is offset when we get agencies to reprioritise and to meet new measures within existing resources. That's an agency offsetting within their activities. Some of it, by necessity, is additional.
Okay. So when you said some of it is offset within existing resources, as we've discussed, do you have a figure for that?
No, Senator, not that has been put into any sort of aggregate.
Okay. Okay, so outside of, we don't have a figure, but it might be these ones where it says partially met from within the existing resources. So it's a relatively small part, but outside of that, it's additional expenditure. Okay. Do you want me to just keep going?
I understand that we're due to break at about 20 past 12.
Oh, yeah.
Or 12:15.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll try and find a small...
Okay.
A relatively small bit of questions I have. I've got all these little bits of paper that I'm getting lost in. There seem to be a number of 1 and 2 year funding, additional funding, mindful of the discussion we've just had, where there are ones that have funding that's previously been provided. So you can't just look at it and say, just because there's 1 year, that that's all there is. But there were a couple which I was looking at, which looked to me like it was unusual why they would just be a 1 year one. Like I think there was an adult dental program, which was it looked like an agreement with states and territories, I thought. But I was just intrigued why that one, and there was one I think there was quite a lot in the mental health space, suicide prevention. I can go through them and give you the page numbers and things, but just, I guess it's in a general sense. If a program is ongoing, or like has an ongoing purpose, would it be unusual to just give it 1 or 2 years funding? Like under your budget rules, if you are funding a program that has ongoing impact, you wouldn't just fund it for 1 year or 2 years, would you? That wouldn't kind of be proper budgeting.
So the budget follows the decision of government. In some cases, such as the dental agreement you mentioned, I think that has been subject to a number of 1 year extensions, and so that's consistent with the ongoing practice there. In others, they are programs that run for a particular discrete period of time, and then have then we'll have review mechanisms or the like built into them to assess the effectiveness of those programs and whether they continue in their current form or in different forms. In terms of the overall budgeting management of those sorts of issues, this is probably a key factor as to why the conservative bias allowance exists in the contingency reserve, to accommodate the fact that those sorts of time-limited commitments, we'll see some of them renewed or extended or done in a different way over the years to come. And so the conservative bias allowance provides that future allowance in a conservative budgeting sense that says future governments will make decisions in some of these areas, potentially elsewhere, and if you look at the formula for that, which provides more and more headroom each of the out years as you get progressively along, that reflects the fact that some of the sorts of things you're asking about, which end after 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, will be subject to those sorts of considerations by future governments.
Okay, so if we use the adult dental one, so that's been just a rolling on extension. NPP, is it? Is a national partnership?
Yeah. I think there were some questions asked of health. I just saw very briefly the other day.
I don't want to get into the agreement. It's more about how you make provision for it, because it would seem to me you're always going to have a funding agreement on public dental services for adults, that doesn't stop on the 30th of June next year. But you're saying to me that you do provide for some allowance for that, probably in the contingency reserve, and then it's subject to negotiations with the states.
So to be clear, not specifically case by case in the contingency reserve, but the operation of the conservative bias allowance in terms of what is projected against what is projected in the CR.
On that, I think it really is case by case. So it's quite hard to talk in the generality of these matters. But when government looks at what's in front of them and makes decisions, it can be because there is a process on foot, a negotiation process or the like that has a point when it's to return. It can be because there's an evaluation of a program that might mean that the program, changes in the future. The conservative bias allowance is particularly to adjust for the tendency for there to be an underestimation of the cost of programs going forward. So generally what we see is that entities tend to be over-optimistic about what they can spend in the budget year, and there's an underspend provision that goes to that, and then be pessimistic or underestimate what they will spend in the future years. So there is a long-standing adjustment mechanism that sits behind the budget that takes account of that tendency to be conservative in terms of what programs will cost in the out years. But in regard to why you would provision a shorter period of time, well, it really depends on the case in point. And, you know, there are times when governments will provision in the CR where they have a reasonable expectation that something will continue, but they don't want to go so far as to put that money into an entity's yellow book. So it's really, you know, it really matches the circumstances that are in front of you on a case-by-case basis. I mean, you'll see that many of the shorter-term measures in this budget really do relate to COVID. So it's where there is a sort of near-term issue that is being addressed, and there's 1 or 2 years funding provided in respect of that issue.
I mean, an example in last year's budget, for instance, around a policy measure that had been subject to terminating points in the future was preschool, and we took the decision in last year's budget that the parameters around that were all certain enough and so forth for the future that it should just reflect in and of itself in the bottom line, as against from other ways of budgeting for unknowns in different areas.
Okay, Chair, shall we leave it there and come back after lunch?
Indeed, let's leave it there.
I do have
Thank you,
some
Senator
more.
Gallagher.
Okay, thank you.
The committee will now suspend for lunch, and we are deviating somewhat from the program. We'll be reconvening here at 20 to 1:40 p.m. So we'll see you all back after that. Thank you. Resume its examination of the Department of Finance. And Senator O'Sullivan, you have the call.
Thank you. Minister, the improvement in the budget bottom line is extraordinary, an improvement more than $100 billion in the current year and across the forward estimates. Minister, what's driving this improvement, and how's the government's economic plan been central to this achievement?
Thanks, Senator O'Sullivan. There's a few factors at play there. One is the government realising on our commitments in relation to COVID expenditure being temporary and targeted wherever possible, and that is enabling the reductions in payments by government that I spoke about earlier. That see a particular step down from last year to this year of payments to the tune of real payments to the tune of around 6%, and then from this year to next year of around 5%, and that is overwhelmingly a function of those emergency COVID measures sticking to the temporary and targeted nature that we had outlined as a government. On top of that, we then have the dividends of the stronger economy, which has seen a significant increase in revenue. That revenue is a function mostly of income-related taxes over the forward estimates. That, Senator, is because we've got record numbers of Australians in jobs, undertaking more work, earning more. Even though we've cut the rates of income tax, we are seeing higher yields from income tax due to the significantly higher workforce. It's also, of course, had a further downward pressure on the payment side in terms of less funding in areas of social safety net expenditure because we've got higher levels of employment. Company tax plays a role, but a much smaller role across the forward estimates than other revenue streams because of the very conservative assumptions we've made about commodity prices and that they the assumptions being that they normalise or return to previous long run much lower prices over a 6-month horizon. But if we look at across the forward estimates, we can see some $103.6 billion improvements in the underlying cash balance from the current financial year through to the out year of 25-26. In the current financial year, it's an improvement of $19.4 billion. Out there in 25-26, it's an improvement of $25 billion. That's just compared against MyEFO last year in terms of improvements. If we actually went back and compared it against last year's budget, or let alone the budget before that, we'd see even greater rates of improvement. And in fact, the scale of improvement in the budget bottom line is the fastest rate of consolidation in 70 years. That comes off of course, very rapid challenges that we had to face during the depths of the COVID crisis. But it shows that medium-term fiscal strategy is working of growing the economy, and in doing so, reducing deficits as a share of the economy, and they over the medium term are now forecast to be around half of what they had previously been expected to be.
And what have been the key outcomes of the government's COVID-19 response in terms of Australia's relative performance in terms of protecting lives and protecting livelihoods? So that is, how do we compare internationally in terms of our health outcomes and economic performance, Minister?
Australia has recorded some of the lowest fatality rates in the world, and in doing so, it's estimated more than 40,000 Australian lives have been saved from our COVID-19 response. Australia has also recorded some of the strongest economic outcomes in the world in terms of rates of growth and recovery exceeding that of other G7 economies, rates of employment pushing now to historic lows. That analysis shows that more than 700,000 jobs were saved during COVID from measures like JobKeeper, but the capacity that we maintained in the economy has enabled us not just to have saved jobs, but to have come into a recovery phase where we've created them, some 375,000 more jobs in the Australian economy than we had pre-COVID. And indeed, if we look at even the management of government finances, we can see very positive relativities compared with other countries around the world. If you look at pages 87 and 88 of budget paper number 1, that shows our fiscal performance compared with other G7 economies. On page 87, which shows the significantly higher debt levels as a share of GDP across all of those G7 economies. And on page 88 shows the relativities in terms of the credit ratings that Australia and other countries have, and we may maintain our position as one of only 9 countries in the world to have that AAA credit rating from all 3 of the major international rating agencies, as shown on page 88.
Minister, when you were talking about the responses to COVID, you emphasised the importance of temporary measures that were addressing the needs at the time, and I take from that you mean not to bake in measures that would be a burden on the budget going forward. And there were many vocal demands at that time, I certainly recall it, as I'm sure you do, from different sections of society and indeed in this building here. What would have been the consequence to the budget of a government who was incapable of saying no to those sort of demands, to bake things in, to make some of these measures even larger or quite possibly permanent?
Permanent or ongoing measures would create structural challenges for the budget going forward, and would mean that the rate of repair that we've been able to achieve to date would not have been able to be secured. And so the temporary nature of our commitments has been an essential part of the ability to rein in the size of deficits, to in fact halve them as a share of GDP going out over to the medium term. Some of the pressures we faced were, for example, for JobKeeper to be made available to non-citizens, or when we decided to start the step down of JobKeeper, there were various calls for us to maintain the eligibility criteria that had been there before, or to maintain the rates of JobKeeper at levels that had been there before. We withstood each of those calls and pursued the step down that we did, and in doing so saw that on the other side there was growth in jobs, and that unemployment continued to come down as JobKeeper came off. There have been other calls through the course of the pandemic for policies demonstrably unnecessary, such as the vaccination payment that the Labor Party called for. And if you look at all of those sorts of programs or calls that the government has resisted, you can easily see at least $80 billion worth of additional spending that that government could have incurred during this time, which obviously, given the results we achieved, was quite unnecessary to have incurred.
Yeah, thank you. That's right. There were statements like the sky was basically going to fall down, but that obviously didn't eventuate. So thank you, Minister. That's it.
Thank you very much, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Gallagher.
I'll have
Or Senator Ayres.
I'll have just a little bracket of questions about government advertising. Minister, I might just let whoever's appropriate come up and... Can you tell me...
So before you start,
yes.
Senator, I've got the deputy and the relevant...
Oh, yes.
But the Assistant Secretary is actually one of my people who's been affected, but we can seek to respond to your questions.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms Carroll. Can you tell me how many current government advertising campaigns are underway? And could you list them for me?
Yeah. Senator, so Tracy Carroll, Acting Deputy Secretary, Governance and Resource Management. So currently there are 17 campaigns in the market.
Right.
So 17 campaigns in the market. So the Australian Signals Directorate has the Act Now, Stay Secure cyber security campaign. Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment has a national recycling campaign. Department of Defence has Defence Force recruiting. Defence Industries and, that's for Defence. Department of Education, Skills and Employment has Vet Skills and Job Trainer Phase 2. Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade has a Smart Traveller campaign. Department of Health has Accessing Healthcare and COVID-19 vaccines. Department of Home Affairs has Border Watch campaigns. So phases 1 and 2. Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications has an online safety campaign. Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet has Occupational Mobility Scheme. Department of Social Services has Care and Support Workforce, Disability Gateway and Stop It at the Start Phase 4. And the Department of Treasury has Financial Capability and Economic Recovery Phase 3.
Thank you. So I think last time we met in February, which seems like a long time ago now, there were 10 campaigns, I think, that were in the market. Which of those campaigns are new, and when did they start?
Of the new ones, sorry. So the campaigns that have launched since the February Senate estimates was the Department of Social Services Stop It at the Start Phase 4, Department of Education, Skills and Employment Vet Skills, Department of Health Accessing Healthcare, Department of Defence Defence Industries, Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet, slightly different name, but Automatic Mutual Recognition Job Pass.
Oh, yes.
It's the same campaign.
Mobility Scheme, Job Pass.
Department of Treasury with the Economic Recovery Phase 3 and Youth Financial Capability, and Home Affairs with Border Watch Phase 1 and 2.
I got 8 new ones there. Does that mean one of them's dropped off, has it?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, yes. Campaign that is no longer in the market was the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources Emissions Reduction Campaign.
So I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, that all of those have been through the ICC process?
Yes, that's right.
Do they now go to the Service Delivery and Coordination Committee of Cabinet as well?
My expectation is that they would each have been through the Service Delivery and Coordination Committee of Cabinet. Yes.
Who's on that committee again?
Senator Scott Dilley, First Assistant Secretary, Governance Division. Senator, I don't have the full list in front of me. It's chaired by Senator Robert. Beg your pardon?
Mr. Minister.
Yes. Sorry.
He's not a senator.
Minister. My apologies. Yes, Minister.
It's chaired by Minister Robert.
I think normally the questions about cabinet committees go to PM&C in terms of membership, so I'm not I don't think in our briefing we actually have the membership.
I think I've just learned all I need to know about this particular operation. As they say, the plot thickens. So last financial year there were $145 million, that's right, isn't it? Basically government advertising?
That's correct, Senator.
Bigger than Coca-Cola.
Last financial year.
Qantas, McDonald's, KFC.
So I think it's fair to say, Senator, that government advertising has historically been quite large when compared to the advertising of companies. And that's, my understanding is that's always been the case.
Yeah, it dwarfs them really in the market. Is it correct?
And Senator, as with particularly over the last year, programs like COVID vaccination and so forth, dwarfing, I would argue, the importance to the nation compared with some of those other messages, but many others, constants like Defence Force recruitment and those sorts of things.
Well, let's talk about an advertising program that's a little bit harder to reconcile with the public interest, shall we? Is it true that I think in Treasury estimates it was revealed that the government's spending $1 million a week on this, whatever the new version of our economic comeback is, Australia's economic plan, the next steps. Is that right, $1 million a week?
Senator, as Treasury gave their information at their estimates in terms of the current expenditure against budget in that program.
They're right, aren't they?
I don't know, Senator Ayres. I was there, but I can't say that I committed their answers to memory at the time.
It'd be unlikely
They're
that
on the
they'd be
record.
wrong. Is there any information that you have that would contradict that?
So we actually don't have information, as you're aware from our previous evidence. We have expenditure data up to 45 days from today, so because there is a lag in the reconciliation of data. So in fact, in the data that we have available up to the end of January, there had been no spending on the Treasury campaign at that point, and which makes sense because it hadn't launched at that point.
Commenced.
But you really need to go to the portfolio to get information about expenditure since that point because we just don't have access to that.
Can you tell me when that commenced?
I think it was the week commencing 6th of March from what I have in front of me.
So a nice 12 weeks before the election campaign. What materials did the Independent Communications Committee review for that campaign? Can you tell me?
So I'm not able to tell you, I'm not sure.
The Independent Communications Committee, Senator, they would have seen...
They would have, or can you tell me what...
Sorry, they do for all campaigns, including this one. They see materials that outline the strategy and the media plan and etc. for the committee, and that was considered. I may have that date. I don't. I've got the date it was published, which was the 16th of March.
And would that typically have at least a page that sets out what the policy rationale is for this particular piece of propaganda?
Well, Senator, it's not for officials to respond to some of your
Does
briefing,
it have a
but,
policy
they
rationale
can-
set
they
out
can-
in the...
They can talk through what type of information needs to be presented through those committees.
Yeah, is there an effort to make some sort of public policy argument that it's, you know, that there's some policy rationale to this campaign?
So, Senator, the purpose of the committee is to consider campaigns at an early stage of their development and approval for against the guidelines, against the government's guidelines, in particular the 4 communications guidelines. And those guidelines cover off some criteria. It has to be relevant to government responsibilities, presented in an objective, fair and accessible manner, objective and not directed at promoting party political interests, justified and undertaken in an efficient, effective and relevant manner.
How does...
And those four criteria are the criteria that the ICC considers the planning of the campaign against.
And can I just add to that? And I think we've been through the process in previous estimates, but the Independent Communications Committee considers the campaign at various stages in its development generally. I don't actually have the detail about this particular campaign, but, you know, if I can speak in the generality. And at the end of the day, it's the accountable authority that effectively certifies the campaign. The ICC provides assurance, I guess, that the campaign is capable of meeting the principles, and on that basis, the campaign is certified by the accountable authority.
Well,
Senator, just before you go on, I can see you've got detailed questions on this. We may be a little bit hamstrung because the officer who actually does all the detail on these matters and supports the SDCC is not able to attend today. So we might find that we run into a point where we can't assist you today, but we can definitely take it on notice.
I'm just not sure what could be done, given what I've just heard about the criteria to satisfy these sort of questions. Like, advertising campaigns presumably have a purpose in terms of the response that they want to excite in the audience that sees them. What possible public purpose is there in Australia's economic plan? We're taking the next step. What does that mean, Minister? We're taking the next step. What are people supposed to do? Then the next one says helping individuals taking the next step. There's a picture of people's feet. Like, what is it for? What is it asking people to do apart from vote Liberal? The other one says business take the next step, keeping taxes low, which is a lie, skilling the workforce for a government that's got 140,000 less apprentices than when they started. Like, what is the total amount of taxpayers' money that is going to be spent on this campaign and on government advertising yourselves for the next 6 weeks?
So, Senator, there's quite a few questions that you asked amongst all of that. Of each of the little images you held up, I am assuming, without knowing where they've been sourced, but as digital images, I imagine they each would contain links embedded within them to further policy information in relation to government measures and initiatives as part of the economic recovery plans that we've been pursuing. That an important part of our economic recovery has been and continues to be elevated rates of consumer and business confidence, and that those confidence drivers which inform investment and spending.
Sorry, is the advertising supposed to be a confidence driver?
Well, Senator, in terms of it underpinning awareness of different policy measures and supports across government, such as in the latest budget, the support for small businesses to invest in skills and in technology, but in previous budgets, which continues as a measure, the support for investment overall. These are important policy measures that are helping to fuel our successful economic recovery and awareness of them to encourage business to make use of them, to encourage those confidence drivers is an important part of driving the outcomes. Now, the discussions around government advertising are things that I've seen at these estimates many years before. I mean, in the 2 years leading up to the 2013 election, there were significant spikes in advertising to around $200 million in each of those years of Labor's last term in office. That was a spike of $40–50 million more than had previously been reported in each of the preceding years. So the use of government advertising campaigns for a range of factors is not uncommon. You've just asked about the economic ones. I've highlighted some of the roles that they can and do play.
It's pretty thin, isn't it, really?
No,
It's political advertising, isn't it?
No, Senator.
Is the only reason we're here all this week so that the government can milk as much advertising out of the system as it can?
I thought we were here for scrutiny this week, Senator Ayres.
That's right.
I'm asking the Minister
If you weren't
if
here, you'd have
there's...
accused us of dodging that scrutiny, Senator Ayres.
Can you tell me how many campaigns have been reviewed by the ICC this year that haven't launched?
Senator, if it hasn't launched, it's not a campaign. And so that's a little bit of a difficult...
Well, have any proposals gone to the ICC? Before I disappear into a sort of vortex of circular argument,
yes, as I said it, I felt.
Yes, have any proposals gone to the ICC that have not turned into campaigns?
Senator, I'd need... ICC considers campaigns at quite an early stage, so I think we've outlined in evidence before that sometimes they can be considered and developed further, but I'm not sure that's the same as stopped.
Well, there's three possibilities, I suppose, aren't there? One is they are supported through the process.
Mm-hmm.
The second is they're sent back to the relevant agency for a bit more work so they comply with the guidelines, at least in the limited sense that appears to be required. Or thirdly, they are rejected. Now,
so it's not.
Or I suppose fourthly, they're approved but they haven't been launched yet. Those are the sort of four logical possibilities, aren't they?
It's not, could I clarify, it's not for ICC to approve a campaign continuing. That's a decision for the Accountable Authority, as the Secretary's outlined, to approve its compliance with the guidelines, and the ICC supports the Accountable Authority to come to that view, and ultimately it's a decision of government as to whether a campaign proceeds.
And just to add to Mr Dilley, probably not very helpfully, but just to remind you, Senator, that the SDCC is a Committee of Cabinet, so we would not normally be providing details about what is considered
so
by
yes, the
Cabinet,
SDCC is... And how long's that been part of Mr Roberts' engagement and the SDCC's engagement in this? How long's that been going on for?
I mean, the SDCC and the fact of a Committee of Cabinet around communications is not a recent initiative. I'd probably have to take on notice exactly how long, but it is certainly not recent. In terms of Minister Roberts' chairing of that committee.
But it's not an obstacle to telling me then how many campaigns have had to go back to the authorising agency for review this year?
I don't have that information to hand.
But some have.
Senator, in terms of campaigns that might have been considered by ICC on more than one occasion.
But we can take that on notice and see what we can provide you on notice, Senator.
Have any exemptions been granted from the guidelines?
Yes, Senator.
And what was that in relation to?
don't think there's been any change since the last time we appeared at the committee. I think the question was asked. There has been?
No, there's been no change, you're correct.
Oh, no change? Okay.
No change, okay. Okay.
Senator O'Sullivan, did you have a question?
I do, if I can just on advertising. I understand, just for completeness, that the census advertising was included in this financial year. Is that correct?
So I think from recollection that the census crossed the financial years, is that correct? So there was some spending that would have been picked up in the report. Senator Ayres referred to the 145.3 million, so some of that related to the census, but then there is also, I might be getting confused, there's also an amount in this financial year also. The officers would have it.
Senator, if I could clarify the three exemptions, just while I've got the floor. As per last time, they were the COVID-19 public health campaign, COVID-19 prevention campaign and Treasury's COVID-19 activity, and there's been no additions since then. In terms of, as the Secretary has outlined, of the figure that we've provided, 23.5 million of expenditure for the census has been incurred in the period July to January 2022.
And how about COVID advertising, health-related advertising?
For that same period, for COVID, 37.5.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, can you... has the Prime Minister provided guidance to ministers about decision-making and caretaker and, sort of appropriate conduct once the election is called? Is that something that routinely happens?
The Prime Minister has reminded all ministers that once the election is called, we will enter into a caretaker period and to be aware of the caretaker principles and alert for advice from departments in relation to the operation of them.
Was that a briefing that he provided to Cabinet, or was it in correspondence to ministers?
It was a verbal briefing.
Okay. Was there, as part of the briefing, was there a request to make sure all decisions needed to be made this side of a particular date, as is what happened in 2019?
No, there wasn't specifically that suggestion or request, Senator. There was the function. The function of government continues, but the caretaker principles provide guidance for how that function occurs.
Because I think we learnt through some of the ANAO reports that were done that on the night before caretaker kicked in, there was quite a flurry of activity between the former Minister for Finance, the Prime Minister and line ministers in approving expenditure of funds on the eve of caretaker, which were then announced as election commitments during the election campaign. Is the government going to take a similar approach this time round?
Senator, decisions of government will be made transparent in PFO. If the government has decisions that it's making or makes that it chooses to announce, well, they'll either have to be announced before PFO or otherwise Ms Huxtable and Dr Kennedy will do their bit in relation to publishing any such decisions.
Okay. So if we use the example of the urban the car parks on the Urban Congestion Fund, because I'm interested how maybe this was an issue, Ms Huxtable, that wasn't picked up or was picked up and then was argued about, because one of the issues that arose here in the Urban Congestion Fund was that there was an exchange of letters between the Minister and Prime Minister around the car parks on the 10th of April, entered caretaker, I think, in the morning of the 11th of April. Would those decisions on the 10th of April then shown up somewhere in PFO? Sorry.
So there's probably a distinction to be drawn there, Senator, between a decision of government in relation to funding particular programs or measures, and in any variances to the funding of those programs or measures, versus decisions of government taken more ordinarily within a line portfolio area about the utilisation or delivery of programs that they've already been funded for, a measure that's already in existence.
Can I just add, Senator, on that? So if you look at the 2019 PFO, there is a footnote to the expenses table which references the allocation of funding from unallocated funding in the Urban Congestion Fund, which I presume is what you're referencing. So while there aren't specific measures published at PFO, there is a table which summarises any decisions taken since the most recent economic update, and then footnotes effectively identify the nature of those measures.
Did you know the figure then?
It's in
PFO?
It's referenced in PFO.
Sorry, I just don't have PFO.
I might not be entirely...
it's just there was an
there
argument.
There might be at slight cross purposes if you are going into an element of an allocation, but at footnote K to the expense table, it says this measure commits funding of $895.1 million over 5 years from 1920 for additional projects from unallocated funding in the Urban Congestion Fund, and then sets it out by state, and $389 million for car park upgrades in New South Wales and Victoria.
Yeah, so I think this is what I'm trying to understand, because even though it was, the Audit Office took it that because it was included in PFO, that it shouldn't be considered an election commitment, but the ministers, in their response to the audit report, argue, and the department argue that it was an election commitment and not a decision of government. So that's what I'm trying to understand. So you recorded in PFO...
So what we have recorded is a commitment of funding for projects which are not named, that is drawn from unallocated funding. So what we try to do with PFO is to be as clear as possible and incorporate any relevant decisions between a point A and point B. Now, how that then translates into what you're referencing, I don't have knowledge about the details of what the audit office might have
you and the audit
considered.
office are on the same side of the ledger.
And, assuming we're talking about the same thing
we
also.
are. Yeah.
So, but I thought you prefaced your statement with saying that there wasn't a reference in PFO.
No, I said would. I think I was just confirming. I said would.
But there is
would decisions taken this side of caretaker, like this was at basically 8 hours before caretaker kicked in. On the night of the 10th, there was a whole range of decisions made, and they allude to letters going between the Prime Minister, line ministers and the Finance Minister. In fact, I think it was the letter had a whole range of movements of decisions taken and funding allocated on the eve. Would that have to be provided to you for the purposes of PFO?
So for PFO, we follow the requirements that are set out in the Charter of Budget Honesty, and in respect of PFO, and I'm sure one of my officers will love to come to the table, But in respect of PFO, it quite clearly sets out the responsibilities of the Finance Secretary and the Treasury Secretary and, provides the detail, and we will just follow, in terms of my responsibilities with PFO, I will follow the detail of that. And I don't have the charter with me, but Ms Lee may
that's fine.
have the relevant... And so it sets out effectively how we provide information on decisions taken since the last update. Not only decisions, there may also be estimates, variations and the like.
Yeah.
Yes, and the thing that has to happen is both the Treasurer and the Finance Minister have to make a declaration to the Secretaries that they've advised of all the decisions of government.
Okay, and when does that happen?
So that needs to happen within 2 days of the writs being issued.
Of the election being called?
Yeah.
And so that's 8 days before. Is it you've got 10 days, I think, after the
So
writs?
in the charter, it sets out that up to 10 days from the date of the writs being issued, we will publicly release a PFO report. Within 10 days is actually the wording.
Okay. And so, and then the Finance Minister and the Treasurer have to sign effectively a statutory declaration saying that, a declaration, which is...
Which is published.
It's
in the PFO.
Which
so
says
there is
these
a
are all the
statement.
decisions
If you
that have
look
been
at
taken.
page 8, Roman numerals, there's a statement by the Treasurer, the then Minister for Finance and the Public Service, if you look at 2019.
Yeah. And so the issues that were identified in this audit report, where there's an argument between what constitutes an election commitment and what constitutes a decision of government, should really be made clear by PFO and the declaration that the ministers have to sign. Yeah.
I mean, we basically follow. I've got the charter now, and there's. Oh no, I don't have the charter actually. I've got the costing guidelines. I wanted the charter, not the costing guidelines. But we follow, without commenting on this particular issue, I mean, we basically follow the requirements that are in the charter.
And it doesn't go to election.
Yep.
Okay, so you don't necessarily see... I see, yeah, that's all right. All right, so, Minister, from your point of view, whatever you sign off on before caretaker would appear in the PFO? Because you had a little bit of there's a difference between a decision taken in the ordinary, I think, course of... You had a slightly nuanced explanation before, so I just want to go back to that.
Yeah, so I mean, what the Treasurer and I will sign off on is a declaration that we have disclosed to Ms Huxtable and Dr Kennedy all details of any government decision or any other circumstance that we know about that has or could have material fiscal or economic implications, and that neither of the responsible secretaries could reasonably be expected to know about. Yes, Senator, in relation to decisions that have material fiscal or economic implications, then yes, we would expect to disclose those. I would expect that in most instances, the manner in which such decisions are made, the secretaries would reasonably know about them as well. So I don't anticipate that there will be a great deal that we need to separately disclose, as distinct from the sort of nature of correspondence, approvals, briefs that we would copy our departments into in any event.
Okay, so say if we took a new measure that's been provided for in the budget, I think it was here, I tagged it. Actually, sorry, I've got to find the right page. I'm in the regional booklet, glossy. This Treasury has a responsibility for the glossies, don't they?
That's what I say. I'm looking at my pile of budget papers and the Secretary's pile, and there we go. There are glossies somewhere else in the room, but not at the table with either of us.
Here they are. They've arrived.
should have highlighted it. There's a $500 million regional, can't remember the name of it, but it's a regional fund.
The Regional Accelerator
I think it might be the
program.
Regional Accelerator Fund, yeah. Is that $500 million in that? Yeah, I think it
It's
is.
more than that.
No, there's a program.
I think there's an element of it which
There's an
might
element
be,
which is
might be from modern manufacturing. Maybe.
a fund. But in that fund, it's not clear, you know, how that's been allocated or when that would be allocated. So if, for argument's sake, you decide how you're going to allocate that between now and during the election campaign, or even if you decide that now before you go into caretaker, do the decisions on allocations, do they have to be disclosed, or is there no change because it's already in the budget, so it wouldn't classify as a change that's significant or material to the fiscals? Just to use that measure as an example. Once
to
I
be honest,
find it.
Senator, I'm a bit loath to provide a view without. I mean, I need to consider in the development of the PFO. You know, I need to consider whether there is any matter that needs to be highlighted. I mean, I might, you know, as a general rule, where measures are announced and they've been in the budget update, then that, you know, is the announcement of those measures. Both announcement but also, you know, provisioning. What we will do generally in the PFO, and the best thing is to look at a previous PFO because you can see the kind of thinking there, is to, you know, to provide information, as I just read out in respect of the Urban Congestion Fund, that, you know, provides sufficient information for a reader to reasonably understand what may have changed since the budget update or what may have been unclear. But I think, you know, my view is I haven't really thought about PFO at this point because we've kind of been focused on budget. The election's not yet been called, but at that point we will go through a process of preparing the PFO consistent with the Charter.
Okay, so, yeah, and I don't want to ask you unreasonable questions that you're not in a position to answer. I'm trying to find if there is unallocated sort of pockets of funding that's just, you know, appears in the budget as a, say, a $500 million fund, or, you know, this still has unallocated funding in it. The Building Better Regions Funds has unallocated funding in it. Whether that, the amount that's allocated gets disclosed or not. Because it's an issue. If there's billions of dollars sort of tucked away in the budget, that's just lumps of money, but for no specific, or not broken down, that are going to be broken down later, how do we get transparency and line of sight on that ahead of the election? Or we don't, we just accept that.
So I think, you know, there's a couple of elements to that. I spoke before about the contingency reserve and about the text in the contingency reserve chapter of budget paper number 1.
But these aren't in the contingency reserve.
But that, you know, when you're talking about sort of, you know, where funding may be, where it's not clear how much funding has been allocated, I mean, in the CR text in Statement 5, it is stepped out actually what the elements of that, of what's in the CR. Clearly there's some things that can't be disclosed for national security or commercial and confidence reasons, but we seek to be as clear as possible in that CR text. And then, you know, really there just needs to be, you know, consideration, which hasn't yet happened, about whether there's anything else that consistent with the Charter should be called out in the PFO. And, you know, I'm being very frank with you, I just, you know, we kind of haven't got to the stage in the process where we are considering those matters.
Okay,
But if you go back, you know, not just through this PFO, but any, you know, number of PFOs, you know, you will see the approach that we've consistently taken, which again would be the approach that I would take, where in the footnotes to the tables we seek to provide information. I mean, Amanda's more the expert than me probably, but
That's right.
but she agrees, which is good.
Okay. It's just, as the shadow finance, trying to get across, the expenditure in the budget, trying to understand how some of these, grants funds or large allocations of funding to be allocated down the track, how you get a grasp on what's been allocated as a decision of government and then what emerges in the election campaign is almost impossible. It's sort of, it's a clever way of sort of allocating money that it's very easy to use for the purposes of an election, but difficult for any party other than government to understand how that money is being allocated or not.
I think the thing to come back to is really what's the purpose of the PFO, which is set out in the Charter, which is to provide updated information on the economic and fiscal outlook, to take into account to the fullest extent possible all government decisions and all other circumstances that may have a material effect on the economic and fiscal outlook. So that, that's its purpose. So it's really about the sort of assurance around the budget bottom line, I guess, and the aggregates, etc., and calling out any issues that might affect the aggregates that are incoming, government may be unaware of. And I can assure you, having done one myself and supported another two, that we take, our responsibilities very seriously in terms of how we prepare the PFO, and it is, very much the views of the secretaries that are incorporated.
Oh, yeah, no, and I'm not casting any judgment on that at all. I just see it as a genuine issue. If you say have a regionalisation fund for $500 million as part of the a bigger $2 billion regional accelerator measure, and it does appear in the budget, so everyone knows it's there. What's not clear is how it's being allocated, how much is being allocated, and how much was a decision of government, and how much potentially is there for election campaigning purposes. But anyway, I'm not sure it's going to be solved by me continuing to press it. It's just, I think there are large pockets of money that are very difficult to track through this budget that might be used for the purposes of election commitments. I do have some questions on BP4. Are you happy if I keep going?
Until about 3 o'clock.
Till 3. Oh, yeah. All right. The DTA have already appeared, haven't they? Yesterday, did they? The DTA, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I noticed under digital government services, and the digital economy gets quite a lot of money across MyEFO and this budget, and I think in previous budgets, but it says one of the digital government strategy, this is on page 15, sets a bold vision for Australia to be the top 3 digital government by 2025, in line with a broader vision to be a top 10 data and digital economy by 2030. Do we know where we are now? Like, is there a measure of where we sit in the... I'm not even sure what the assessment criteria is to measure a digital government, but I'm sure there is one somewhere. Are we anywhere near the top 3 now, or...? I can leave that with people if you want to have it, if there's a person.
I think this is really one for the DTA, but I think that goes back to the digital economy strategy, which is out of PM&C.
Yes.
I mean, we can seek to get their advice and provide a response.
Yeah, it is in. Yeah, all right. All right. In the. I think this is in your letter or your forward, Minister, you talk about the ASL and you say that this is about managing the size of government administration through careful assessment of any specific needs for additional staff. And it says, where new activities cannot be undertaken within existing resources, an assessment is made as to whether ASL or other delivery methods are the appropriate way to deliver policy outcomes. Is that a whole of government process that agencies have to follow? And if so, how are they required to assess that?
So, yes, Senator. I mean, that's referencing the agency-specific ASL caps and the way they operate, and that where new activities by an agency cannot be undertaken within their existing staffing resources, an assessment is made, i.e. they make a case, and the case comes either to me or through cabinet processes with the contestable advice and assessment of the finance department as to whether it's a strong case or not for them to receive either an increase in their ASL cap, or if it's a budget measure, going through the budget processes that may give them both additional capacity for additional ASL or additional capacity for contractors or other services.
So like it's a formal process they have to go through. And where does it report? Does it report back to finance if they're going through this, or does it just get ticked off as part of the measure? Like they say, well, we've got to do this and we'll need ASL.
So, Senator, it's part of the process of government considering new policy proposals. So new policy proposals include information around ASL requirements, and clearly our officials in the agency advice units have a good understanding of the agencies and engage with the agencies on a very regular basis. And so, there is an assessment usually in consultation with the agency involved in terms of what the mix of resourcing, the type of resourcing, the capacity to reprioritise within existing resources. I mean, it's a pretty tried and true process now over many years.
Yeah. But when you talk other delivery methods, are you talking non-ongoing, external labour? Like, does it encompass all of the kind of external ways you manage some of your workload pressures?
I think generally it's around what's the proposal that's come forward and what's the right mix of resourcing for that particular proposal. So it may be that where there's specialist expertise required, or if it's a short-term deliverable, that it's more appropriate to have a shorter-term workforce than if there's an ongoing need.
Okay. And with your table that we always talk about it's graph 1 on page 18, I think I have asked for this before, but what the total government expenses are? Like, isn't that the piece of information that's missing in that table? Like, it could be... You're trying to tell a story that your public service or your public administration costs are going down, but the other piece of the information is what are they going down against? Like, what is... So, do you see what I mean? It's hard to measure...
I mean,
whether you're actually driving efficiencies in the public service or just spending a lot more broadly.
I think we have taken on notice before some of the underlying data from the table.
I'm not sure I saw it come back, but...
I'm sure it's been responded to, Senator, if it was taken. But I think the other thing to look at is, of course, BP4 does report on the detailed ASL forecast for 22-23, and you'll see from the preface that there's been a slight increase in ASL in this budget, ASL allocated in this budget. I think it is fair to say that one of the things we're seeing, as I think many areas of the workforce is seeing, is that it is quite there is quite a recruitment challenge for the public sector and for the private sector
Yeah.
at the minute, and I think we're seeing that in some of our expected outcomes for the current financial year. ASL, some agencies are not achieving their kind of ASL caps because they're finding it
can't
hard
recruit.
to find
Yeah.
staff.
Yeah.
Which I think there were some questions asked of the Commissioner about that yesterday.
Yeah. Okay, we'll have a look at that. I didn't think I did get, because I think anyway, all right.
I'm not sure if we took that exactly,
Yeah.
that question exactly on notice.
And I noticed in the State of the Service report, I think, where are we up to? I think it was 13% of public service. Have a look. 13% of the total workforce is now non-ongoing workers, which these are the ones that are directly engaged by the APS, which is the highest on record and
So 87%
almost double that from when the coalition took office. Is there an explanation for that? I mean, is that a COVID impact, perhaps?
Well, I'm not sure. We might have to take that on
It
notice.
was
To be
just-
honest, I haven't really seen that.
Okay.
Well, I haven't focused on that.
Yeah.
But, I could opine that there are certainly some things that, where we've seen a significant uptick in activity that is COVID-related, so you might reasonably expect that might occur. And I think there are also those broader workforce pressures that, I talked about, and the, capacity to sort of engage staff short-term might be one way around just a gap that you're trying to fill in your workforce pending, other processes. But I haven't looked in depth at the data, so probably
a better
the
one
Commissioner's
for them.
probably better
Yeah,
placed
yeah,
to respond
yeah.
to that.
Okay, let me just see what else I had. I've done that. Yep. I think I'm done with my ones.
Okay, Senator Ayres?
Thank you.
Anything you'd like to ask coalition senators? Anything further? Okay, thank you very much to Finance
I'll be
for
back.
outcomes 1 and 2.
I'm back for outcome 3, sorry.
Of course,
Sorry to
yes.
disappoint myself.
You're not done yet.
Disappoint yourself.
We'll continue with outcome 3 later on. But we might, I'm just trying to negotiate,
With the Greens.
well,
Good
The
luck.
Future Fund?
yeah, we do have Future Fund on next. And we might just quickly suspend to see if Senator McKinnon's on the line and able to ask those questions now. If not,
If not,
go to,
you're going to lose it.
yeah. So the committee will briefly suspend.
Yep.
Can we see if Senator McKinnon?
So that must have got 3, really.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all we're meant to.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm going to. No, Burmo's not going to be here for the Future Fund. He'll go, or he can stay, but he'll probably go.
Oh, well, there won't be a minister.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. I thought I called one. We might invite officials from the Future Fund in if they can hear me. because... Yes, I thought they would be, yes. If they're physically in the building, they can now come into the room. Does that make sense? Because then at 3:15 I'll have to... Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
See that? That's like Maxwell Smart down there. We'll never use it.
The committee will reconvene, and I welcome Dr. Raphael Arndt, Chief Executive Officer of the Future Fund Management Agency, and other officers of the agency. Mr. Arndt, did you wish to make an opening statement?
I would, thank you.
Thank you. Go for it.
In the 7 weeks since we last appeared before this committee, some very significant global events have caused extensive disruption in global markets, with widespread flow-on effect for economies and implications for investors. In our most recent position paper, A New Investment Order, published in September last year, we talked about a number of paradigm shifts that are shaping investment globally and that we have been watching closely for some time. These shifts include deglobalisation, inflation and fiscal monetary coordination. We've seen many of these changes accelerate recently. The unprecedented and ongoing response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine is impacting global market supply chains and traditional geopolitical models. With this backdrop, our view remains that the biggest challenge for long-term investors is rising inflation and rising interest rates and the effect these will have on asset prices. I also note that on 28 February, following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we moved to sell down our holdings in companies listed on the Russian Stock Exchange. Sanctions on Russia and the closure of the Moscow Stock Exchange have hampered every investor's efforts to sell. We have reduced our holdings from over $200 million to around $180 million, which is less than 0.1% of the fund, and intend to wind down the holdings as market conditions allow. The portfolio continues to be positioned with a neutral risk setting and around the middle of the range we would normally expect. However, as I mentioned at our last appearance late last year, we took some risk off, particularly in the listed equities program, given that risk is likely to be less well rewarded in the future. We continue our work to identify opportunities to access value from less liquid and more skill-based investments, and working our relationships with our partners to identify more focused opportunities both to secure returns and to manage risk. Just prior to our last appearance, we reported on the performance and positioning of our funds to 31 December 2021. The Future Fund performed strongly through the December quarter, delivering an annual return of 19.1% for the calendar year. Over 10 years, the fund has delivered a 10-year return of 10.8% per annum against a target of 6.2% per annum. Looking ahead, we expect returns will be harder to achieve, with ongoing fragility and disruption to global markets and economies continuing as key themes for some time to come. Low returns will become the new norm over the long term. The Medical Research Future Fund, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Land and Sea Future Fund, the Disability Care Australia Fund and the Future Drought Fund and the Emergency Response Fund continue to perform as intended. In total, across the 6 funds, the Future Fund Board of Guardians invests around $250 billion for the benefit of future generations of Australians. I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arndt.
Chair, just
Minister?
for the awareness of senators, Ms Huxtable, who doesn't need to be here in any event, but and I have a meeting at 3 o'clock that ideally we will attend. Our intention will be back in time for resumption of Department of Finance, but unless there are any objections from senators, I will leave Dr Arndt and Future Fund in your capable hands.
And just to clarify, we're expecting to get back to finance at 3:30.
Indeed, understood.
Okay. All good? Thank you. Senator McKim, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon, Dr Arndt. Can I just check that folks can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
All right, thank you, Dr Arndt. Thanks for your appearance and for your opening statement. Just one matter to follow up on your opening statement. Paraphrasing you here, but you indicated that the fund would continue to reduce your exposure in Russia as market conditions allowed. Would it be accurate to take from that that the price that you are able to realise from your investments in Russia will be a factor in determining whether, and if so, you will continue to divest?
No, we've put in sell orders with our investment managers over the entire Russian position, and that isn't what's called a limit order, so it doesn't have a price element to it.
Okay.
So the market conditions I'm referring to is the limitation on selling by foreigners on the Moscow Stock Exchange.
Thank you. I appreciate you clearing that up. Last estimates, I asked whether other countries' sanction decisions affect where the fund invests, and you took that question on notice, and I appreciate the response that you've provided. That response says that you require your investment managers to comply with sanctions that are applicable in the jurisdictions in which they operate, but also, which I understand they'd probably have to do anyway, but you also said that you require investment managers to comply with sanctions issued by Australia and the United States. And I wanted to ask what the rationale is to singling out the United States in regards to sanctions, as opposed to a country like the United States.
Yeah, sure. So sanctions are quite complex and operate right around the world, and we've seen in recent months how complex they can be. Of course, Australian government sanctions would apply directly to the Future Fund Board of Guardians, and so that's why we instruct our managers to follow them no matter where they're investing. They have to follow the sanctions in the countries they operate, as you pointed out. In respect to the US, given its scale and significance in the global financial system, and the fact that I suspect that all of our investment managers would be licensed to operate in the US, the board took a decision that it was appropriate to also ensure that we comply with US sanctions.
Okay. Was there any consideration given to complying with sanctions issued, for example, by the United Kingdom, where, still, in my view, unfortunately, the UK provides our head of state in Australia? There are sanctions issued by the European Parliament. For example, was there any consideration to requiring your investment managers to comply with sanctions, for example, in the UK and from the European Parliament?
Yes, there was. So we had quite a lengthy discussion with the board around a year ago on the applicability of global sanctions regimes, and it can get very complex when you instruct your investment managers to follow multiple rules from multiple jurisdictions, and really, but sometimes those sanctions conflict with each other. And so, so the view was taken that obviously Australia, the US for the reasons that we raised, and then I think, as I pointed out last time I was here, we monitor the sanctions regimes across around 10 or so different jurisdictions, of which the UK is one, and so our system would set up a flag if there was an entity that was sanctioned that we held by a jurisdiction other than one that we'd directed our managers to not hold directly. It would be pretty likely that if it was a jurisdiction like the UK, that would affect them directly anyway, because most of our managers are global in nature and would certainly operate in the UK, but that's for them. And then if something is flagged in our system, it can be elevated for a specific discussion.
All right, and thanks. That was just going to be my follow-up question there. So if a flag was raised in the circumstance that you've just described, who would that specific discussion be between? Like, at what level would that be elevated?
It would depend on the complexity of the situation, but in the ordinary course, our investment operations risk team, which is responsible for monitoring these things, would elevate it to the appropriate team within the investment business unit. And if it was, in most cases, it would be not that complicated to determine whether something is allowed to be held or not. If there was complexity around it, it could be elevated up to the senior executive level.
And when you say whether something was allowed to be held or not, are you referring there to whether, in fact, it has been sanctioned by either Australia or the United States?
Yeah, or a jurisdiction where the fund manager's operating. So, and I should clarify that when I say that, what I mean is I'm referring to sanctions against investments in companies as opposed to the operation of companies, which are different types of sanctions.
All right, thank you. Could you take on notice, please, the list of jurisdictions which you monitor and which may lead to a flag that you've just described?
Of course.
Thank you. The government circulated an amendment to the investment funds legislation amendment bill that we've discussed a couple of times previously that would require the fund to prepare a periodic investment report with the details to be prescribed in legislation. Obviously, was the fund consulted during the preparation of that amendment?
Sorry, I just missed the last part of your question, if you could repeat it.
I said that that the amendment would require the future fund to prepare a periodic investment report, and that the details of that report would be prescribed regulation. And I'm asking whether the fund was consulted during the preparation of that amendment.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And are you aware through that consultation of whether the regulations have been drafted?
I'm not aware specifically, but I believe that my understanding is that the paperwork was in order, that if the Senate had passed that amendment last week, then that was ready to be enacted.
All right, thank you. Are you able to provide any detail to the committee in terms of, for some of those details, for example, how often a periodic investment report would have needed to be prepared, and specifically what was required to be in a periodic investment report?
Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone from the department is here. I'm happy to do my best to answer your question, but I'm not a legislative expert. But my understanding is it would be twice a year, so as at the end of June and the end of December every year, and that the form of the disclosure was very closely following the similar rules that apply to super funds in terms of their portfolio holdings disclosure.
Right, did I see someone from the department just sit down? It's a little bit hard remotely. I'm just going to give whoever that was an opportunity, if they are able, to add any further detail.
Thank you, Senator. Scott Dilley, First Assistant Secretary, Governance Division from the Department of Finance, correct. Senator, no, I didn't have anything to add to that response.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Dilley. Could I ask either Dr. Arndt or Mr. Dilley, when you say, Dr. Arndt, that it would closely follow the model terms of disclosure that relates to super funds, would that include details of all equity investment?
Yes, it would.
Yes. And would there be any details of investments that can currently be obtained through FOI that would not be in the periodic investment?
Well, as we've discussed previously, the application of the FOI regime is a little bit vague when it comes to seeking commercially sensitive information. So as we've previously discussed, including at the committee hearings to the amendment bill for our legislation, there's plenty of commercially sensitive information that we hold around the terms and conditions of third-party fund manager arrangements, for example, and similar to the discourse that occurred around the super fund disclosure regime, the proposed rules follow the same approach, which is to aggregate holdings where they would be considered to be commercially sensitive.
Okay, so when you said before that it would include details of all equity investments, some of that may be aggregated in order to de-identify it. Am I right to understand it?
In terms of listed equity positions, every position would be published with no redactions.
Okay, all right. All right, thanks, Dr. Arndt. Look, the last topic I just wanted to explore with you was you'll recall our discussion previously about the US Executive Order 13959, which was in its original form issued in November 2020, which sanctions on AVIC, which is the Aviation Industry Corporation of China, which is a parent company of a number of other companies. You responded on notice, and thanks again, that the order had no impact on the fund's investments and that you had never invested in the AVIC parent company, although you have obviously invested in some subsidiaries to AVIC. Can I just be clear in your response? Is what you're saying that the fund actually held on to investments in AVIC subsidiaries, even though the AVIC parent company was subject to sanctions by the US?
So at the time that the initial order came out, my understanding is that that only applied to the parent company. It didn't apply to the subsidiaries. Yes. So as we released under a FOI application, we did continue to hold various AVIC subsidiaries. One of those subsidiaries was subsequently sanctioned, and we divested it. If this is where your question is going, when we divested it, the board also determined to divest the other subsidiaries of AVIC at that time.
Even though they weren't part of a sanction?
They were not directly sanctioned, but the board took the view that it was appropriate to divest them.
Was that because one of the AVIC subsidiaries had been sanctioned, or was I'm just seeking the framework for the board's decision there?
Yeah, the board's view was that one of the AVIC parent and one of the subsidiaries was sanctioned, and that looking at the relative size, risk and return and resource required to manage those positions, it was appropriate to divest them.
All right, thanks. And were they, sorry, can I be clear, Dr. Arndt, if I take a step back, I think you just gave evidence that, in fact, the fund did hold an investment in the one subsidiary of AVIC that was subsequently sanctioned, and you did divest from that. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so we held that position prior to the sanction applying, and we divested it during the phase-in period for the sanctions prior to divestment being required by the sanction.
Okay, and that's a 12-month period, is it not?
I can't remember exactly. I think it was about 10 months in this situation.
So you divested 10 months into the 12 months?
No, we divested within a couple of months of the sanction being applied, but with approximately 5 or 6 months left before that was required.
Okay, all right, thanks. Could I just ask you to take on notice if you're able to provide details in terms of those timeframes, if they vary materially from the evidence that
for the sanctioned subsidiary.
That's for the AVIC subsidiary that was subsequently sanctioned. Yeah. Appreciate that. Thanks, Dr. Hunt. I've got no further questions. Thanks very much for your appearance today, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator McKim. Do we have any other senators with questions
Labor want to go first?
for Future Fund? Labor don't have any questions. Do you have a couple, Senator O'Sullivan?
Well, yes, just a couple
Yep,
of
sure.
quick ones.
We're due to
We're
break
due to
in
break.
5 minutes.
Okay, so I'll keep it to 5
Thank
minutes
you.
then. Yep. So just interested in the performance figures. I know you did give us quite an update at the last estimates, and you've just given us a 7-week interim. But how has the Future Fund been performing of late?
So the most recent public performance figures we've released were as at the end of December, and per our normal practice,
And that was the 10.8, was it?
Well, that was 19.1% for the year and 10.8% per annum for 10 years leading up to that date. And per our practice, we'll release the next update on our performance as at the end of March, which will be in a few weeks. It takes a while to collect the data for the unlisted positions because we need to wait for our fund managers to publish. They usually publish the performance quarterly.
And where have you seen the biggest growth? In what sectors? In which, not necessarily which particular investments, but what areas?
Well, in recent years, I guess the compression of interest rates has driven strong performance from all growth assets, and so equities has performed exceptionally well. Our private equity and venture capital portfolio has also performed extremely well. But almost every asset class has performed well over that period. And from our point of view, we just look to have a very well diversified portfolio so that when things happen in the world, like geopolitical tensions that we're seeing at the moment, we're quite well diversified from that.
Okay. And you mentioned inflation has been one of the biggest risks going forward. How are you seeing things here domestically in addressing that?
Well, clearly inflation is a risk globally, and we're seeing strong inflation in the US and to a lesser extent in Europe. It's a little bit more contained in Australia at the moment, although it is kicking up. And it's the same drivers of low interest rates and a very strongly rebounding economy from the COVID period that's fueling that. I think some inflation is a good thing. Too much inflation is not a good thing. So here in Australia, I think we're still yet to see where that might go.
Yeah, and obviously measures that the government's taken to keep a lid on that, but as you say, a little bit is okay. Chair,
That's it. Very good. Thank you very much, Senator O'Sullivan. Thank you very much, Dr. Arndt, for coming along today, albeit very briefly. And the committee will now suspend for afternoon tea and will reconvene at 3:30.
Thank you.
What are we up to? The committee will now reconvene and examine outcome 3 for the Department of Finance. Minister, do you wish to make any statement at this time?
No, thank you, Chair.
Ms Huxtable, do you wish to make any statement at this time?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. And I'm just looking... Oh, we're just getting the tables circulated. And I'm looking for guidance from Labor senators as to who would like to talk first. Senator Ayres.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have some questions about advice that Finance provided to the Prime Minister's office in relation to the review that the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff conducted about backgrounding by the Prime Minister's media team against Ms Higgins and her partner, Mr Shiraz. What we do know is that Dr Kunkel's review references advice to him that was provided by the Department of Finance. And an FOI request for Finance's advice has been denied. I think the grounds were that it could be reasonably expected to have a substantial adverse effect on the management or assessment of personnel by Finance. and involves the unreasonable disclosure of personal information. Is there somebody who's in a position to talk to me about that?
Senator Claire Walsh, Deputy Secretary, Business Enabling Services. I actually don't have any briefing with me on that. Happy to take it on notice.
So it's an FOI request that has come to the department. So we look at the date.
I recall the FOI, Senator.
You do
I just
recall
don't
it,
recall.
yes.
I just don't have the detail to enable me to answer your question sufficiently.
Well, the principal basis appears to be that it would impinge upon the privacy of staff in the Prime Minister's office. Do you remember that being the basis for knocking back the FOI request?
So, Senator, I wouldn't have been the decision maker on the FOI, but I've got colleagues listening right now, and we'll see if we can get some information for you. But I just know I don't have it here with me.
Is there somebody
today.
in the room or behind?
So again, David De Silva, I'm aware of the FOI, but again, I don't have any detailed briefing regarding the precise kind of nature.
It just seems an odd basis to a review that was advice that was sought prior to a review being undertaken, how that could conceivably impinge upon people's privacy just seems like an odd, well, it's more than, it just seems like an odd argument to make, doesn't it?
Senator, if I could have a look at the original question that came into us, the original request, I'd be better placed to answer your questions, but I don't have that or the detail.
So you won't be in a position to deal with that today?
I don't think so, but as I said, I have colleagues listening, so if they are in a position, I'll try to, but I think I'm going to be needing to take it on notice, Senator.
All right, I might come back to it. The tables that have been provided, are they available to staff? Is that... I just want to check that. Oh, I can't because this email system doesn't allow me to do it. Okay. All right, thank you. I have some questions about election preparations for MAPS as well. Has there been a review or update on the guidance on the MAPS website that relates to federal elections? Has that happened?
So we're having a look at any changes to the website with respect to election. So if you recall, last election there was kind of a tool estimator, so staff could put in their details. So we will, once the election is called, we will put that up again. There's already information from the last election on the website, so that's still available now, and we generally review that based on additional questions that may come in.
And what would make it different? Is it that
there's no difference
provisions in the agreement or rates of pay might change, but
the tool.
Yeah,
so
the tool will deal with all that.
Yeah, so the tool won't go into the details of what someone will get paid. It will tell them if you fall into, so you work for a member who has decided not to run, this is what would happen. So it would outline the approach that they can take. Then there will be and I'll need to double check this, there'll be kind of an estimator of what broadly they will get, but clearly, individual by individual, it will depend on their rate of pay, leave that they've accrued, etc. So you can't give a precise...
And is the plan to provide that information when the election's called, or is it going to be provided ahead of...
We're in the final stages, so we're in the final stages of updating all that, so I would expect it will go up in the very near sort of future. We generally put it up just before or just when the election is called, and that's what our plan is right now.
I had some official in estimates the other day, who was leading the negotiations with the India agreement, say that when I asked if the agreement had been concluded, she said it was at a very mature stage. I remember that acutely thinking, oh, that means tomorrow probably.
This is also at a very mature
This is at a very mature stage. Right, thank you.
However, DFAT probably had greater awareness around when those international considerations would be finalised than Finance do around any trips to Yarralumla.
Yes, yeah, but it's not, that's what I was sort of trying to get to. It's not contingent on when the Prime Minister goes to see the Governor-General. Is there any reason why, I'm not being critical here, is there any reason why it wouldn't be provided a fortnight ago?
It's not based on when the election is called. We were just doing the sort of final checks.
And that's when the biggest turnover is in MOP staff, isn't it? It's around the election.
Generally, yes. And it will depend on
the voters.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. But it's the biggest. Presumably, in any case, it's the point where there's the largest turnover, irrespective of the outcome of the election. I did read, I think, in the Jenkins review that the average length of tenure of staff in an office was about 12 months. Is that right?
I need to double check that.
Yeah.
But in terms of volume, post any election.
Yeah.
Please post any election, there will generally be a larger number of MOP staff who leave and who are engaged.
And do you scale up so that you've got the capacity to pay?
Yeah.
And how does that happen?
So we do a surge approach. So we bring in additional staff, and sometimes that's from MAPS, sometimes that's from outside.
So redeployed or labour hire?
Both. Both. It'll both be staff from across finance. We'll also train staff within MAPS so they can do additional roles. And it's kind of the ebb and flow of, there will be peak periods, but there will be ups and downs based on changes in the House, but then also changes in the Senate.
Yeah, okay. I think the KPI that Senator Farrell must have established in previous estimates in questions to you both was it the objective, I think, was to pay people within the fortnight. How long should people expect to wait this time?
To get their pay?
Yeah, to get their entitlements.
Their final pay or just their normal
final pay? Yeah.
So final pay we generally take between two and 4 weeks is generally the kind of standard. So there's the normal pay run, where if you submit all your various sort of documentation, the KPI is that it will make the next pay run. So if it's lodged by the Sunday, that's 10 days prior to the pay date, it'll get paid then. For final pay, generally takes a bit longer because there's more things to calculate. But generally we aim for within 2 to 4 weeks of when the person ceases to be employed.
And are there any problems with the estimator?
Any problems with the estimator? No, it worked very well last time, and I would expect it to work very well this time.
I'm told that staff are being told at the help desk that the estimator doesn't always get it right.
The estimator will give you an indication of what are the key components, but it won't be able to determine your final monies, if I can put it that way. That's a more complex sort of calculation. So an estimator will, much like all things online, it will give you an indication of what things will be taken in.
And additional staff in order to deal with the sort of surge of questions that people have. When do they start?
So we've got staff who have already onboarded now, and we will continue to do that. But the election period for us is probably over a 5 to 6 month period. So one is there's the pre-election questions, there'll be during caretaker, there'll be post House of Reps, and then there'll be the Senate. Because of the timing of when people will start and cease, it generally takes us out to probably around August. So it's not the few weeks after election. It generally goes from from when the election is called to kind of several months after.
Thanks, Mr De Silva. Minister, I have a few more questions for you in outcome 3 about the Special Minister of State's additional ministerial office. I think in the discussion that we had, was it only yesterday? It was
only yesterday.
only yesterday. The office was established in the week commencing 24 January. It's usually the Special Minister of State who approves additional offices for ministers, isn't it?
So, yes to your question there about who would normally approve differences.
Yes.
Just in relation to the use of the word additional, as I think we established yesterday, the Special Minister of State has, in terms of number of officers, what is normally the standard 3, an electorate office that can have ministerial staff based in it as well, a CPO office, but in this case it is in Sydney, not in Perth, and of course an office here in Canberra.
Yes, but who approved? Did the Special Minister... You're saying there's no additional...
I did.
There's no additional... His third office isn't additional, is that what you're saying? The Sydney office, not quite sure how many thousands of kilometres away it is from his own office or from here, is not additional.
No, it's a third office now. It was approved by me in that sense, Senator Ayres.
So it was approved by you because he shouldn't approve his own office.
That's right. There are the functions, as I mentioned yesterday, of having staff with non-standard work base. That's common across opposition shadow ministers, office holders and ministers that for reasons of expertise or the like, it's not uncommon for there to be staff in alternate locations, and sometimes then as a result of that or other factors, a minister will seek to have a CPO office elsewhere. In this case, Mr Morton has that elsewhere, but has not got an additional one in that he doesn't seek to have one in Perth. He uses his electorate office for those local factors, or simply uses a visiting suite if required.
I think, so this office in the 24th of June, can you tell me when the request was made?
It would most likely be, it was before Christmas. I think the approval was December, probably the second week, but I can double check the actual date.
So approval in the second week of December?
Yep.
Did Finance provide any advice? I mean, I think there's Mr Morton's new ministerial office, and I think Mr Joyce is having a new office fitted out, new ministerial office fitted out in Armidale. Has there been any advice that Finance has provided about this? I'm just interested, given it was so close to an election. It seems an odd thing to do, to expend money on offices so close to an election.
So there would be usual processes around advice in these matters. In the case of Minister Morton, which came to me, as I've said, it's a substitute ministerial office rather than an additional, and it's in the Sydney CPO, so would not in and of itself have accrued any additional costs for.
So you say there's no additional cost here?
It's an existing Sydney CPO office.
So it's really an allocation of a suite. So there's a suite there, as opposed to identifying, say, an office outside of a CPO where you may need to do something to it. This was simply just an allocation of a suite.
Seems odd. Election at that stage 4 months away. Return to government not guaranteed. Mr Morton's seat's not guaranteed either.
Well, on that logic, Senator Ayres, you'd say you're sort of almost painting a picture of why wouldn't he want all of his staff to be as close as possible in Perth. In this case, he's obviously made considerations around the expertise or skills of staff, their base.
So does he have staff based in the Sydney office, does he?
I believe so, Senator. As do, of course, as I say, many shadow ministers and office holders have staff who are in what are known as non-standard work bases outside of either the home or Canberra location of those staff.
Yeah, but it's unusual to create an office for... in a new city for staff? There'd usually be some arrangement about them working, in a shared facility or...
Oftentimes they'll base out of a different office, but in this case, with Minister Morton, it's a case of he's got his WA-based staff working out of his electorate office. That's also not uncommon, and rather than having a duplicate office in Perth, he's chosen to have that office with the Sydney-based staff instead.
So last year's budget, I think, had just under $14 million over 4 years for upgrades to Commonwealth parliamentary offices. Was any of that money used for Mr Morton's office?
No.
And can you tell me which CPOs are receiving upgrades?
So Sydney, there's additional works going on in Sydney, both in terms of secure rooms, but also in terms of security sort of control upgrades. But then there's also additional staff who are being allocated to those CPOs that have a SCIF, just because there's additional requirements regarding the operation of SCIFs. So it's making sure that there's staff who are trained, who have the security clearance to be able to perform those functions there.
And is all of that... So that does that include additional staff, additional security staff, or is it all for...
It includes additional security
it
staff.
It does include staff.
So
how much of that is sort of capital works and how much of it is...
I need to take it on notice just in terms of the direct breakdown, but from memory it was 6 additional staff, 4 from a security point of view, but there were additional staff to manage some of the capital works. But happy to take it on notice to confirm that. It's actually 6.5 ASL for security staff.
Sorry, say that again?
6.5 ASL for security staff.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
I think there was a circular from just on the review of the MOPS Act, which is a consequence of the government's response to the Jenkins review. I think there was a circular from the Special Minister of State that went out last Tuesday, which was Budget Day, inviting MOPS Act staff to make a submission to the review with a closing date of this Friday. I think after some questions in Prime Minister and Cabinet estimates last week, that's been extended to the 8th of June. Did the department provide any advice to PM&C about the submission process and the time period?
I don't believe so. What we did is we facilitated the comms to go out.
Okay, so so did the dates come to you or did you propose the dates?
The dates came to us. So the review of the MOPS Act has been led by the Department of PM&C, but we can play a support role.
You've got to review and deliver the messages to staff and...
Yeah.
And so those dates came to you from Prime Minister and Cabinet. Did you raise any concerns with PM&C about that time frame?
I have to take it...
Well, you must know whether you did or you didn't.
In terms of timeframes, I was aware that it went out when it went out. Happy to take it on notice with respect to any discussions that may have
that anybody else might have had. Yeah,
but I'm not aware of any.
What about you, Ms. Walsh? Did you?
No, Senator, I didn't have any engagement personally with it.
Okay, and you'll come back to me whether there's any other sort of pushback on the timetable. I think. And there'll be further reminders going out to staff, I assume?
That'll be a matter for
PM&C.
PM&C. But again,
Right.
if there are reminders...
So you're
we would-
really just a facilitative
To
role?
facilitate, yes.
And is the department making a submission to the review?
We'll be providing information to PM&C. I think we're yet to make a decision around making a submission ourselves. But we will clearly
What's
have...
going to so what's going to frame that submission?
I can't really comment on a submission we're yet to...
But I would say, Senator, though, in the Jenkins review, we made a submission. We did raise some issues around MOPS Act and areas for improvement, so I would expect, while we haven't really discussed internally whether or what would be included in any submission we made, you could anticipate that we would be raising sort of similar issues that we've raised in the past. And of course, we do engage with PM&C, regularly around these issues, so we have other mechanisms too to provide advice into that process, but we haven't really discussed yet whether we'll do a formal submission.
And the other thing, of course, is that the MOPS Act review has a terms of reference or, some parameters around it that have been advised to staff. Similarly, we would obviously be providing our thoughts consistent with that.
Yeah, okay. So you're not in a position to talk about the department's view about some of these questions at this stage?
Well, we just haven't had the opportunity really to discuss it between ourselves. So, but I think, as I said, to the degree that our submission to the Jenkins review, is relevant, I expect we'd be raising,
same kind of themes.
Similar issues.
Yeah.
This Office for Parliamentary Staffing and Culture, which is yet to be established, is Finance undertaking any work in developing that program?
So again, Senator, the responsibility for that lies with Prime Minister and Cabinet, but as you'd understand, a lot of the functions that the Set the Standard report recommends would transfer to or be part of an OPSC. Some of those already rest with Finance, so of course we have knowledge and expertise to contribute to the broader design work for the OPSC. But
so has money been set aside in Finance's budget to do any of this work?
no, Senator, not in the sense of additional.
Nothing. So how many staff are engaged in working on that response?
Just in relation to the OPSC? Yeah. Oh, I don't know that I've got an ASL. I can have to do some calculation. Yeah. It's not.
There's probably staff who are involved in that, but they also perform other functions as well. So it's not there's a dedicated there's not a dedicated.
Well,
team
it's just. I mean, I understand that this work's originating in PM&C, but you are the employing entity, really.
I think there's sort of a few steps to get through here. Like there is the PM&C role, there's the role of the Leadership Task Force that's looking at the Jenkins review recommendations. We're clearly supporting, both those processes as required, and I don't think as yet the decisions have been taken around, the sort of scope of the OPSC and therefore the impact on our organisation, but we have a fairly normal process of where functions transfer from one entity to another of working through those issues. And we have had a small team that's sort of aggregated, I guess, our input into the Jenkins review and is now supporting our input into all the consideration around the Leadership Task Force and the like. So, we continue to work in that regard.
So page 64 of budget paper number 2 shows measure in response to the independent review into Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces, which includes additional funding to support in the establishment of OPSC, which is directed to PM&C, as Ms Walsh has indicated. The Jenkins Review Task Force is situated within PM&C. They will lead the work around the design of the OPSC, but they'll do that in conjunction with reference to the Leadership Task Force of parliamentarians that has been established, the Implementation Committee or group that brings together a number of parliamentary and other agencies, and then of course with Finance in particular around the expertise that Finance has around a number of the functions that are currently performed and may be integrated or absorbed into the OPSC. and how that will occur if that proves to end up being the outcome.
Yeah, so can I take it from this then that the work that Jenkins set out for the OPSC, which is sort of skills and competencies framework, and then a professional development program that, you know, supports staff to work their way through that is A, quite some way away from being finalised, and B, that it's uncertain at this stage what role finance will play in, firstly in developing that and secondly in delivering it.
So
Is that fair enough?
So stepping back, if you have a look at the recommendations that are in the Set the Standard report, there are some that will eventually, if the government, you know, implements the recommendations as stated, would transfer to the OPSC from finance. But however, some of the things that you've just pointed to can be done now and are being done now. So in terms of that...
Can you give us an example of that?
So induction, for example, for MOPSAC staff. We've already started doing work on that. You know,
For inductions for new staff, I know that there's been the process of PwC-led workplace training. You're talking about induction for new staff?
Talking much broader than that, yes, that's right. And so, as you know, we talked about before, we would expect, you know, new staff starting after the election, so that's a good time to provide induction to those staff. And so finance is, you know, currently responsible for those roles, and we're developing that and we'll be ready to roll it out. That doesn't mean to say that lessons won't be learnt from that the OPSC, when set up, might enhance or otherwise, but for the time being, finance is working very assiduously on that.
I understand MAPS is... yes?
I think as PM&C indicated the other day, the cross-party leadership task force was provided with a briefing at the last meeting, which must be about 2 weeks ago now, on the early stage work around framing of the OPSC and the types of questions that need to be addressed, as well as some of the actions being taken that Ms Walsh just spoke about around induction and the like.
And this new workplace culture and reform branch, has that been established now?
Within finance?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that?
Yeah. In MAPS?
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
When did that start?
It probably got established March last year.
Okay, and how many staff did it have then?
Let me just double check. Oh, back then?
Yeah.
I need to take it on notice regarding how many staff I had back then.
What about
I
now?
think we have taken on notice before, David,
Yes, yeah, we have.
and provided details on numbers of staff.
Yeah,
by
I can go
branch.
through previous quants and I'll get my staff just to...
Yeah, okay, thank you. But how many people working in there now?
Hold on 1 second.
The staff working in there have been redeployed from elsewhere in MAPS, and a couple of other additional staff surged in from other parts of finance.
Can I just come to that in a moment?
Yeah.
How
As
many?
at 28th of February, there were 16.2 FTE.
Okay, and I think you'd started to tell me that they are some redeployed, Ms Walsh, from within MAPS. Where else have they come from?
From the rest of finance.
Within finance.
From the rest of finance? Okay, and what are they doing?
So over a 12-month period, they were involved in doing work to support the review that was conducted by Stephanie Foster. They were involved in...
So supporting the Foster review?
Yep, in terms of information and so on. Then they were involved in supporting the work of the review conducted by Commissioner Jenkins, including the submission, involved in establishing the 1800 support line, involved in the pilot and then the rollout of the Safe and Respectful Workplace sort of program. So the major rollout, that was led by them between sort of late September and early this year, and then ongoing, I guess, sort of advice and assistance regarding the implementation under the auspices of the sort of governance arrangements that that has been set out.
So is there any sort of ASL increase so it's redeployment, so effectively there's an ASL increase for your area?
That's right, but there's no additional ASL that's been allocated.
But there's no
for
additional
finance.
ASL for finance
That's right.
as a consequence?
That's right.
And how many people, if presumably this will have the work of delivering this staff development, professional development program, is that right?
Correct.
So how many staff do you envisage it will ultimately have?
I'm not sure I can answer that. We're not talking about additional ASL at all for finance, for the functions that we currently have, including, doing things like rolling out additional induction programs.
Again,
we'll be doing it within existing resources, and it will be...
Within existing resources.
Yeah,
I think we were in Prime Minister and Cabinet yesterday and the government had funded $18 million for a leadership development program that hadn't been scoped out to be delivered by somebody that nobody had met. There's no additional funding to deliver this.
We'll be doing it within existing resources.
You're doing it within
that's
existing
right, yeah.
resources.
However, in terms of the training for MPs and senators and staff, which has been undertaken and for which further funding was provided in MyEFO from memory, there have been additional resources allocated to deliver those programs last year and into this year.
And that was PwC really delivering that. I mean, there may have been other resources, but it was largely...
They delivered the training program, correct.
And is that concluded now?
The sort of contract continues until the end of this financial year, but the vast bulk of all the training was completed between September and the end of January. We did an ad hoc one in February for some new for some staff who were new, and then the future role of that will be really examined as part of the response to the Jenkins report.
And what proportion of staff completed that training?
Hold on a second.
So 92% of MOPSAC staff...
That sounds right.
completed the training, Senator.
And percentage of parliamentarians?
98%, that was at 18th of February this year.
Okay. And the support phone line, that was established, I think, early March last year. I think I got 57 phone calls that month. In February, I think we're told the phone line only received 2 calls. What do you put that down to?
I'm not sure that I could offer a view on why and how the service has been taken up, Senator.
Well, is it just that the service that's been established means people aren't calling the 1-800 line? But you don't have a view?
Well, it's not that I don't have a view, but there's additional other supports that have been put in place as well, including the PWSS. And so it could be that, people are feeling more confident, perhaps, that they understand the pathways, and that's certainly what the training that was done, a big part of that was providing people with a good knowledge base of what the various pathways are. So it just could be that they're taking those up as well.
Yeah, and I guess that's what I want to understand is whether what you anticipate is that will ultimately roll into the work of the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service. How long's the contract with? It's with Medibank, isn't it?
It is Medibank.
It's until the end of this financial year.
Okay, and has there been any thought as to what happens at the end of that? Is that something that's likely to be rolled into the support service?
Well, certainly part of the considerations of the design of both the OPSC and the work on the PWSS, making sure that the need that is being met by that service continues to be met.
It was also a recommendation of the report that those things are brought together.
Okay. And are they providing any other services as part of that contract? Beyond the phone line?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have a couple of questions about the investigation into Mr Sukar and Mr Andrews about their use of taxpayer-funded staff for party political work, including branch stacking. I'm told that in November of last year, The Age reported that the department report wasn't released under a Freedom of Information request, and that Mr Sukar and Mr Andrews had made strong representations to the department against the report's release. Is that the case?
I can say that the report has not been...
Has not been released?
No. I'll need to double
and
check.
have they made, did they make representations about the FOI?
I need to take it on sort of notice, but the general process is there would be third-party sort of consultation, so they would.
So you'd make an internal assessment, and people who are affected, you'd
are always consulted.
Yeah.
But I couldn't say here right now what came back, but I'm happy to take that.
You couldn't say here right now.
Well, I don't have that information.
But the decision maker, I mean, under the FOI Act, the decision maker is required to do third-party consultation, then takes account of what that takes that into account. But they have obligations under the FOI Act which they would follow and then come into review.
I think in the article, Mr De Silva, you were quoted as saying that the reason for not releasing the report was to maintain the confidence of participants in the process. Is that right?
That sounds correct.
You may have said that at earlier estimates.
Correct,
I think.
yes.
I don't know how... It'd be normal if in an FOI application for the names of witnesses to be redacted, wouldn't it?
Depending on the document, correct.
Well, how does that make any sense then? Like, I can't see how that, if witnesses' names are redacted, how would the release detract from confidence in the process from participants?
Well, I think
it's just that Mr Sukar and Mr Andrews didn't want it out there. That's the problem, isn't
an
it?
investigation. The process is... So the process that we would follow there is that we request information by consent. We have no powers to compel, and more often than not, information is provided on the basis that it will be kept in a confidential manner and only used for that particular purpose.
But there were witnesses who said they had information but weren't asked to give interviews to investigators. That's correct, isn't it?
So the investigation was conducted by an independent third party.
Remind me, who was that again?
It was Ashurst.
I was going to say I thought it was Ashurst.
Yes, it was Ashurst, yes.
Hmm.
That was done in, I think, October 2020 from memory.
How can there be confidence in a process that's kept secret? How does that work?
As I said, there is a process whereby information is sought. It's sought on the basis of consent, and it's sought on the basis that information which is considered confidential will be kept confidential.
So, a review's conducted. Nobody knows what evidence was given. It's public allegations about Mr Sukar and Mr Andrews using staff for branch stacking purposes. And your answer is, well, there's nothing.
Is that there was an independent investigation conducted, and at the end of that...
But you can't see it.
At the end of that, a statement was issued regarding the outcomes. And that's on the finance website.
It's pretty neat, isn't it? Okay. Can anybody tell me what the current cost to date of the PEMS system is? I see that 38 million was initially budgeted for PEMS in the 2017 MyFO. I think it's now 28 February. We're told it's 57.4. Any update on that?
Indeed, Senator. John Sheridan, First Assistant Secretary, ICTD. As at the 31st of March, 57.9 million has been expended on the project.
Say that again, how much?
57.9.
So it's up another $500,000 since late February. Can you just talk me through what's created the additional cost?
So that's not actually any change to what...
That's just expenditure as we go?
That's just within the budget that exists for the project already, which is 58.6, and that's just the procession of the work, if you like,
okay.
since then.
So is it still on track to be completed by the middle of this year?
Yes, it is, Senator.
There are 5 modules that make up PEMS. Can you just talk me through what those are?
I'll just check, Senator. I don't usually
I think it's
of it in
office
those
expenses,
terms.
domestic travel, international travel, budget management, reporting and human resources. Do you expect them all to be running by 30th of June?
So by the middle of the year, which is what we've said, Senator, yes.
I think in the last estimate session, IPIA officials suggested that not everything in the back end would be functional for their requirements. Do you understand what they meant by that?
So I can't put words in their mouth, Senator, obviously. There is, in any ICT project, a range of things that users might prefer but won't fit or can't be afforded in that time. And there is a backlog of items for this project, as there is for every project in this area, and those items will be addressed in accordance with available funding in a business as usual sense after the current system goes live.
Okay. I think last time, Minister, you said that the number of parliamentarians using PEMS was 163 out of 227. Has that changed?
It is now 221 out of 227, according to the briefs that I have in terms of the numbers who have used it to certify at least one claim.
What was that number again? Sorry, how much?
221 out of 227.
Wow.
97% officers.
Oh, sorry, yes, parliamentarians' officers. Sorry, yes.
I'm sure we did a question on notice on this.
Sorry?
Parliamentarians who lodge claims.
So 72% of parliamentarians have personally used PEMS to certify a claim, and then their office use is higher again, as you'd expect.
Very efficient.
Okay, a couple of other questions. Casual staff access to the parliamentary computer network. I think DPS changed its policy. Do you know anything about that, Mr. De Silva? Can you tell us what's happening there?
So Finance has been working with DPS since that issue was raised. They have now reached a process by which, if a casual is to continue, or someone that they will speak directly to the parliamentarian, and so access to the APH network can continue.
Sorry, say that again.
Sorry. So when an employee ceases,
Yep.
we would advise Parliament and that would be a trigger for access to various security systems here.
Yep.
And at times, because a casual may then be re-engaged, there is a kind of a drop-off period. So what DPS is now doing is liaising directly with the parliamentarians, and a parliamentarian can advise this person continues to need access to the DPS IT system.
Okay, Chair, I just need a couple of minutes to check one thing. Do coalition senators have any questions?
For ministerial and parliamentary services, we don't, not usually in the business of doing that, no.
Okay, in the absence of that, mind if we just suspend? Yeah, sure, thank you.
Admin type question. If someone's taking leave without pay, do they still have access to the IT?
If they're still employed, they would notionally still have. So we wouldn't advise anyone that they're no longer an employee. So based on that, they should notionally still have access.
Thank you.
But that would be a matter for DPS, not us.
Right, okay.
Yeah, but we wouldn't take any. We wouldn't be advising anyone.
Cool. Did that help too?
Okay, thank you. I'm good, thank you.
All good?
Yep.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Maps, and we will now bring in Ithia.
Thanks, Ms Huxtable.
Thank you. Ms Huxtable.
Thank you, Ms Huxtable. Yeah.
Ceremonial town.
If you stick around for another 35 years, you'll get another one. Yeah.
Oh.
That was an agonising wait to find out who didn't have any questions about the staff table. We could have suspended.
It's okay.
Okay. What's that?
Do all the heavy lifting for John today.
Yeah, that's all right. That's good. I know. Well,
If he was here, I'd be comparing notes on the magnificent Friday night Crows victories. Sad not to see.
who are these two provincial football teams again? Where are they?
It's for a league that you don't recognise.
No, I love it. I love it. And it actually looked like it was a fantastic home derby.
Better for the result.
So who's your team?
Crows.
The Crows.
As with Senator Farrell, not so much with my wife. So it gave me bragging rights in the house, which I haven't had for a couple of years.
We have a collective understanding in my family about the team that we all support, and it's held very strong.
I won't bring up the Western Derby. It's not a very good result.
As enjoyable as this conversation is, we might move on to
Time
Ithia.
for a Tassie team.
It really, I'm very sympathetic to this argument.
Yeah.
Of a Tassie team.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Why
we are
don't
broadcasting.
we were broadcasting? So why don't we go to Ithia? I welcome Ms Anwin Goodwood and other officers from the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority. Ms Godwin, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, Senator.
Very good, Senator Ayres.
Okay, I've got some questions about Mr Lamming's travel expenses as published last week. Can you tell me on how many occasions Mr Lamming was given an opportunity to explain his use of expenses?
Senator, as you're aware, we don't usually make comment on individual cases. However, I will refer you to the published report, and in there it does refer to the multiple opportunities to provide input
Yes, in the audit report, it says he obfuscated, provided inconsistent answers or ignored the questions altogether.
So, Senator, again, I can't usually comment on individual cases. However, I would refer you to the chronology of engagement at attachment C to the report.
Is it the case that he claimed that 1 year's worth of emails had gone missing, so he couldn't provide information about his trip?
Senator, that was what was reported in the report, and as I said, we don't usually comment on these matters once the report is published, or indeed as we are undertaking investigations or assurance activities.
Yes, I mean, which is a position that makes sense when there's things go wrong from time to time. People make errors. They are asked questions by EPA. They account for them, and then they rectify. I mean, this MP now owes the Commonwealth over $10,000, and he's reported it when he's been asked if he's going to pay back the money. He said, "No, of course not." It's pretty disrespectful, isn't it, to the institution?
Senator, I think that if you've got specific questions about the report and Mr Laming's response to it, that you're probably better off to refer those questions to him.
I don't think I'm going to get that opportunity. What steps can EPA take to recover the money?
So, Senator, at the moment there is no debt to the Commonwealth, and it is a debt to the Commonwealth, not to EPA. As we have discussed at previous estimates hearings, is that we have a 30-day process. So there is an invoice which is currently with Mr Laming. Mr Laming may choose to pay within that 30 days. He may not choose to pay within that 30 days. We then have a policy which says we escalate these arrangements at 30, 60 and 90 days. And ultimately we have the option of pursuing the debt further through our debt collection arrangements.
And the debt collection arrangements, it goes to a contractor or somebody does
That's
it
right.
who ends up in the local court somewhere, presumably.
That's correct, yeah.
Just given his comments, that there's and his what's reported. I think I read out part of the audit report. The other sections of it are no less damning. Has EPA taken a decision to have a more thorough look at Mr Laming's expenses?
So, Senator, as you're aware, we have a number of protocols that we follow and that they are published protocols.
Yep.
So we look at a whole range of different expenses. Some of those are self-initiated, some of those are references that have come from other sources, public, other departments, for example. So we go through that process. As I said, we have a pretty thorough process that we go through, and I'm confident that we have a good spread of our audit and assurance activities on the go at any one particular time.
Minister, has the Prime Minister spoken to Mr Laming about this issue?
I'm not aware of that, Senator Ayres. Sorry.
Special Minister of State, has he spoken to him? Look, it's pretty extraordinary that this bloke's just sort of thumbed his nose at the process. I've seen that there's been, other people have been in the news about these questions, and
yeah,
Senator Ayres, they have dealt with the question. This bloke's just thumbed his nose at the process. Is the government doing anything about this?
Well, Senator Ayres, it would be my expectation if a debt is incurred in any instance that any member or senator should pay that debt, and that applies to Mr Laming as it does to anybody else. I would also expect EPA or agencies of government to act entirely consistent with their processes to seek to recover any such debt if it is not paid in a timely manner.
But that's the process answer, right? That's Ms Godwin's job and IPIA's job to manage the process. I'm really asking you a political question about political leadership. Mr Laming has been a rogue MP for some time. He's a bit different to Mr Christensen and some of these other characters. He's taken inappropriate photos of women in shops, posting fake Facebook pages, shown utter contempt for the Parliament, for the independent, for the independent authority, IPIA. I mean, there is a requirement for political leadership. The two people who you would think play a role as Mr Morrison himself, or Mr Morton, the Special Minister of State, both have responsibilities here. Has either of them lifted a finger?
So certainly Mr Morrison has, as is publicly known, spoken with Mr Laming about some of the issues that you've raised. Mr Laming has, following those discussions, made the decision to not recontest the next election. In relation to this specific matter, I'm not aware of what discussions have been had, but happy to follow up, Senator Reyes.
So he's on the way out, so the government's going to wash their hands of him, are they?
No, Senator Reyes, but as I said, discussions.
Prime Minister did belatedly finally
been had.
get dragged to saying some things about the. It's revolting, really, the photos business. But on this expenses issue, you don't expect any leadership from the Prime Minister or the Special Minister of State?
Discussions may have been had, Senator Reyes. I'm just not aware.
Okay, I don't have any further questions, Chair.
For IPIA?
Thank you. No.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms Godwin. Thanks for coming in. Well, we will bring on the AEC.
I might have a bit on the AEC, so we shouldn't take too much of that time.
Ideally, no. Committee will suspend while we get the next lot of witnesses in. And I welcome Mr Tom Rogers, the Electoral Commissioner, and other officers of the Australian Electoral Commission. Mr Rogers, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the committee, thank you for coming along here today when life is about to get very busy for you. Really appreciate it. Senator Patterson, I'm going to give you the call first.
Thanks, Chair. Grateful for that. Welcome, Mr Rogers. Good to see you again. I have some questions about your February 2021 compliance review, which identified some discrepancies in the 2018-19 return lodged by Peninsula Independent, which was the campaign vehicle for Julia Banks' bid for Flinders. There's an interesting aspect of this which I wanted to draw out your view on further, which is a donation of $25,000 that was made by Alex Turnbull to Ms Banks' campaign. And I think I might right in understanding the AEC's view that it wasn't properly disclosed because it was converted into a $12,500 donation and a $12,500 loan. Is that correct?
It's ringing bells, Senator, but I might just also call Ms Reid up to the table, who might have a bit more depth on that one.
Thank you. Ms Reid, is my description of the AEC's concern about this transaction accurate, that a loan of $25,000 was made but wasn't properly disclosed because it was converted into a $12,500 donation and a $12,500 loan?
Sorry, Joanne Reid, Assistant Commissioner Disclosure Assurance and Engagement Branch. If you just give me a moment, Senator,
Yep.
I've got some notes here about the compliance review. We did answer a question on notice on this point from last Senate estimates. According to the information provided, the $25,000 loan was provided to Peninsula Independent and disclosed as a receipt So it was disclosed as being received. And Ms Banks would not have been required to disclose the loan on her candidate return because it was provided to the entity, Peninsula Independent. And yes, it was subsequently converted, I think, into a, $12,500 donation.
No, it might be a coincidence, but I suspect it wasn't a coincidence that the decision was made to split it in half into a donation and a loan, so that it then totalled $12,500 and was below the relevant threshold for federal disclosures. We've discussed extensively in this committee before the practice of donation splitting, but this seems to be a new innovation of loan splitting, of saying, well, half of it was a loan, half of it was a donation, even though it came from the same person as part of the same transaction. Is that a permissible way to avoid making a declaration for a $25,000 contribution to a campaign?
Senator, we have a long-standing practice of not commenting on individual matters, particularly matters that we've, examined, without giving the opportunity to the other party to talk. Perhaps I might talk generally for a moment, though,
Please
about
do, yes.
this process. I mean, there are occasionally ways that people work their way around the regulations and the law. Most of that is inadvertent, and I'm not making any particular comment on this one, because what we find mostly is when we talk to political parties that amended returns are put in and these matters are cleaned up. And as you know, we've had a long-standing practice of accepting amended returns from across the political spectrum.
Of course.
It happens more often than not. And what we find is that mostly errors are truly inadvertent, and when they're pointed out, they are rectified. Now, in the specific case that we're talking about, I don't have the compliance review in front of me, but I think we did the compliance review. We pointed out what we thought was a problem, and that matter was then cleaned up through an amended return, as I understand it, Ms Reid, but you might...
Yes, that's correct. I also don't have the details of the review in front of me, but I believe that's correct. In the AEC's view, all the correct disclosures were made by all parties.
In the end,
Ultimately,
after it was
yes.
amended, not initially.
Yes.
Yeah, so initially, it was not adequate because effectively a contribution of $25,000, however defined, was made to a campaign but not publicly declared.
That's my understanding, but I don't have that specific information in front of me, and I'm loath to go too deeply into that.
At the time the amount was made, it was described as a loan, so it was not a donation. So the entity recorded it as a receipt, as they were required to do.
But did they declare the $25,000 loan?
I don't have that detail in front of me, Senator Patterson.
Okay. All right. I'm interested in part because the financial controller of Peninsula Independent was a Mr. Damien Hodgkinson. As I understand it, it is the same Damien Hodgkinson who also lodged returns for the Warringah Independent campaign vehicle, which is, of course, for Ms Zali Stegel, the member for Warringah, where in that instance, a $100,000 donation from the Kinghorn Family Trust, so one transaction from one donor, was then split into 8 amounts, also, perhaps not coincidentally, of $12,500, and was not properly disclosed until the AEC brought it to the campaign's attention. Is that right?
That's broadly correct. Again, I'm going from memory here, Senator. We did discuss that in a little bit of detail at the last estimates, but from memory, we did a compliance review where that matter was then picked up. And the chap, Hodgkinson,
Mr. Hodgkinson,
as I think you've said, was the financial controller for more than one entity, for a number of entities.
Yes, and it does seem to be an interesting pattern here. Do we know how it is that Mr. Hodgkinson came to form the view that you could split donations either between loans and contributions or between individuals in order to avoid the public disclosure cap?
I'm not sure we have that information, Senator.
Yeah. I'm interested in part because Mr. Hodgkinson is the financial controller for a number of other campaigns ahead of this federal election. I know, for example, Monique Ryan, the candidate for Kooyong, is also using him as a financial controller, and Simon Holmescourt, who runs the Climate 200 kind of quasi-political party, endorsed him recently at a National Press Club address as their kind of go-to financial controller, even though they're not a political party. I mean, will you be looking closely at returns lodged by Mr. Hodgkinson after the upcoming federal election, given his practices in the past election?
Senator, as you know, we look closely at all those returns. to make sure that they fit within the definitions of the relevant section of the Act, and we'll be doing exactly the same this time around, and where we see that there's any breaches, we'll be taking action accordingly.
Yeah, I would encourage you to, particularly important, I mean, all candidates are equally required to comply with the law, but candidates who are running on a platform of integrity and disclosure and transparency, I think, should at the very least meet the current legal thresholds when they're campaigning for even higher and more onerous legal thresholds. But that's more of an editorial comment from me. Moving on to another related topic, you might remember a previous discussion in a round of estimates with Senator Betts about an entity called the Climate Outcomes Foundation. The discussion in the previous round of estimates was whether or not it acted as a conduit for money going to Climate 200, Mr Holmes à Court's outfit. And as I understand it, Climate Outcomes Foundation has given $304,000 from unknown sources to Climate 200, which has then in turn gone to independent candidates. In October 2020, when you appeared before estimates, you agreed that this could be a methodology for laundering money to independents. Do you recall that testimony?
I'm not sure whether I said laundering. I'd have to.
To be fair, let me quote it exactly so I'm not putting words in your mouth. Senator Betts said, it seems to be that this might be a methodology for laundering money to independents, and you responded that could be correct. So it was Senator Betts's turn of phrase, which you appeared to say that's a possibility.
So look, I do remember that, Senator, and as you know, this is not a cop-out, but there are so many entities and transactions, it's difficult to recall instantly down to that level of detail, but I do remember that conversation. And I think that what we said at the time was that the Climate Outcomes Foundation would be required to lodge some sort of return at an appropriate point where we'll get a better view of that. But Ms Reid, you might remember more than I do about that.
Yes, I think at the time, because Climate 200 was only a donor under those laws at the time, they lodged a return but were not required to. They were required to disclose immediate donations they'd received, Climate Outcomes Foundation being one of them. Now Climate 200 is registered as a significant third party.
Yes.
Different disclosure rules will apply in terms of going back a couple of steps as to where you source your funds from.
Indeed, but this historical donation of which totals $304,000 from Climate Outcomes to Climate 200, we do not know the source of that money, do we?
I'm not sure of the amount you're referring to, I'm sorry.
That's what I understand is a cumulative total of the transfers of money from Climate Outcomes Foundation to Climate 200. But as I understand it, the source of that has not been disclosed. Is that right?
I'd have to look at that in detail. I think Senator, I hate to say this, I think you might be correct, because I remember the figure of 300,000. I think it was declared in a media outlet, and there was a story, and I think we opined on that briefly at the last event. I'd have to look at the detail of that, but I think there was some sort of donor return from the Climate Outcomes Foundation, I think, or at least a part of that money was included.
It was included in Climate 200's disclosures, yes. At that time, as I said, Climate Outcomes Foundation had no obligation to disclose its donor to a donor.
Yeah.
But now there will be a requirement if they're donating to a significant third party.
But only for future transactions, not historical ones.
That's correct.
Yes, since the legislation changed and since Climate 200 registered.
So we've got this $300,000, which has come via Climate Outcomes Foundation to Climate 200. And Climate 200, as you say, is now a significant donor and a third-party entity, which is donating to political candidates. We have no idea where that money has come from. It could have come from overseas sources, for example, and we would have no way of knowing whether or not that's the case. This money is still sloshing around in our political system and will impact this election, but we don't know where it's come from.
And that, again, that would have been received prior to the passage of that legislation which banned those foreign donations. So to that extent, you're correct, Senator.
I mean, foreign donations were banned to political parties much earlier, but this seems to be a way of potentially evading those obligations, where you can effectively funnel donations from a foreign political entity or a foreign entity of any kind to an Australian political candidate just by washing it through a few organisations. I mean, that's not you're not responsible for writing a law, so it's that deficiency is not your fault, but it is of concern. It's of note that Simon Holmes à Court, who runs Climate 200, is a business partner, as I understand it, of Mitchell Hopwood of the Climate Outcomes Foundation. He said they met through the clean tech investment community. He's provided occasional advice on investment opportunities. In January, we decided to create a private investment vehicle to pursue co-investment in global decarbonisation opportunities. That was in the Sydney Morning Herald on the 17th of February this year. These are not arm's length organisations. These are people intimately linked, both politically and financially and in business. How can we have confidence that political candidates running on transparency and integrity and ethics are not being funnelled by unknown foreign dark money?
Well, Senator, my earnest hope is that everyone is adhering to the legislation in detail, and that's my expectation. We have a compliance program where we review all of those matters after the event in some detail. As you know, we publish the results of that, and we work with the parties and candidates and others to make sure that they're aware of their obligations. And where we see that there's some sort of breach, we take action accordingly. And that's where I think people can take some comfort from the fact that there is a high level of transparency in the Australian system. And you've raised a specific issue, and sometimes there'll be specific issues that we deal with, but by and large, forget the exact figure, but I think from something like between 2017 and now, there's been over $5 billion worth of disclosed activity through our transparency register, which I think is excellent, gives people some confidence that they can track back and look at where that money comes from. So I'm very confident with the system that we are administering, noting that we don't pass those laws, we're administering the scheme that Parliament's put in place.
Yeah, and just to end on this note, Chair, I guess the other option is that Simon Holmes Court himself could just be transparent and open and declare where this money's come from, or the candidates that he's bankrolling, including Monique Ryan or Zali Steggall or Zoe Daniel or any of the others, Allegra Spender, they could ask him, given that they've been the recipients of significant amounts of money from him, where it all ultimately came from, who those individual donors are, and they could disclose it if they wished. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Patterson. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for attending again today. Can I start with a compliment to your social media team? It has a nice balance between humour and information in what is sometimes a very hostile environment, so it's reassuring and pleasing. I'd also like to compliment Minister Morton for his voting integrity bills, Minister, and his acknowledging the work that I did in forming those initiatives with my integrity of elections bill that preceded it. I think it's very important for people to understand, voters right around the country, to be assured that their vote will not be wasted and that there is no reason to not vote. There is every reason to turn up now because we'll be having audits of the election processes. So my first question today is, as a result of multiple reports from constituents who went into a booth in previous elections and were told they'd already voted, this may be human error by the poll worker, yet I think the only issue I think is Minister Morton's electoral integrity package failed to address that my bill did. For clarity, there are two types of multiple voting. One where a person votes multiple times under their own name, and another where a person votes multiple times under different names. The first one, multiple voting under one's own name, has been very well examined, and the conclusion seems to be that it does not make a tangible difference because we've now got electronic rolls in most booths. Not all, but most. So let's turn to the second one, people voting multiple times under different names. So has the AEC done any work on this issue?
Well, Senator, this is something, we look at the entire voting process at the end of every election. We put as you know, a submission into the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, where we raise issues that we think have been flagged during the conduct of the previous election. And many of those observations are our observations, and many of them are also passed to us by others. The issue of multiple voting has been dealt with in those submissions previously and in supplementary submissions. What you're referring to there is impersonation, and that's not something that we've had any evidence that has had any sort of impact on the election at all. It's not something that's been raised with us in any formal way previously. It's not something that has been put into a submission at the Joint Standing Committee at all. To the best of my memory. So that's not something that we're looking at all.
Okay.
And The other thing with impersonation, Senator, is that those sorts of things do become known, because if someone was doing impersonation on a large scale, we would get feedback from a range of different sources that would be the case. Don't forget that many of these polling booths are actually community polling booths where people know other people in the community as well. So it's not something that's been personally raised with me. I'm not sure the Deputy Commissioner whether that's been raised with you.
No, that's correct. Jeff Pope, Deputy Electoral Commissioner. And I would add, Senator, that there's another category, which is what we call apparent multi-voting, which is actually an administrative error where someone has been marked as voting on a paper certified list, and they've put the wrong mark against a person's name.
Okay.
So there is so sometimes it can be seen as being something else, but it is simply an administrative error.
So is there a phone number or a way of reporting occurrences in order to further investigate the problem, if there is a problem?
On our website, Senator, there is a
fraud email reporting process.
And people are welcome to use that.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the AEC stopped residency checks last century, 1995. When was the last time the AEC audited, let's say, a sample of the electoral roll to get an idea of accuracy?
We use a whole range of tools to check the accuracy of the electoral roll, and we conduct internal audits on that. I think the ANAO also conducted an audit of the electoral roll. If anyone remembers when that might have been, a lot of shaking heads, but we could find that for you fairly easily. So it's been audited even by the ANAO, Senator. In fact, now that I'm warming to my theme, I think it may have been audited twice. And I'd have to check that for you, because they came, if I'm wrong, I apologise to the ANAO, because but I think they came back to check the results of the initial audit. So I'm happy to come back to you on that.
Okay,
but
if you could, please.
So there's more than one way of auditing the accuracy of the roll. Second thing is, when we get data on someone's residence from more than one data source, which is what we do, we effectively triangulate that data to make sure that it's accurate. We also do, as I mentioned before, our own internal checks of the accuracy of our data entry as well, to make sure that that is an accurate process.
We do, and we match our data with a range of other data sources, Senator, and we do an annual quality assurance process also.
So although you say you haven't had any evidence, or you don't see much possibility of it, this is a case surely where voter ID would stop someone voting multiple times under different names, or voting under the names of people who are no longer voting themselves. I know what you're saying about community, but sometimes people rock up to a booth that's not in their community.
Senator, I might just perhaps repeat what we said at the last estimates. I'm loath to get involved in the issue of the voter ID process. I think that's a highly political issue. It's a matter for Parliament. I do know, and I'm genuinely trying to be right down the centre here, I understand the arguments on both sides of this, but it has become a very polarising debate in places where this has been implemented. So that's a matter for Parliament. What we're reflecting on here is the processes that we put in place to assure the vote within the legislation that's currently valid. That bit about voter ID is something that I think I a little flippantly said last time, we have a definite policy not to have a policy on, because we don't get dragged into that process.
I can see that. I accept it. It is ironic then, Minister, that we need a voter ID. We need an ID to get into a pub, but we don't need an ID to get into a vote. That's just a comment.
No, your comments noted, Senator Roberts, and indeed the government would wish that there had been or were broader support for some of the ID measures that, as you acknowledged, Ms Morton had brought forward.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. Senator Ayres.
However, decency then prevailed. That's what happened. Commissioner, I see we've gone past the deadline for a 7th of May election. I think that's right, isn't it?
I think that's correct, Senator. Yeah. We're now on to the final two.
Yeah. I won't torture you with any questions about that. I do have a couple of questions about lessons learned from the recent South Australian election. There were complaints about lengthy delays for people who voted at the in the ballot itself. Have you spoken with your South Australian counterpart about what went wrong and what went right in that ballot? And have you got anything you can tell the committee about what the reasons were for the lengthy delays?
I have spoken to him at some length, Senator, and obviously it would be wrong of me to opine on, a judgment on the South Australian election, but there are some lessons that we've already taken account of. So, for example, it did take longer to issue the votes in the polling places as a result of the COVID measures that were in place. Even the social distancing, as you know, can create issues, and then the capacity of the polling places with COVID measures also caused some of those issues, as I understand it.
Yeah.
When you can only have a limited number of people in there, that can become complex when you are trying to get as many people through the issuing point as you possibly can. We have a process where we've we worked with Deakin University and we implemented a number of queue management techniques in the 2019 election, which were very successful for us.
Yes.
We're adapting those for COVID, but it was interesting to listen to his perspective on that. Then each state's going to be a little different with kind of where they were with COVID and the sort of state attitudes to COVID, the community attitudes to COVID on the way through as well. And I think he found that there was variation between polling places as well, depending on what the staff did in those polling places, how they managed the queue, how quick they were to put that in place. That would echo our own experience. You can get pretty much two identical polling places in two identical communities and you can get a very different queuing experience. I would point out federally, Senator, that it is, as you well know, it's hard for us to assess exactly where people are going to turn up. There are many factors that have an impact on that, including the time of the year, where people are, whether people are on holiday. I'm probably talking pre-COVID here rather than with COVID and a range of other things. But we are unpicking all of those lessons to make sure that the process is as smooth and as safe as possible. And Senator, on that, we're also doing a fairly large-scale public awareness campaign to assure people that there are sufficient COVID measures in place for people to feel safe in the polling place and that they should feel safe to come out and vote and to vote physically in the polling place as well.
Okay. And what has the South Australian experience with postal voting was that they doubled. Presumably that's a sort of COVID response, or partly presumably it's people anticipating that there will be delays on the day. Has the South Australian experience changed the modelling you've got or that you've been developing on postal ballots?
We've been doing an enormous amount of work with that over the last couple of years, Senator. Yep. We're very happy with the modelling we've put in place for this and the way in which we're doing it. I would say that we are encouraging people to vote in person, and I'm happy to talk about that because it's an important point.
Yeah, I agree.
None of that is to denigrate the postal voting system in Australia, and I know that you know that sometimes there are some conspiracy theories about postal voting overseas that then wash into Australia, and none of that applies. We're very confident with the postal vote process, but my view is that people should, the Act requires people to vote on the day unless there's a reason for them not to vote. We're going to have a large number of polling places and they're COVID safe with all the measures that you would expect to see in those polling places. If they can't vote in person, they should vote by pre-poll. And again, we are putting measures in place in pre-poll centres to make sure that people can feel safe and also that there are not a huge number of queues, and we've got some modelling in place to help us with that as well. And then the third option is, of course, postal voting, which is a regular part of the Australian vote. So we've been working with Australia Post. I've personally met twice with the head of Australia Post to talk about some of those issues. We're very confident with the way that we are moving forward with a range of different options. But I'm very keen on this being as normal as it possibly can be. And one of those reasons, Senator, is that the less votes in envelopes, the quicker the result will be known, and the more likely it is that we'll have a result on the night or close to on the night, depending on how many postal votes there are.
And I've always thought that, essentially voting's a collective experience.
It's a community event.
That's right. So making a sort of festival of democracy on the same day, to the largest extent possible,
is very important.
Actually supports, democratic institutions.
Integrity, transparency, a sense of community.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Are you confident that the discussions with Australia Post about managing that kind of volume, though, of postal votes, you're confident that you're there in terms of the approach that you're going to take to that?
I am very confident that we have worked with them as best we possibly can. There's one unique thing for this election, Senator, unless it's changed, because things do change, but I think for the first time ever we're getting a direct data feed from Australia Post into our command centre about delivery and a range of things, which will be, and vice versa, which will be very helpful for us to be able to track how it's going live. We've never had that before.
And is that information going to be publicly available as well?
I don't think so, Senator.
Okay.
It'd be too hard to do that, I think, but we'll be watching that in our command centre as well, working with them. Australia Post have set up a team where they're working with our staff. As I understand it, during the electoral period, because it's not just us, of course, political parties also use their services.
Yeah.
They're at least reducing the number of other large contracts they're undertaking during that period, so they're creating more capacity. And so therefore, I think everything's being done that could possibly be done to make sure that's a smooth experience.
And I think the South Australian Electoral Commission's website crashed as people were trying to register postal vote applications. And I think from memory in the local government elections in New South Wales, the online voting system crashed in the day leading up to the ballot. You, I assume, tested the website, make sure the same thing doesn't happen to you? How confident are you about that?
So we've done an enormous amount of testing, Senator, as you would imagine, on a number of different levels. First of all, there's the security and the integrity of that process, but secondly, there's the sheer volume of users and can we cope with those sort of volumetrics? And we've done appropriate testing on both of those areas, the security and integrity and the sheer volume of users, and we're very confident that will be the case. I'm confident that we've done as much as we can possibly do to make that process as smooth as possible for Australians.
Flood-affected areas. What's the impact been on the availability of polling places like Lismore or Toowoomba or Logan City or...
There has been an impact, Senator, and I might ask
Thank you.
Ms. Leeson to step forward and talk about that.
Hi, Ms. Gleeson.
Thanks. Kath Gleeson, Acting First Assistant Commissioner. So yes, Senator, there's been some impact to polling facilities, particularly in the Lismore area.
Yeah.
So the impact was obviously felt from southeast Queensland now right down to Victoria, but at this stage we're fairly confident that the greatest impact will be felt in Lismore. At this stage, we think there are 5 static polling places that we will be unlikely to use in the Lismore area. And we're working very closely with Southern Cross University on a replacement facility that could accommodate quite a large number of electors. So that work is ongoing, and we're hoping actually to finalise it by the end of this week.
And I think the Vice-Chancellor just wrote back to me
Correct.
last week in a positive way with that as well. So.
Yes.
So 5 in Lismore.
In the Lismore area.
In the Lismore area.
Yes.
No other static polling places knocked over in the rest of the country?
There are, we might take this on notice if you don't mind, Senator, but there are 2 in Queensland that we're looking in doubt, but we were working with premises contacts on remediations, and so they may be able to be used.
So what seats is that likely to have an impact? And so the impact will be firstly what we've just talked about, but it will also be presumably absentee voting and people who've been forced to relocate in the short to medium term while the recovery effort's happening.
So we've recently made contact and are in the process of sending final messages to people in flood and disaster impacted local government areas.
Yes.
To advise them that they're able to continue to vote for their enrolled address,
yep.
and that if they've been displaced temporarily, they're able to add a postal address if they'd like and if they intend to postal vote, but that otherwise there's no need to update their enrolment.
You're just doing that by text or email? Or
SMS
presumably
and email.
Not by post.
Yes. No, we're definitely alert to the risk there. SMS and email those messages.
And Commissioner, the contingency powers that were legislated last year, is there any consideration being given to extending the pre-poll
period?
Yeah, not something I'm necessarily advocating, but I just want to know whether you...
I think those pre-poll, I think the contingency powers, I should say, will elapse on the 17th of this month because there'll be no Commonwealth declaration in force in any case.
I see.
So there'll be no increase to the number of days for pre-poll.
Yep. And if there's, the rain doesn't stop in some parts of the eastern seaboard. If there's flooding on the day, what
there are general
happens?
provisions.
So affected seats really, Page, Richmond, South East Queensland. Which seats are affected here?
I'd have to look at my map.
There's a large number in Metro Queensland, Senator. We could provide that list on notice.
Yeah. But there's, as you know, Senator, there are general emergency provisions in the Act in any case, which we would activate if we needed to.
Have they ever been activated in your memory?
Yeah, I think they have. But it's very specific. It's by polling place.
Yes, okay.
And so I think we have, as a result of, we had floods in, I can't remember which election it was, but it was in my lifetime, and we had to do some stuff. Now, it's complex, though, Senator, as you know, if there are large-scale issues. But there are provisions in the Act for us to be able to deal with that.
Okay, thank you. And COVID-affected voters can vote by secure telephone voting. 266,000 active cases in New South Wales last Sunday. 63,000 in Victoria, 61,000 in Queensland, and 35,000 active cases in South Australia. That could be a very large number of people isolated on election day. What's the what modelling have you done about the likely numbers?
We've been working with within an interdepartmental committee looking at this very issue because we're being supported by a range of agencies. And in fact, Senator, I might take this opportunity to thank all of those agencies that have been participating. They've been incredibly helpful and generous with their time. We have been doing some detailed modelling with their assistance about how we'll run that. And I need to be upfront on this. It's an emergency measure, so this is not going to be smooth. This is something that, if you're thinking that's going to be a really great, I'd love to vote by phone, it's not going to be a smooth experience. It is absolutely a contingent measure for those individuals who are COVID affected.
So that is those who are active cases, but
correct.
Also close contacts?
No, those who are active cases, Senator, we're working through...
So what do you do if you're in a household?
If you're a close contact and you're asymptomatic, in many of the jurisdictions, we're working through that at the moment, there'll be an exemption for you. We're hoping there'll be an exemption for you. If you're asymptomatic, do a RAT test.
Of course, there are differences between the states in terms of the way that they are managing this.
That's why this is...
I think the Prime Minister's been arguing for a particular proposition. But are you saying in any case that that there is work being done on particular provisions for the election itself?
We are working through with the health authorities in each state, and we're at a very, advanced stage of that, but we're not quite at the final bit, where we can design a service offering that makes sense for everybody. The telephone voting option, I'm hoping to make sure, is really reserved for those who are absolutely COVID affected and need to use it. And the other message for that as well, Senator...
But that could be 400,000 or 500,000 people on the day, couldn't it?
That is not our modelling.
Senator, I might just... is your... those numbers that I just read out then for last weekend, my rough maths, even add in the Tasmanians and a few others, gets you pretty close to 400,000. We're heading into winter.
But we're also, just before Mr Pope speaks, we're monitoring this with the health authorities. We're monitoring numbers. We're looking at where the trends are, where peaks are, where it's likely to be more used than not. And that's something we're looking at very actively.
Yeah. Senator, I might just point out, unless I'm incorrect, those active cases will include active cases over the last 7 days.
Yes.
With the telephone voting will be available for only a 3-day period, the Thursday and Friday of the last 2 days of pre-poll, and then on polling day itself. So it's a 72-hour window of people who are active in that actively
within their own 7-day period.
That's right.
And
yes.
You still can access the postal vote up until
Wednesday
evening.
Yeah.
So our preference would be that you access the postal vote and only then do the telephone voting option. Now, with the interdepartmental committee, we're putting together quite a large workforce of public servants from other agencies that are going to assist us with that. We're doing the modelling and we're very confident that the ultimate solution will work very well.
But this is rapidly evolving, as you'd appreciate.
So you haven't had assurances yet from various state jurisdictions that if you're a close contact, or, there'll be flexibility around close contacts?
We are almost there.
Okay.
Work in progress.
Because they're each, they've all got...
I'm from Western Australia, I'm very aware of the
individual views.
different rules. Yes.
So we've heard back from almost all of the states, and we're working as we have, by the way, with the health authorities right through this pandemic. They've all been remarkably helpful. The Deputy and Ms Gleeson have addressed the AHPPC, whatever that stands for.
Australian Health Principal Protectorate Committee.
On a number of occasions, Department of Health have provided us with a pandemic advisor. So we've been working really effectively with them right the way through.
But in any case, if you're either an active case or if you tested on a Monday or a Tuesday or a Wednesday,
apply for a postal vote.
You could apply for a postal vote.
Yep.
And it would only apply on those last.
Yes.
The telephone system would only apply on the last.
Effectively
72 hours.
from Thursday morning to Saturday.
And so how does just tell me how the telephone system works and how you've trialled it?
We're still working with that committee right now with all those agencies putting that together, and we'll know more in the next week, Senator, when we finally land that final solution. But it'll be, as you know, we're already doing telephone voting in any case for blind and low vision voters, so we're building on what we're doing with that.
So the process is the verification of identity process will
be very similar,
the same.
Similar to that. So we're building on that. But again, I would thank all of the agencies that are helping us with this. Again, Senator, I'm flagging that it is an emergency measure, and I'd urge people, it will be also a declaration that you are actually COVID affected.
Yes.
So if you're not COVID affected, don't use it. In fact, if you do try and use that because all of a sudden you decide you want to use the telephone system, it's a little different from you using a disabled parking spot at a supermarket when you are not affected that way, because that should be reserved for those people that need it.
Well, also, apart from that injunction to not do it, I think what you're saying is it's not going to be a straightforward process for the individual, and it'd probably be easier just to jump on the push bike and
go and vote. Yep.
If they're allowed to do so under the health orders, yes.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. One, I always pay attention to Anthony Green.
So it's a good plan, Senator.
I live in a part of Sydney where he's often seen. I
thought that was the beginning of a rhyme there, Senator.
It felt like it, didn't it?
Or a limerick.
I really was trying hard to get to the third line, but I couldn't get there. He's published a piece today which talks about discusses the legislation I think that we passed out last year. He doesn't include the name of it, but it was essentially preventing parties from having registered names that were too similar to those of already registered parties. And one of the clear targets of the legislation was the Liberal Democratic Party. I think if I can just talk you through this and confirm that this is right, the Australian Electoral Commission, sitting as a commission, confirmed the original deregistration notice from November on the 9th of February. So the Liberal Democrats were deregistered, and on the 9th of March, the High Court upheld the new law. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct. That's that case that was brought. The High Court did uphold the validity of the legislation.
But subsequently, perhaps if Anthony Green doesn't, through the medium of me, doesn't explain it, could you tell me why it is that the Liberal Democrats are now able to contest the election under
the name
that
of the Liberal
name?
Democrats? Yeah.
Which I assume will be bad news for a set of colleagues to the left, seated immediately to the left of me, but can you explain why that's happening?
Well, I won't comment on that last bit, Senator, but
Thank you.
the process itself, there is a series of steps in that legislation that we need to follow, which we've followed in this case, including giving the party that's the subject to that process periods of time to comment. And I don't have the timeline in front of me, but I think we initially, on that process, I think initially they had until the 24th of December or something to make their initial submission, which they did, I think, on the 22nd of December. I'm going off memory here, Senator. I might have to clean this up later on, but relatively recently, they then sought to register a new name. And if I was to think about that new name, I want to say...
I think it's the Liberal/Liberty Democrats.
Liberty and Democracy Party, something along those lines.
Yes.
Which was an old name that they had, apparently.
We had to advertise that in the paper. It's a 30-day period. There were 2 objections to that name. We then have to provide the party with a period to comment on those objections. And what they then did was to withdraw their application to change their name. If I'm getting any of this wrong, one of my staff members
I think
will
it's pretty
appear
consistent
next to me. And then we've then issued them, I think, a Section 137 notice, and they've got a 30-day period to respond to that as to why they shouldn't be deregistered under that process.
And you were, because of the exigencies of time, required to lodge that notice on the 1st of April.
With all the connotations for that, but
Yes.
Senator, that's the process we had to go through.
So really, it's the most generous way to describe it is that they have taken advantage of a loophole that was not anticipated by the drafters of the legislation.
Senator, I'm nervous saying this, but let me meet you halfway by saying I'm aware of what the intent of Parliament was with this legislation, and it doesn't seem to have been met.
As is the High Court.
And the High Court upheld that legislation. I'm aware of the intent of that, and it doesn't appear to have been met in this particular case. I think there are perhaps some side routes in this legislation that maybe were a bit too generous along the way.
And they've been there for a while.
Yeah.
This is not a recent...
Not just a result of the recent
and the
legislation.
Section 137 process has been there for a long period of time. So.
Okay, I don't have any further questions, Chair.
I do just want to quickly prosecute this issue a little more and then move on to a couple of questions about Warringah Independent Limited. So we're in a position where a political party that the AEC has said should be deregistered and the High Court has upheld that decision is now registered.
Well,
Sorry, Senator, I just want to be... The High Court has upheld the validity of the legislation.
Sorry, yes,
not upheld
apologies.
the Commission's decision.
And therefore there's a process in train, but that process is going to take a period of time under the legislation.
So when is the deadline for the party now, once again known as Liberal Democrats, to respond to this deregistration notice? What's D-Day for them?
D-Day would be in about a month, I would suspect. And the exact date, Ms Reid might.
30 days from the issue of the notice on the 1st of April. They
So
have within 30 days.
they have until the 1st of May to respond. We'll be in an election period by then, I think it's fair to say. So can they be deregistered after that date?
No.
On what basis is that the case?
Well, presuming by then the writs will be issued.
Yes, so the register is suspended during the period of the writ issue, and no action can be taken on party registration or deregistration during the writ period.
It's frozen effectively, Senator, once the writ's issued.
But after the election?
Different matter.
After the election, it will resume.
This is not an ideal situation, is it? I just, would have thought that in a situation where there's been a clear decision on this, that there should at least be some sort of mechanism for that decision to be upheld.
Legislatively not, Senator, I'm afraid. There's a process and we're following that process to the letter, as you would expect. And I think as I mentioned before, just to be abundantly clear, we're aware of what the intent of Parliament was with this legislation. As I've said, it doesn't appear to have been there.
And have you explored all options that you can take as Commissioner?
We have, as we do, just to be fair, with all of these matters, to make sure that we're following the most efficient process each time we do this. And occasionally that includes seeking legal advice, and we're clear that this is the only way forward with this matter.
Why do you have to freeze the register?
Because it's the law for us to do that, Senator. That's part of the process.
A legal requirement or a policy decision?
No, a legal requirement.
There's also the issue of the printing of the ballot papers, Senator. Once we've pressed print on those ballot papers, we can't be changing party names on
That's true.
millions of ballot papers.
Yes, we've come across that issue a few times before, haven't we?
There are situations, like if a person dies after the ballot papers are printed, does that sort of scenario come in?
We don't change the ballot papers. There's also been, like at the last election, there was, I think, nearly a dozen candidates
withdrew after
excluding that person.
Okay. Just a couple of questions about Warringah Independent. I note that Warringah Independent was a registered political campaigner for financial years 1819 and 1920, and therefore lodged a return for those years. Why didn't they lodge a return as a political campaigner for the last financial year?
I have to take that on notice, Senator. I know they are now registered as a significant third party.
Yes, can you explain to me the difference between those two things?
So significant third party is the new name for political campaigner as a result of the legislative changes late last year.
Right. And so the Electoral Act requires political campaigners who've spent over $500,000 in one financial year to be registered and lodge financial returns for the subsequent 3 years after that. Is that correct?
Yes, so the significant third party definition does go back 3 years. So essentially, once you're registered, then you are expected to remain on the register.
So my understanding from the Transparency Register is that Warringah Independent spent almost $1 million, 956,000 in financial year 2018, 2019. So why have they been permitted to remove themselves from the register?
As I said, I would have to take that on notice,
Okay.
Senator.
I'm not sure. We don't have the detail of that, but we'll check that for you, Senator, and find out.
Okay. The Electoral Act says... well, actually, no, let me go back. So has Warringah Independent applied to be removed from the register?
Again, I would have to take that on notice.
Okay.
I can't recall.
If you can take that question on notice, I would also like to know if they applied to have to be removed from the register. When did this happen, and who made the decision to remove them from the Transparency Register, and why?
I will
was
note
that
before
decision
recent
made?
changes to the legislation.
Sorry, what was that, Ms Reid?
Before recent changes to the legislation, if a campaigner applied to deregister, the Commission must deregister them. There was no decision point. It was a must. That was
Right.
recently amended in the recent laws to give the Commission the power to say, to be satisfied that
Yes.
they should be deregistered.
Because
I'm not saying that was the case. I said I'll take it on notice.
Yes,
but
thank you.
that was a position that was corrected in recent legislative reform to give the Commission the authority to consider whether they should be deregistered.
Because why else would a body seek to be deregistered?
We have had entities say to us, we're no longer doing that, we're no longer incurring electoral expenditure, we don't feel we should be on there. That's, I guess, the type of reason that they would suggest they should be deregistered.
Probably not the case with Warringah Independent, though, you would have thought. That was probably a rhetorical question, Ms Reid. Last estimates, you advised the committee that Warringah Independent hadn't had their financial year 2020-2021 associated entity return published as you were looking into some matters before it was published. We're obviously back here at estimates 6 weeks later. I was having a look, and my understanding is that return still hasn't been published. Do you know why that's the case?
We are still looking into those matters, Senator. I understand it's very close, but we are still looking into those matters to make sure the disclosures are accurate and correct.
Okay, will the Australian public be advised if there are any errors in that disclosure and in their application?
The aim is, when it is published, that we are of the opinion that it is accurately reflecting the situation.
Okay.
So if it is published, then we are saying we are satisfied with the way they have disclosed.
Yes, we are getting perilously close
Very
to
close to the
Yes,
event.
that's
Yeah.
why,
That
as
event.
I said, we are working very closely with them to publish that soon.
Yeah. Would you anticipate that that will be before the election?
I would hope so, but I can't give you a date, but I would hope so.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms Reid, and thank you, Mr Rogers, for coming along again. If no other senators have questions for the
can I
ASC...
just-
Oh, Senator O'Sullivan, yes, you may.
Yeah, just a question, just to follow up on what we were discussing before with regards to the freezing of the register. Is the register frozen for new applications? Is there a differentiation between applications and deregistration?
Yes, so effectively...
There is a differentiation?
So the Chief Legal Officer might be able to explain the differentiation. Essentially, the section of legislation is at 137? 127 says that we cannot take any action in relation to a registration of a party when a writ is issued, and that has been interpreted legally to apply to the deregistration. As I said, if I'm incorrect, the Chief Legal Officer will correct me, but yes, essentially new registrations also are suspended.
Okay.
Chair, I just have a little bit more extra information with your concurrence around polling places that have been affected by flooding.
Yes, Mr.
in
Pope,
response
please.
to Senator Ayres' question.
Yep.
So we have 3 in Queensland, which is 1 in the division of Petrie and 2 in the division of Fisher. And we have 7 in New South Wales, 1 in the division of Richmond, 5 in the division of Page, and 1 in the division of Lyne.
Very good. Thank you. If that's all that senators have, thank you very much, Commissioner, and the rest of the AEC for coming along this evening. And that concludes the committee's examination of agencies for today. The committee will resume on Friday the 8th of April to examine the National Indigenous Australians Agency and other Indigenous agencies and the Department of Health. I would like to thank the ministers and the officers who have given evidence to the committee today, and thank Hansard Broadcasting for their assistance. And I now declare this meeting of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee adjourned.